Part 2, Chapter 1 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 1. 1. I pass over an interval of almost 2 months. The reader need not be uneasy. Everything will be clear from the latter part of my story. I start again from the 15th of November, a day I remember only too well for many reasons. To begin with, no one who had known me 2 months before would have recognized me. Externally, anyway. That is to say, anyone would have known me, but would not have been able to make me out. To begin with, I was dressed like a dandy. The conscientious and tasteful Frenchman whom Versilov had once tried to recommend me had not only made me a whole suit, but had already been rejected as not good enough. I already had suits made by other superior tailors of a better class, and I even ran up bills with them. I had an account, too, at a celebrated restaurant, but I was still a little nervous there and paid on the spot whenever I had money, though I knew it was mauvais ton, and that I was compromising myself by doing so. A French barber on the Nevsky Prospect was on familiar terms with me, and told me anecdotes as he dressed my hair, and I must confess I practiced my French on him. Though I know French, and fairly well indeed, yet I'm afraid of beginning to speak it in grand society, and I dare say my accent is far from Parisian. I have a smart coachman, Matvey, with a smart turnout, and he is always at my service when I send for him. He has a pale sorrel horse, a fast trotter. I don't like grays. Everything is not perfect, however. It's the 15th of November and has been wintry weather for the last 3 days, and my fur coat is an old one, lined with raccoon, that once was Versilov's. It wouldn't fetch more than 25 rubles. I must get a new one, and my pocket is empty, and I must, besides, have money in reserve for this evening, whatever happens. Without that, I shall be ruined and miserable. That was how I put it to myself at the time. Oh, degradation! Where had these thousands come from, these fast trotters, these expensive restaurants? How could I all at once change like this and forget everything? Shame! Reader, I am beginning now the story of my shame and disgrace, and nothing in life can be more shameful to me than these recollections. I speak as a judge, and I know that I was guilty, even in the whirl in which I was caught up, and though I was alone without a guide or counselor, I was, I swear, conscious of my downfall. And so there's no excuse for me. And yet for those 2 months I was almost happy. Why, almost? I was quite happy. And so happy! Would it be believed that the consciousness of my degradation, of which I had glimpses at moments, frequent moments, and which made me shudder in my inmost soul, only intoxicated me the more? What do I care if I'm fallen? And I won't fall. I'll get out of it. I have a lucky star. I was crossing a precipice on a thin plank without a rail, and I was pleased at my position and even peeped into the abyss. It was risky, and it was delightful. And my idea later. The idea would wait. Everything that happened was simply a temporary deviation. Why not enjoy oneself? That's what was amiss with my idea. I repeat, it admitted of all sorts of deviations. If it had not been so firm and fundamental, I might have been afraid of deviating. And meanwhile, I kept on the same humble lodging. I kept it on, but I didn't live in it. There I kept my trunk, my bag, and my various properties. But I really lived with Prince Sergei. I spent my days there, and I slept there at night. And this went on for weeks. How this came to pass I'll tell in a minute, but meanwhile I will describe my little lodging. It was already dear to me. Versilov had come to see me there of himself, first of all after our quarrel, and often subsequently. I repeat, this was a period of shame, but of great happiness. Yes, and everything at that time was so successful and so smiling. And what was all that depression in the past about, I wondered in some ecstatic moments. Why those old painful self-lacerations, my solitary and gloomy childhood, my foolish dreams under my quilt, my vows, my calculations, even my idea? I imagined and invented all that, and it turns out that the world's not like that at all. See how happy and gay I am. I have a father, Versilov. I have a friend, Prince Sergei. I have, besides, but that besides will leave. Alas, it was all done in the name of love, magnanimity, honor, and afterwards it turned out hideous, shameless, and ignominious. Enough. 2. He came to see me for the first time 3 days after our rupture. I was not at home, and he waited for me. Though I had been expecting him every day, when I went into my tiny cupboard of a room, there was a mist before my eyes, and my heart beat so violently that I stopped short in the doorway. Fortunately, my landlord was with him, having thought it necessary to introduce himself at once, that the visitor might not be bored with waiting. He was eagerly describing something to Versalov. He was a titular counselor, a man about 40, much disfigured by smallpox, very poor, and burdened with a consumptive wife and an invalid child. He was of a very communicative and unassuming character, but not without tact. I was relieved at his presence, which was a positive deliverance for me. For what could I have said to Versalov? I had known in earnest, that Versalov would come of his own prompting, exactly as I wanted him to, for nothing in the world would have induced me to go to him first, and not from obstinacy, but just from love of him, a sort of jealous love. I can't express it. Indeed, the reader won't find me eloquent at any time. But though I had been expecting him for those 3 days, and had been continually picturing how he would come in, yet though I tried my utmost, I could not imagine what we should say to one another at first, after all that had happened. "Ah, here you are," he said to me affectionately, holding out his hand and not getting up. "Sit down with us. Fyodor Ippolitovich is telling me something very interesting about that stone near the Pavlovsky barracks, or something in that direction." "Yes, I know the stone," I made haste to answer, dropping into a chair beside him. They were sitting at the table. The whole room was just 14 feet square. I drew a deep breath. There was a gleam of pleasure in Versalov's eyes. I believe he was uncertain, and afraid I should be demonstrative. He was reassured. "You must begin again, Pyotr Ippolitovich." They were already calling each other by their names. "It happened in the reign of the late Tsar," Pyotr Ippolitovich said, addressing me nervously and with some uneasiness, anxious as to the effect of his story. "You know that stone, a stupid stone in the street, and what use is it? It's only in the way, you'd say, wouldn't you? The Tsar rode by several times, and every time there was the stone. At last the Tsar was displeased, and with good reason. A regular rock, standing in the street, spoiling it. 'Remove the stone!' Well, he said, 'Remove it. You understand what that means, remove the stone.' The late Tsar, do you remember him? What was to be done with the stone? They all lost their heads. There was the town council, and a most important person, I can't remember his name, one of the greatest personages of the time, who was put in charge of the matter. Well, this great personage listened. They told him it would cost 15,000 rubles, no less, and in silver, too. For it was not till the time of the late Tsar that paper money could be changed into silver. 15,000! What a sum! At first the English wanted to bring rails and remove it by steam, but think what that would have cost. There were no railways then. There was only one running to Tsarskoye Selo. "Why, they might have smashed it up," I cried, frowning. I felt horribly vexed and ashamed in Versalov's presence, but he was listening with evident pleasure. I understood that he was glad to have the landlord there, as he, too, was abashed with me. I saw that. I remember I felt it somehow touching in him. "Smash it up? Yes, that was the very idea they arrived at. In Montferrand, too, he was building St. Isaac's Cathedral at the time. 'Smash it up,' he said, 'and then take it away.' But what would that cost?" "It would cost nothing. Simply break it up and carry it away." "No, excuse me. A machine would be wanted to do it, a steam engine. And besides, where could it be taken? In such a mountain, too. 10,000, they said. Not less than 10 or 12,000. "I say, Pyotr Ippolitovich, that's nonsense, you know. It couldn't have been so." But at that instant, Versalov winked at me, unseen. And in that wink I saw such delicate compassion for the landlord, even distress on his account, that I was delighted with it, and I laughed. Well, well, then, cried the landlord, delighted. He had noticed nothing and was awfully afraid, as such storytellers always are, that he would be pestered with questions. But then a Russian workman walks up, a young fellow, you know, the typical Russian, with a beard like a wedge, in a long-skirted coat, and perhaps a little drunk, too. But no, he wasn't drunk. He just stands by while those Englishmen in Montferrand are talking away, and that great personage drives up just then in his carriage and listens and gets angry at the way they keep discussing it, and can't decide on anything. And suddenly he notices the workman at a distance standing there and smiling deceitfully. That is, not deceitfully, though. I'm wrong there. What is it? Derisively, Verslov prompted him discreetly. Derisively, yes. A little derisively. That kind, good Russian smile. You know, the great personage was in a bad humor, you understand. What are you waiting here for, Big Beard? Said he. Who are you? Why, I'm looking at this stone here, your highness, says he. Yes, I believe he said highness, and I fancy it was Prince Suvorov, the Italian one, the ancestor of the general. But no, it was not Suvorov, and I'm sorry I've forgotten who it was exactly, but though he was a highness, he was a genuine thoroughbred Russian, a Russian type, a patriot, a cultured Russian heart. Well, he saw what was up. What is it? Says he. Do you want to take away the stone? What are you sniggering about? At the Englishmen, chiefly, your highness. They ask a prodigious price because the Russian purse is fat, and they've nothing to eat at home. Let me have 100 rubles, your highness, says he. By tomorrow evening, we'll move the stone. Can you imagine such a proposition? The English, of course, are ready to devour him. Montferrand laughs. But that highness, with the pure Russian heart, says, give him 100 rubles. But surely you won't remove it, says he. Tomorrow evening, your highness, we'll have it on the move, says he. But how will you do it? If you'll excuse me, your highness, that's our secret, he says, and in that Russian way, you know. It pleased him. Hey, give him anything he wants. And so they left it. What would you suppose he did? The landlord paused and looked from one to the other with a face full of sentiment. I don't know, said Verslov, smiling. I scowled. Well, I'll tell you what he did, said the landlord with as much triumph as though it were his own achievement. He hired some peasants with spades, simple Russians, and began digging a deep hole just at the edge of it. They were digging all night. They dug an immense hole as big as the stone and just about an inch and a half deeper. And when they dug it out, he told them to dig out the earth from under the stone, cautiously, little by little. Well, naturally, as they dug the earth away, the stone had nothing to stand upon. It began to overbalance, and as soon as it began to shake, they pushed with their hands upon the stone, shouting, "Hurrah!" in true Russian style, and the stone fell with a crash into the hole. Then they shoveled earth on it, rammed it down with a mallet, paved it over with little stones. The road was smooth, the stone had disappeared. Only fancy, cried Verslov. The people rushed up, to be sure, in multitudes innumerable. The Englishmen had seen how it would be long before. They were furious. Montferrand came up. That's the peasant style, says he. It's too simple, says he. That's just it, that it's so simple, but you never thought of it, you fools. And so I tell you, that commander, that great personage, simply embraced him and kissed him. And where do you come from, says he. From the province of Yaroslav, your excellency. We're tailors by trade, and we come to Petersburg in the summer to sell fruit. Well, it came to the ears of the authorities. The authorities ordered a medal to be given him, so he went about with a medal on his neck, but he drank himself to death afterwards, they say. You know, the typical Russian. He has no self-restraint. That's why the foreigners have got the better of us so far. Yes, there it is. Yes, of course, the Russian mind, Verslov was beginning. But at this point, luckily, the landlord was called away by his invalid wife and hastened off, or I should have been unable to restrain myself. Verslov laughed. He's been entertaining me for a whole hour, my dear. That stone, is the very model of patriotic unseemliness among such stories. But how could I interrupt him? As you saw, he was melting with delight, and what's more, I believe the stone's there still, if I'm not mistaken, and hasn't been buried in the hole at all. Good heavens, yes, I cried, that's true. How could he dare? What's the matter? Why, I believe you're really indignant. He certainly has muddled things up. I heard a story of the sort about a stone when I was a child, only of course it was a little different, and not about the same stone. That it came to the ears of the authorities. Why, there was a paean of glory in his heart when he uttered that phrase, "It came to the ears of the authorities." In the pitiful narrowness of their lives, they can't get on without such stories. They have numbers of them, chiefly owing to their incontinence. They've learnt nothing, they know nothing exactly, and they have a longing to talk about something besides cards and their wares, something of universal interest, something poetic. What sort of man is this Pyotr Ippolitovich? A very poor creature, and unfortunate too. Well, there you see. Perhaps he doesn't even play cards. I repeat in telling that foolish story he was satisfying his love for his neighbor. You see, he wanted to make us happy. His sentiment of patriotism was gratified too. They've got another story, for instance, that the English gave Zaviolov $1 million on condition that he shouldn't put his stamp on his handiwork. Oh goodness, I've heard that story too. Who hasn't heard it? And the teller of it knows too that you have heard it, but still he tells it intentionally, supposing that you haven't. The vision of the Swedish king, I believe, is a little out of date with them now, but in my youth it used to be repeated unctuously in a mysterious whisper. And so was the story of someone's having knelt in the Senate before the senators at the beginning of last century. There were lots of anecdotes about Commander Bashutsky, too, how he carried away a monument. They simply love anecdotes of the court. For instance, tales of Chernyshev, a minister in the last reign, how when he was an old man of 70, he got himself up to look like a man of 30, so much so that the late Tsar was amazed at the levees. I've heard that too. Who hasn't heard it? All these anecdotes are the height of indecency. But let me tell you, this kind of indecency is far more deeply rooted and widely spread than we imagine. The desire to lie with the object of giving pleasure to your neighbor one meets even in Russian society of the highest breeding. For we all suffer from this incontinence of our hearts. Only anecdotes of a different type are current among us. The number of stories they tell about America is simply amazing, and they're told by men even of ministerial rank. I must confess, I belong to that indecent class myself, and I've suffered from it all my life. I've told anecdotes about Chernyshev several times myself. You've told them yourself? There's another lodger here besides me, marked with smallpox too. An old clerk, but he's awfully prosaic, and as soon as Pyotr Ippolitovich begins to speak, he tries to refute him and contradict. He's reduced Pyotr Ippolitovich to such a point that he waits on the old fellow like a slave and does everything to please him, simply to make him listen. That's another type of the indecent, one even perhaps more revolting than the first. The first sort is all ecstasy. "You only let me lie," he seems to say. "You'll see how nice it will be." The second sort is all spleen and prose. "I won't let you lie," he says. "Where, when, in what year?" In fact, a man with no heart. My dear boy, we must always let a man lie a little. It's quite innocent. Indeed, we may let him lie a great deal. In the first place, it will show our delicacy, and secondly, people will let us lie in return. Two immense advantages at once. Que diable! One must love one's neighbor. But it's time for me to be off. You've arranged the place charmingly, he added, getting up from his chair. I'll tell Sofia Andreevna and your sister that I've been here and found you quite well. Goodbye, my dear. Could this be all? This was not at all what I wanted. I was expecting something different, something important, though I quite understood that this was how it must be. I got up with a candle to light him down the stairs. The landlord would have come forward, but without Verslav's seeing it, I seized him by the arm and thrust him back savagely. He stared with astonishment, but immediately vanished. "These staircases," Verslav mumbled, dwelling on the syllables, evidently in order to say something, and evidently afraid I might say something. "I'm no longer used to such stairs, and you're on the 3rd story, but now I can find the way. Don't trouble, my dear. You'll catch cold, too." But I did not leave him. We were going down the 2nd flight. "I've been expecting you for the last 3 days," broke from me suddenly, as it were of itself. I was breathless. "Thank you, my dear." "I knew you'd be sure to come." "And I knew that you knew I should be sure to come. Thank you, my dear." He was silent. We had reached the outer door, and I still followed him. He opened the door. The wind rushing in blew out my candle. Then I clutched his hand. It was pitch dark. He started but said nothing. I stooped over his hand and kissed it greedily several times, many times. "My darling boy, why do you love me so much?" he said, but in quite a different voice. His voice quivered. There was a ring of something quite new in it, as though it were not he who spoke. I tried to answer something but couldn't, and ran upstairs. He stood waiting where he was, and it was only when I was back in the flat that I heard the front door open and shut with a slam. I slipped by the landlord, who turned up again, and went into my room, fastened the latch, and without lighting the candle, threw myself on my bed, buried my face in the pillow, and cried and cried. It was the first time I had cried since I was at Touchard's. My sobs were so violent, and I was so happy. But why describe it? I write this now without being ashamed of it, for perhaps it was all good, in spite of its absurdity. 3. But didn't I make him suffer for it? I became frightfully overbearing. There was no reference to the scene between us afterwards. On the contrary, we met 3 days later as though nothing had happened. What's more, I was almost rude that evening, and he too seemed rather dry. This happened in my room again. For some reason I had not been to see him in spite of my longing to see my mother. We talked all this time, that is, throughout these 2 months, only of the most abstract subjects, and I can't help wondering at it. We did nothing but talk of abstract subjects, of the greatest interest, and of vast significance for humanity, of course, but with no bearing whatever on the practical position. Yet many, many aspects of the practical position needed, and urgently needed, defining and clearing up, but of that we did not speak. I did not even say anything about my mother, or Liza, or indeed about myself and my whole history. Whether this was due to shame or to youthful stupidity, I don't know. I expect it was stupidity, for shame I could have overcome. But I domineered over him frightfully, and absolutely went so far as insolence more than once, even against my own feelings. This all seemed to happen of itself, inevitably. I couldn't restrain myself. His tone was, as before, one of light mockery, though always extremely affectionate in spite of everything. I was struck, too, by the fact that he preferred coming to me, so that at last I very rarely went to see my mother, not more than once a week, especially towards the latter part of the time, as I became more and more absorbed in frivolity. He used always to come in the evenings to sit and chat with me. He was very fond of talking to the landlord, too, which enraged me in a man like him. The idea struck me that he might have nowhere to go except to see me. But I knew for a fact that he had acquaintances, and that he had indeed of late renewed many of his old ties in society, which he had dropped the year before. But he did not seem to be particularly fascinated by them, and seemed to have renewed many of them simply in a formal way. He preferred coming to see me. I was sometimes awfully touched by the timid way in which he almost always opened my door, and for the first minute looked with strange anxiety into my eyes. "Am I in the way?" he seemed to ask. "Tell me, and I'll go." He even said as much sometimes. Once, for instance, towards the end, he came in when I had just put on a suit, brand new from the tailor's, and was just setting off to Prince Sergei's to go off somewhere with him, where I will explain later. He sat down without noticing that I was on the point of going out. He showed at moments a remarkable absence of mind. As luck would have it, he began to talk of the landlord. I fired up. "Oh, damn the landlord!" "Ah, my dear," he said, getting up. "I believe you're going out, and I'm hindering you. Forgive me, please." And he meekly hastened to depart. Such meekness towards me from a man like him, a man so aristocratic and independent, who had so much individuality, at once stirred in my heart all my tenderness for him and trust in him. But if he loved me so much, why did he not check me at the time of my degradation? If he had said one word, I should perhaps have pulled up, though perhaps I should not. But he did see my foppery, my flaunting swagger, my smart Matvey. I wanted once to drive him back in my sledge, but he would not consent, and indeed it happened several times that he refused to be driven in it. He could see I was squandering money, and he said not a word, not a word. He showed no curiosity even. I'm surprised at that to this day, even now. And yet I didn't stand on ceremony with him, and spoke openly about everything, though I never gave him a word of explanation. He didn't ask, and I didn't speak. Yet on 2 or 3 occasions we did speak on the money question. I asked him on one occasion, soon after he renounced the fortune he had won, how he was going to live now. "Somehow, my dear," he answered with extraordinary composure. "I know now that more than half of Tatiana Pavlovna's little capital of 5,000 rubles had been spent on Versalov during the last 2 years. Another time it somehow happened that we talked of my mother. 'My dear boy,' he said mournfully, 'I used often to say to Sofia Andreevna at the beginning of our life together, though indeed I've said it in the middle and at the end too, my dear, I worry you and torment you, and I don't regret it as long as you're before me, but if you were to die, I know I should kill myself to atone for it.' I remember, however, that he was particularly open that evening. 'If only I were a weak-willed nonentity and suffered from the consciousness of it. But you see that's not so. I know I'm exceedingly strong. And in what way do you suppose? Why, just in that spontaneous power of accommodating myself to anything whatever, so characteristic of all intelligent Russians of our generation. There's no crushing me, no destroying me, no surprising me. I've as many lives as a cat. I can, with perfect convenience, experience 2 opposite feelings at one and the same time, and not, of course, through my own will. I know, nevertheless, that it's dishonorable just because it's so sensible. I've lived almost to 50, and to this day I don't know whether it's a good thing. I've gone on living or not. I like life, but that follows as a matter of course. But for a man like me to love life is contemptible. Of late there has been a new movement, and the crafts won't accommodate themselves to things and shoot themselves. But it's evident that the crafts are stupid. We, to be sure, are clever, so that one can draw no parallel, and the question remains open anyway. And can it be that the earth is only for such as we? In all probability it is, but the idea is a comfortless one. However, the question remains open anyway. He spoke mournfully, and yet I didn't know whether he was sincere or not. He always had a manner which nothing would have made him drop. 4. Then I besieged him with questions. I fell upon him like a starving man on bread. He always answered me readily and straightforwardly, but in the end always went off into the widest generalizations, so that in reality one could draw no conclusions from it. And yet these questions had worried me all my life, and I frankly confess that even in Moscow I had put off settling them till I should meet him in Petersburg. I told him this plainly, and he did not laugh at me. On the contrary, I remember he pressed my hand. On general politics and social questions I could get nothing out of him, and yet in connection with my idea, Those subjects troubled me more than anything. Of men like Dergachev, I once drew from him the remark that they were below all criticism. But at the same time, he added strangely that he reserved the right of attaching no significance to his opinions. For a very long time, he would say nothing on the question how the modern state would end and how the social community would be built up anew. But in the end, I literally wrenched a few words out of him. I imagine that all will come about in a very commonplace way, he said once. Simply un bon matin, in spite of all the balance sheets on budget days and the absence of deficits, all the states without exception will be unable to pay, so that they'll all be landed in general bankruptcy. Then, of course, there will follow a general liquidation, so to speak. The Jews will come to the fore, and the reign of the Jews will begin, and then all those who have never had shares in anything, and in fact never had anything at all, that is, all the beggars, will naturally be unwilling to take part in the liquidation. A struggle will begin, and after 77 battles, the beggars will destroy the shareholders and carry off their shares, and take their places as shareholders, of course. Perhaps they'll say something new, too, and perhaps they won't. Most likely they'll go bankrupt, too. Further than that, my dear boy, I can't undertake to predict the destinies by which the face of this world will be changed. Look in the apocalypse, though. But can it all be so materialistic? Can the modern world come to an end simply through finance? Oh, of course. I've only chosen one aspect of the picture, but that aspect is bound up with the whole by indissoluble bonds, so to speak. What's to be done? Oh dear, don't be in a hurry. It's not all coming so soon. In any case, to do nothing is always best. One's conscience is at rest anyway, knowing that one's had no share in anything. Aye, do stop that. Talk sense. I want to know what I'm to do and how I'm to live. What you are to do, my dear? Be honest. Never lie. Don't covet your neighbor's house. In fact, read the 10 Commandments. It's written there once for all. Don't talk like that. All that's so old. And besides, it's all words. I want something real. Well, if you're fearfully devoured by ennui, try to love someone or something. Or at any rate, to attach yourself to something. You're only laughing. Besides, what can I do alone with your 10 Commandments? Well, keep them in spite of all your doubts and questions, and you'll be a great man. Whom no one will know of. There is nothing hidden that shall not be made manifest. You're certainly laughing. Well, if you take it so to heart, you'd better try as soon as possible to specialize, take up architecture or the law, and then when you're busy with serious work, you'll be more settled in your mind and forget trifles. I was silent. What could I gather from this? And yet, after every such conversation, I was more troubled than before. Moreover, I saw clearly that there always remained in him, as it were, something secret, and that drew me to him more and more. Listen, I said, interrupting him one day. I always suspect that you say all this only out of bitterness and suffering, but that secretly you are a fanatic over some idea, and are only concealing it, or ashamed to admit it. Thank you, my dear. Listen, nothing's better than being useful. Tell me how, at the present moment, I can be most of use. I know it's not for you to decide that, but I'm only asking for your opinion. You tell me, and what you say I swear I'll do. Well, what is the great thought? Well, to turn stones into bread. That's a great thought. The greatest? Yes, really? You have suggested quite a new path. Tell me, is it the greatest? It's very great, my dear boy, very great, but it's not the greatest. It's great, but secondary, and only great at the present time. Man will be satisfied and forget. He will say, I've eaten it, and what am I to do now? The question will remain open for all time. You spoke once of the Geneva ideas. I didn't understand what you meant by the Geneva ideas. The Geneva idea is the idea of virtue without Christ, my boy. The modern idea, or more correctly, the ideas of all modern civilization. In fact, it's one of those long stories which it's very dull to begin, and it will be a great deal better if we talk of other things, and better still if we're silent about other things. You always want to be silent. My dear, remember that to be silent is good, safe, and picturesque. Picturesque? Of course, silence is always picturesque, and the man who is silent always looks nicer than the man who is speaking. Why, talking as we do is no better than being silent. Damn such picturesqueness, and still more, damn such profitableness. My dear, he said suddenly, rather changing his tone, speaking with real feeling, and even with a certain insistence. I don't want to seduce you from your ideals to any sort of bourgeois virtue. I'm not assuring you that happiness is better than heroism. On the contrary, heroism is finer than any happiness, and the very capacity for it alone constitutes happiness. That's a settled thing between us. I respect you just for being able in these mawkish days to set up some sort of an idea in your soul. Don't be uneasy. I remember perfectly well. But yet one must think of proportion, for now you want to live a resounding life, to set fire to something, to smash something, to rise above everything in Russia, to call up storm clouds, to throw everyone into terror and ecstasy, while you vanish yourself in North America. I've no doubt you've something of that sort in your heart, and so I feel it necessary to warn you, for I really love you, my dear. What could I gather from that either? There was nothing in it but anxiety for me, for my material prosperity. It betrayed the father with the father's kindly but prosaic feelings. Was this what I wanted by way of an idea for the sake of which any honest father would send his son to face death, as the ancient Roman Horatius sent his sons for the idea of Rome? I often pressed him on the subject of religion, but there the fog was thicker than ever. When I asked him what to do about that, he answered in the stupidest way, as though to a child. You must have faith in God, my dear. But what if I don't believe in all that? I cried irritably once. A very good thing, my dear. How a good thing? It's a most excellent symptom, dear boy, a most hopeful one for our atheists in Russia, if only they are really atheists and have some little trace of intelligence, are the best fellows in the whole world, and always disposed to be kind to God, for they're invariably good-humored, and they're good-humored because they're immensely pleased at being atheists. Our atheists are respectable people and extremely conscientious, pillars of the fatherland, in fact. This was something, of course, but it was not what I wanted. On one occasion, however, he spoke out, but so strangely that he surprised me more than ever, especially after the stories of Catholicism and penitential chains that I had heard about him. Dear boy, he said one day, not in my room, but in the street when I was seeing him home after a long conversation, to love people as they are is impossible, and yet we must, and therefore do them good, overcoming your feelings, holding your nose and shutting your eyes, the latter's essential. Endure evil from them as far as may be without anger, mindful that you too are a man. Of course, you'll be disposed to be severe with them if it has been vouchsafed to you to be ever so little more intelligent than the average. Men are naturally base and like to love from fear. Don't give in to such love, and never cease to despise it. Somewhere in the Quran, Allah bids the Prophet look upon the froward as upon mice. Do them good, and pass them by. A little haughty, but right. Know how to despise them even when they are good, for most often it is in that they are base. Oh, my dear, it's judging by myself I say that. Anyone who's not quite stupid can't live without despising himself. Whether he's honest or dishonest, it makes no difference. To love one's neighbor and not despise him is impossible. I believe that man has been created physically incapable of loving his neighbor. There has been some mistake in language here from the very first, and love for humanity must be understood as love for that humanity which you have yourself created in your soul. In other words, you have created yourself, and your love is for yourself, and which, therefore, never will be in reality. Never will be. My dear boy, I agree that if this were true, it would be stupid, but that's not my fault, and I was not consulted at the creation. I reserve the right to have my own opinion about it. How is it they call you a Christian, then? I cried. A monk in chains, a preacher. I don't understand it. Why, who calls me that? I told him. He listened very attentively, but cut short the conversation. I can't remember what led to this memorable conversation, but he was positively irritated, which scarcely ever happened to him. He spoke passionately, and without irony, as though he were not speaking to me. But again, I didn't believe him. He could not speak on such subjects seriously to anyone like me. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Read by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. Part 2, Chapter 2 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance, Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 2. 1. On that morning, the 15th of November, I found him at Prince Sergei's. I had brought the prince and him together, but they had ties apart from me. I mean, the affair abroad and all that. Moreover, the prince had promised to divide the disputed fortune with him, giving him a third, which would mean 20,000 at least. I remember at the time I thought it awfully strange that he was giving him only a third and not the full half, but I said nothing. Prince Sergei gave this promise of his own accord. Versalov had not said a syllable to suggest it, had not dropped a hint. Prince Sergei came forward himself, and Versalov only let it pass in silence, never once alluded to it, and showed no sign that he had the least recollection of a promise. I may mention, by the way, that Prince Sergei was absolutely enchanted with him at first, and still more with the things he said. He fell into positive raptures about him, and several times expressed his feelings to me. Sometimes when he was alone with me, he exclaimed about himself, almost with despair, that he was so ill-educated, that he was on the wrong track. Oh, we were still so friendly then. I kept trying to impress Versalov with Prince Sergei's good points only, and excused his defects, though I saw them myself, but Versalov listened in silence, or smiled. If he has faults, he has at least as many virtues as defects, I once exclaimed to Versalov when I was alone with him. Goodness, how you flatter him, he said, laughing. How do I flatter him, I said, not understanding. As many virtues, why he must be a saint if he has as many virtues as defects. But of course that was not his opinion. In general, he avoided speaking of Prince Sergei at that time, as he did indeed of everything real, but of the prince particularly. I suspected even then that he went to see Prince Sergei without me, and that they were on rather peculiar terms, but I did not go into that. I was not jealous either at his talking to him more seriously than to me, more positively, so to speak, with less mockery. I was so happy at the time that I was actually pleased at it. I explained it, too, by Prince Sergei's being of rather limited intelligence, and so being fond of verbal exactitude. Some jests he absolutely failed to see. But of late he had, as it were, begun to emancipate himself. His feelings for Versalov seemed beginning to change. Versalov, with his delicate perception, noticed it. I may mention at this point that Prince Sergei's attitude to me, too, became different at the same time, rather too obviously, in fact. Only the lifeless forms of our warm earlier relations were maintained. Yet I went on going to see him. I could not indeed help it, having once been drawn into it. Oh, how clumsy and inexperienced I was then. It is almost beyond belief that mere foolishness of heart can have brought anyone to such humiliation and lack of perception. I took money from him and thought that it didn't matter, that it was quite right. Yet that is not true. Even then I knew that it was not right, but it was simply that I thought very little about it. I did not go to the prince to get money, though I needed the money so much. I knew I did not go for the sake of the money, but I realized that I went every day to borrow money. But I was in a whirl then, and besides all that, I had something very different in my soul. It was singing with joy. When I went in at 11 o'clock in the morning, I found Versalov just finishing a long tirade. Prince Sergei was walking about the room listening, and Versalov was sitting down. Prince Sergei seemed in some excitement. Versalov was almost always able to work him into a state of excitement. He was exceedingly impressionable, to a degree of simplicity, indeed, which had often made me look down on him. But I repeat, of late I had detected in him something like a resentful sneer. He stopped short, seeing me, and a quiver seemed to pass over his face. I knew in my heart to what to attribute the shadow over him that morning, but I had not expected that his face would be so distorted by it. I knew that he had an accumulation of anxieties, but it was revolting that I didn't know more than 1/10 part of them. The rest had been kept so far a dead secret from me. What made it stupid and revolting was that I often obtruded my sympathy on him, gave advice, and often laughed condescendingly at his weakness at being so upset about such trifles. He used to be silent, but he must have detested me at those moments. I was in an utterly false position and had no suspicion of it. Oh, I call God to witness that of the chief trouble I had no suspicion. He courteously held out his hand to me, however. Versalov nodded without interrupting himself. I stretched myself on the sofa. My tone and manners were horrible at that time. My swagger went even further. I used to treat his acquaintances as though they were my own. Oh, if it could only be done all over again, I should know how to behave very differently. 2 words that I may not forget. Prince Sergei was still living in the same flat, but now occupied almost the whole of it. Mademoiselle Stolbiev, whose flat it was, after staying only a month, had gone away again. 2. They were talking of the aristocracy. I may mention that Prince Sergei grew sometimes much excited over this subject in spite of his progressive notions. I suspect indeed that many of his misdoings had their source and origin in this idea. Attaching great significance to his princely rank, he threw money away in all directions, although he was a beggar, and became involved in debt. Versalov had more than once hinted that this extravagance was not the essence of princeliness, and tried to instill into him a higher conception of it. But Prince Sergei had begun to show signs of resentment at being instructed. Evidently there had been something of the same sort that morning, but I hadn't arrived in time for the beginning of it. Versalov's words struck me at first as reactionary, but he made up for that later on. "The word honor means duty," he said. "I only give the sense as far as I remember it. When the upper class rules in a state, the country is strong. The upper class always has its sense of honor and its code of honor, which may be imperfect, but almost always serves as a bond and strengthens the country, an advantage morally and still more politically. But the slaves, that is, all those not belonging to the ruling class, suffer. They are given equal rights to prevent their suffering. That's what has been done with us, and it's an excellent thing. But in all experience so far, in Europe that is to say, a weakening of the sense of honor and duty has followed the establishment of equal rights. Egoism has replaced the old consolidating principle, and the whole system has been shattered on the rock of personal freedom. The emancipated masses, left with no sustaining principle, have ended by losing all sense of cohesion, till they have given up defending the liberties they have gained. But the Russian type of aristocrat has never been like the European nobility. Our nobility, even now that it has lost its privileges, might remain the leading class as the upholders of honor, enlightenment, science, and higher culture, and what is of the greatest importance, without cutting themselves into a separate caste, which would be the death of the idea. On the contrary, the entrance to this class has been thrown open long ago among us, and now the time has come to open it completely. Let every honorable and valiant action, every great achievement in science enable a man to gain the ranks of the highest class. In that way, the class is automatically transformed into an assembly of the best people in a true and literal sense, not in the sense in which it was said of the privileged caste in the past. In this new, or rather renewed form, the class might be retained. The prince smiled sarcastically. "What sort of an aristocracy would that be? It's some sort of Masonic lodge you're sketching, not an aristocracy." Prince Sergei had been, I repeat, extremely ill-educated. I turned over with vexation on the sofa, though I was far from agreeing with Versalov. Versalov quite understood that the prince was sneering. "I don't know in what sense you talk of a Masonic lodge," he answered. "Well, if even a Russian prince recoils from such an idea, no doubt the time for it has not arrived. The idea of honor and enlightenment as the sacred keys that unlock for any man the portals of a class thus continually renewed is, of course, a utopia. But why is it an impossible one? If the thought is living only in a few brains, it is not yet lost, but shines like a tiny flame in the depths of darkness." "You are fond of using such words as higher culture, great idea, sustaining principle, and such. I should like to know what you mean exactly by a great idea." "I really don't know how to answer that question, dear Prince," Versalov responded with a subtle smile. "If I confess to you that I myself am not able to answer, it would be more accurate. A great idea is most often a feeling which sometimes remains too long undefined. I only know that it's that which has been the source of living life, gay, joyous life, I mean, not theoretical and artificial, so that the great idea from which it flows is absolutely indispensable to the general vexation, of course." "Why vexation?" "Because to live with ideas is dreary, and it's always gay without them." The prince swallowed the rebuke. "And what do you mean by this living life, as you call it?" He was evidently cross. "I don't know that either, Prince. I only know that it must be something very simple, the most everyday thing, staring us in the face, a thing of every day, every minute, and so simple that we can never believe it to be so simple. And we've naturally been passing it by for thousands of years without noticing it or recognizing it." "I only meant to say that your idea of the aristocracy is equivalent to denying the aristocracy," observed Prince Sergei. "Well, if you will have it so, perhaps there never has been an aristocracy in Russia." "All this is very obscure and vague. If one says something, one ought, to my mind, to explain it." Prince Sergei contracted his brows and stole a glance at the clock on the wall. Versalov got up and took his hat. "Explain?" he said. "No, it's better not to. Besides, I've a passion for talking without explanations. That's really it. And there's another strange thing. If it happens that I try to explain an idea I believe in, it almost always happens that I cease to believe what I have explained. I'm afraid of that fate now. Goodbye, dear Prince. I always chatter unpardonably with you." He went out. The prince escorted him politely, but I felt offended. "What are you ruffling up your feathers about?" he fired off suddenly, walking past me to his bureau without looking at me. "I'm ruffling up my feathers," I began with a tremor in my voice, "because finding in you such a queer change of tone to me and even to Versalov, Versalov may, of course, have begun in rather a reactionary way, but afterwards he made up for it, and there was perhaps a profound meaning in what he said, but you simply didn't understand, and I simply don't care to have people putting themselves forward to teach me and treating me as though I were a schoolboy," he snapped out almost wrathfully. "Prince, such expressions—" "Please spare me theatrical flourishes, if you will be so kind. I know that what I am doing is contemptible, that I'm a spendthrift, a gambler, perhaps a thief. Yes, a thief, for I gamble away the money belonging to my family. But I don't want anybody's judgment. I don't want it, and I won't have it. I'm the judge of my own actions. And why this ambiguity? If he wants to say anything to me, let him say it straight out, and not go in for this mysterious prophetic twaddle. To tell me all this, he ought to have the right to. He ought to be an honorable man himself." "In the first place, I didn't come in at the beginning, and I don't know what you were talking about. And secondly, what has Versalov done dishonorable, allow me to ask?" "Please, that's enough. You asked me for 300 rubles yesterday. Here it is." He laid the money on the table before me, sat down in the armchair, leaned nervously against the back of it, and crossed one leg over the other. I was thrown into confusion. "I don't know," I muttered. "Though I did ask you for it, and though I do need the money now, since you take such a tone—" "Don't
Talk about tone. If I spoke sharply, you must excuse me. I assure you that I've no thoughts to spare for it. Listen to this. I've had a letter from Moscow. My brother Sasha, who's only a child, as you know, died 4 days ago. My father, as you know, has been paralyzed for the last 2 years, and now they write to me he's worse. He can't utter a word and knows nobody. They were relieved to get the inheritance and want to take him abroad, but the doctor writes that he's not likely to live a fortnight. So I'm left with my mother and sister. That is, almost alone. In fact, I'm alone. This fortune, oh, it would have been better perhaps if it had not come to me at all. But this is what I wanted to tell you. I promised Andrei Petrovich a minimum of 20,000. And meanwhile, only imagine, owing to legal formalities, I've been able to do nothing. I haven't even... my father, has not yet been informed of the inheritance. And meanwhile, I've lost so much money during the last 3 weeks, and that scoundrel Stebelkov charges such a rate of interest. I've given you almost the last.
Oh, Prince, if that's how it is...
I didn't mean that. Stebelkov will bring some today, no doubt, and there'll be enough to go on with. But what the devil's one to think of Stebelkov? I entreated him to get me 10,000, so that I might at least give Andrei Petrovich that much. It worries me, it plagues me to think of my promise to give him a third. I gave my word, and I must keep it, and I swear I'll do my utmost to free myself from obligations in that direction anyhow. They weigh upon me, they're insufferable. This burdensome tie. I can't bear to see Andrei Petrovich, for I can't look him in the face. Why does he take advantage of it?
What does he take advantage of, Prince? I stood before him in amazement. Has he ever so much as hinted at it?
Oh no, and I appreciate it. It's I who reproach myself, and in fact I'm getting more and more involved. This Stebelkov...
Listen, Prince, do calm yourself, please. I see you get more excited the more you talk, and yet it may be all imagination. Oh, I've got myself into difficulties, too, unpardonably, contemptibly, but I know it's only temporary, and as soon as I win back a certain sum, then... I say with this 300, I owe you 2,500, don't I?
I'm not asking it from you, I believe,
the prince said suddenly with a sneer. You say 10,000 for Versalov. If I borrow from you now, the money will be taken off Versalov's 20,000. Otherwise, I won't consent. But I shall certainly pay it back myself. But can you possibly imagine that Versalov comes to you to get the money?
It would be easier for me if he did come for the money,
Prince Sergei observed enigmatically. You talk of some burdensome tie. If you mean with Versalov and me, upon my soul, it's an insult. And you say, why isn't he what he preaches? That's your logic. And in the first place, it's not logic, allow me to tell you, for even if he's not, he can't help saying what's true. And besides, why do you talk about preaching? You call him a prophet. Tell me, was it you who called him a petticoat prophet in Germany?
No, it was not I.
Stebelkov told me it was you.
He told a lie. I'm no hand at giving derisive nicknames. But if a man preaches honor, he ought to be honorable himself. That's my logic. And if it's incorrect, I don't care. I prefer it to be so. And I won't have anyone dare to come and judge me in my own house and treat me like a baby. That's enough, he shouted, waving his hand to stop me. Ah, at last.
The door opened and Stebelkov walked in. 3. He was exactly the same, just as jauntily dressed, and squared his chest and stared into one's face as stupidly as ever, imagining that he was being very sly and exceedingly well satisfied with himself. On this occasion he looked about him in a strange way on entering. There was a look of peculiar caution and penetration in his face, as though he wanted to guess something from our countenances. He instantly subsided, however, and his face beamed with a self-satisfied smile, that pardonably insolent smile which was yet unspeakably repulsive to me. I had known for a long time that he was a great torment to Prince Sergei. He had come once or twice when I was present. I too had had a transaction with him during that month, but on this occasion I was rather surprised at the way he came in. "In a minute," Prince Sergei said without greeting him, and turning his back on us both, he began looking in his desk for the necessary papers and accounts. As for me, I was mortally offended by his last words. The suggestion that Versilov was dishonorable was so clear and so astonishing that it could not be allowed to pass without a full explanation. But that was impossible before Stebolkov. I reclined on the sofa again and turned over a book that was lying before me. "Bielinsky, Part 2. That's something new. Are you trying to cultivate your mind?" I exclaimed, I fancy very unnaturally. He was busily engaged and in great haste, but at my words he turned. "I beg you to leave that book alone," he brought out sharply. This was beyond all endurance, especially before Stebolkov. To make it worse, Stebolkov made a sly and loathsome smirk and made a stealthy sign to me in Prince Sergei's direction. I turned away from the fool. "Don't be angry, Prince. I'll leave you to your most important visitor, and meanwhile I'll disappear." I made up my mind to be casual in my manner. "Is that me, the most important visitor?" Stebolkov put in, jocosely pointing at himself with his finger. "Yes, you. You're the most important person, and you know it, too." "No, excuse me. Everywhere in the world there's a second person. I am a second person. There's a first person and a second person. The first acts and the second takes. So the first person turns into the second person, and the second person turns into the first person. Is that so or not?" "It may be so, but as usual, I don't understand you." "Excuse me. In France there was a revolution and everyone was executed. Napoleon came along and took everything. The revolution is the first person and Napoleon the second person. But it turned out that the revolution became the second person and Napoleon became the first person. Is that right?" I may observe, by the way, that in his speaking to me of the French Revolution, I saw an instance of his own cunning which amused me very much. He still persisted in regarding me as some sort of revolutionist, and whenever he met me, thought it necessary to begin on some topic of the sort. "Come along," said Prince Sergei, and they went together into the other room. As soon as I was alone, I made up my mind to give him back the 300 as soon as Stebolkov had gone. I needed the money terribly, still I resolved to do so. They remained in the other room, and for 10 minutes I heard nothing. Then suddenly they began talking loudly. They were both talking, but Prince Sergei suddenly shouted as though in violent irritation, approaching frenzy. He was sometimes very hasty, so that I was not surprised. But at that moment, a footman came in to announce a visitor. I motioned him to the other room, and instantly there was silence there. Prince Sergei came out with an anxious face, though he smiled. The footman hastened away, and half a minute later a visitor came in. It was a visitor of great consequence, with shoulder knots and a family crest. He was a gentleman, not over 30, of high rank and of severe appearance. I may remark that Prince Sergei did not really belong to the highest circles in Petersburg, in spite of his passionate desire to do so. I was aware of this desire, and so he must have been glad to see a visitor like this. The acquaintance had, as I knew, only been formed through great efforts on the part of Prince Sergei. The guest was returning Prince Sergei's visit, and unhappily came upon him at the wrong moment. I saw Prince Sergei look at Stebolkov with an agonized and hopeless expression, but Stebolkov encountered his eyes as though nothing whatever were the matter, and without the faintest idea of effacing himself, sat down on the sofa with a free and easy air, and began passing his hand through his hair, probably to display his independence. He even assumed an important countenance. In fact, he was utterly impossible. As for me, I knew, of course, how to behave decently even then, and should never have disgraced anyone. But what was my amazement when I caught on Prince Sergei's face the same hopeless, miserable, and vindictive look directed at me. He was ashamed of us both then, and put me on a level with Stebolkov. That idea drove me to fury. I lulled even more at my ease and began turning over the leaves of the book as though the position were no concern of mine. Stebelkov, on the contrary, bent forward open-eyed to listen to their conversation, probably supposing that this was a polite and affable thing to do. The visitor glanced once or twice at Stebelkov, and at me too, indeed. They talked of family news. This gentleman had at some time known Prince Sergei's mother, who was one of a distinguished family. From what I could gather, in spite of his politeness and the apparent good nature of his tone, the visitor was very formal and evidently valued his own dignity so highly as to consider a visit from him an honor to anyone whatever. Had Prince Sergei been alone, that is, had we not been present, he would certainly have been more dignified and more resourceful. As it was, something tremulous in his smile, possibly an excess of politeness, and a strange absent-mindedness betrayed him. They had hardly been sitting there 5 minutes when another visitor was announced, also of the compromising kind. I knew this one very well and had heard a great deal about him, though he did not know me at all. He was still quite a young man, though 23, who was handsome and elegantly dressed and had a fine house, but moved in distinctly doubtful circles. A year before he had been serving in one of the smartest cavalry regiments, but had been forced to give up his commission, and everyone knew for what reason. His relations had even advertised in the papers that they would not be responsible for his debts, but he still continued his profligate manner of life, borrowing money at 10% a month, playing desperately in gambling circles, and squandering his money on a notorious Frenchwoman. A week before, he had succeeded one evening in winning 12,000 rubles and was triumphant. He was on friendly terms with Prince Sergei. They often played together tete-a-tete. But Prince Sergei positively shuddered seeing him now. I noticed this from where I lay. This youth made himself at home everywhere, talked with noisy gaiety, saying anything that came into his head without restraint, and of course it could never have occurred to him that our host was in such a panic over the impression his associates would make upon his important visitor. He interrupted their conversation by his entrance, and began at once describing his play on the previous day before he had even sat down. "I believe you were there too," he said, breaking off at the third sentence to address the important gentleman, mistaking him for one of his own set, but looking at him more closely, he cried at once, "Oh, I beg your pardon. I mistook you for one of the party yesterday."
"Alexey Vladimirovich Darzan, Ippolit Alexandrovich Nastchokin."
Prince Sergei made haste to introduce them. This youth could still be introduced. He belonged to a good family, and it was a distinguished name. But us he did not introduce, and we went on sitting in our corners. I absolutely refused to turn my head in their direction, but Stebelkov began smirking gleefully at the sight of the young man, and was unmistakably threatening to begin talking. This began to amuse me. "I met you several times last year at Countess Verezhin's," said Darzan.
"I remember you, but I believe you were in military uniform then," Nastchokin observed genially.
"Yes, I was, but thanks to... But Stebelkov here, how does he come here? It's just thanks to these pretty gentlemen here that I'm not in the army now." He pointed to Stebelkov and burst out laughing. Stebelkov laughed gleefully too, probably taking it as a compliment. Prince Sergei blushed and made haste to address a question to Nastchokin, and Darzan, going up to Stebelkov, began talking something very warmly, though in a whisper.
"I believe you saw a great deal of Katerina Nikolaevna Amakov abroad?" the visitor asked Prince Sergei. "Oh, yes, I knew her." "I believe we shall soon be hearing a piece of news about her. They say she's engaged to Baron Buring."
"That's true," cried Darzan.
"Do you know it for a fact?"
Prince Sergei asked Nastchokin with evident agitation, bringing out his question with peculiar emphasis.
"I've been told so, and people are talking about it, but I don't know it for a fact."
"Oh, it is a fact," said Darzan, going up to him. "Dubasov told me so yesterday. He's always the first to know news like that. Yes, and the prince ought to know." Nastchokin waited till Darzan had finished and turned to Prince Sergei again.
She's not very often seen now. Her father has been ill for the last month, Prince Sergei observed dryly.
She's a lady of many adventures, Darzan blurted out suddenly. I raised my head and sat up. I have the pleasure of knowing Katerina Nikolaevna personally, and I take upon myself the duty of declaring that all scandalous stories about her are mere lies and infamy, and invented by those who have sought her favor without success. After this stupid outburst, I relapsed into silence, still sitting upright and gazing at them all with a flushed face. Everyone turned to me, but Stebelkov suddenly guffawed. Darzan, too, simpered and seemed surprised.
Arkady Mikhailovich Dolgoruky, said Prince Sergei, indicating me to Darzan.
Oh, believe me, Prince, said Darzan, frankly and good-naturedly addressing me. I am only repeating what I've heard. If there are rumors, they have not been of my spreading. I did not mean it for you, I answered quickly, but Stebelkov had burst into an outrageous roar of laughter, caused, as he explained afterwards, by Darzan's having addressed me as Prince. My diabolical surname had got me into a mess again. Even now I blush at the thought that I had not the courage, through shame of course, to set right this blunder and to protest aloud that I was simply Dolgoruky. It was the first time in my life I had let it pass. Darzan looked in perplexity at me and at Stebelkov's laughter. Ah, yes, who was the pretty girl I met on the stairs just now? A slim, fair little thing, he suddenly asked Prince Sergei.
I really don't know,
the latter answered quickly, reddening. How should you? Laughed Darzan.
Though it might have been,
Prince Sergei faltered oddly. It was this gentleman's sister, Lizaveta Makarovna, said Stebelkov, suddenly pointing to me, for I met her just now, too.
Ah, indeed, Prince Sergei put in quickly, speaking this time, however, with an extremely grave and dignified expression. It must have been Lizaveta Makarovna, who is a great friend of Anna Fyodorovna Stolbiev, in whose flat I am staying. She must have come today to see Darya Anisimovna, another of Anna Fyodorovna's great friends, whom she left in charge of the house when she went away.
This was all true. Darya Anisimovna was the mother of poor Olya, whose story I have told already. Tatiana Pavlovna had found a refuge for the poor woman at last with Mademoiselle Stolbiev. I know very well that Liza had been sometimes at Mademoiselle Stolbiev's, and had lately visited there Darya Anisimovna, of whom everyone at home was very fond. But after this statement by Prince Sergei, sensible as it was, however, and still more Stebelkov's stupid outburst, and perhaps because I had been called Prince, I suddenly flushed all over. Luckily, at that very instant, Nastyokin stood up to take leave. He offered his hand to Darzan also. At the moment, Stebelkov and I were left alone. He nodded his head to me in the direction of Darzan, who was standing in the doorway with his back to us. I shook my fist at Stebelkov. A minute later, Darzan, too, got up to go, after arranging with Prince Sergei to meet him next day at some place, a gambling house, I believe. As he went out, he shouted something to Stebelkov and made me a slight bow. Hardly had he gone out when Stebelkov jumped up and stood in the middle of the room, pointing to the ceiling with his finger. I'll tell you the trick that fine young gentleman played last week. He gave an IOU to Averyanov and signed a false name to it. That IOU is still in existence, but it's not been honored. It's criminal. 8,000. And no doubt that IOU is in your hands, I cried, glaring at him savagely. I have a bank. I have a Monte de Piete. I am not a broker. Have you heard that there is a Monte de Piete in Paris? Bread and benevolence for the poor. I have a Monte de Piete. Prince Sergei rudely and angrily cut him short. What are you doing here? What are you staying for? But, Stebelkov blinked rapidly. What about that? Won't it do? No, 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 Prince Sergei shouted, stamping. I've said so. Well, if so, that's so, but that's a mistake. He turned abruptly, and with bowed head and bent spine, went quickly out of the room. Prince Sergei called after him when he was in the doorway. You may as well know, sir, that I am not in the least afraid of you. He was very much irritated. He was about to sit down, but glancing at me, remained standing. His eyes seemed to say to me also,
"Why are you hanging about here too?"
"Prince, I was beginning.
"I've really no time to listen, Arkady Makarovich. I'm just going out."
"1 minute, Prince. It's very important. And to begin with, take back your 300.
"What's this now?"
He was walking up and down, but he stopped short. "This now is that after all that has passed, and what you've said about Versalov, that he was dishonorable, and in fact your tone all the time. In short, I can't possibly take it."
"You've been taking it for the last month, though."
He suddenly sat down on the chair. I was standing at the table, and with one hand I patted the volume of Bielensky, while I held my hat in the other. "I had different feelings, Prince, and in fact I would never have brought it to such a sum. It was the gambling. In short, I can't."
"You have not distinguished yourself today, and so you are in a rage. I'll ask you to leave that book alone."
"What does that mean, not distinguished myself? And in fact, before your visitors, you almost put me on a level with Stebelkov."
"So that's the key to the riddle," he said with a biting smile. "You were abashed by Darzan's calling you Prince, too."
He laughed spitefully. I flared up. "I simply don't understand. I wouldn't take your title as a gift."
"I know your character. How absurdly you cried out in defense of Mademoiselle Amakov. Let that book alone."
"What's the meaning of it?" I cried.
"Let the book alone,"
he yelled suddenly, drawing himself up in the low chair with a ferocious movement, as though about to spring at me. "This is beyond all limits," I said, and I walked quickly out of the room, but before I had reached the end of the drawing room, he shouted to me from the study,
"Arkady Makarovich, come back! Come back! Come back!"
I went on without heeding. He hastily overtook me, seized me by the arm, and dragged me back into the study. I did not resist.
"Take it,"
he said, pale with excitement, handing me the 300 rubles I had thrown on the table.
"You must take it, or else you must."
"Prince, how can I take it?"
"Oh, I'll beg your pardon, if you like. All right, forgive me."
"I have always liked you, Prince, and if you feel the same—"
"I do. Take it."
I took the money. His lips were trembling. "I can understand, Prince, that you are exasperated by that scoundrel. But I won't take it, Prince, unless we kiss each other, as we have done when we've quarreled before." I was trembling, too, as I said this.
"Now for sentimentality,"
muttered Prince Sergei with an embarrassed smile, but he bent down and kissed me. I shuddered. At the instant he kissed me, I caught on his face an unmistakable look of aversion. "Did he bring you the money anyway?"
Never mind."
"I was asking on your account."
"Yes, he did. He did."
"Prince, we have been friends, and in fact, Versalov—"
Yes, that's all right."
"And in fact, I really don't know about this 300. I was holding the money in my hand.
Take it! Take it!
He smiled again, but there was something very vicious in his smile. I took the money. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. Part 2, Chapter 3 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 3. I took the money because I loved him. If anyone disbelieves this, I must inform him that at the moment when I took the money, I was firmly convinced that I could have obtained it from another source. And so I really took it, not because I was in desperate straits, but from delicacy, not to hurt his feelings. Alas, that was how I reasoned at the time, but yet my heart was very heavy as I went out from him. I had seen that morning an extraordinary change in his attitude to me, He had never taken such a tone before, and as regards Versalov, it was a case of positive mutiny. Stebolkov had no doubt annoyed him very much that morning, but he had begun to be the same before seeing Stebolkov. I repeat once more, the change from his original manner might indeed have been noticed for some days past, but not in the same way, not in the same degree. That was the point. The stupid gossip about that Major Baron Boring might have some effect on him. I, too, had been disturbed by it, but the fact is, I had something else in my heart at that time that shone so resplendent that I heedlessly let many things pass unnoticed, made haste to let them pass, to get rid of them, to go back to that resplendence. It was not yet 1 o'clock. From Prince Sergei's I drove with my Matvey straight off to, it will hardly be believed to whom, to Stebolkov! The fact is that he had surprised me that morning not so much by turning up at Prince Sergei's, for he had promised to be there, as by the way he had winked at me. He had a stupid habit of doing so, but that morning it had been apropos of a different subject from what I had expected. An evening before, a note had come from him by post, which had rather puzzled me. In it he begged me to go to him between 2 and 3 today, and that he might inform me of facts that would be a surprise to me. And in reference to that letter he had that morning at Prince Sergei's made no sign whatever. What sort of secrets could there be between Stebolkov and me? Such an idea was positively ridiculous, but after all that had happened, I felt a slight excitement as I drove off to him. I had, of course, a fortnight before applied to him for money, and he was ready to lend it, but for some reason we did not come to terms, and I did not take the money. On that occasion, too, he had muttered something vague, as his habit was, and I had fancied he wanted to make me some offer, to suggest some special conditions, and as I had treated him disdainfully every time I had met him at Prince Sergei's, I proudly cut short any idea of special terms, though he pursued me to the door. I borrowed the money afterwards from Prince Sergei.
Stebolkov lived in a very comfortable style. He had his own establishment, a flat of 4 rooms, with handsome furniture, men and women servants, and a housekeeper who was, however, by no means young. I went in angrily. "Listen, my good man," I began from the door. "To begin with, what's the meaning of that letter? I don't care for letters to be passing between us. And why did you not make any statement you wanted to make at Prince Sergei's this morning? I was at your service. And why did you hold your tongue too this morning instead of questioning me?" he said with a broad grin of intense self-satisfaction. "Because it's not I want something of you, but you want something of me," I cried, suddenly growing hot. "Why have you come to see me, if that's so?" he cried, almost jumping out of his chair with glee. I turned instantly and would have gone out, but he seized me by my shoulder. No, I was joking. It's a matter of importance, as you'll see for yourself." I sat down. I must admit I was inquisitive. We were seated facing one another at the end of a big writing table. He smiled slyly and was just holding up his finger. "None of your slyness, please, and no fingers either, and above all, none of your allegories. Come straight to the point, or I'll go away at once," I cried angrily again. "You are proud," he pronounced in a tone of stupid reproach, rocking in his easy chair and turning his wrinkled forehead towards the ceiling. "One has to be with you." "You took money from Prince Sergei today, 300 rubles. I have money too. My money is better than his." "How do you know I took it?" I asked, greatly astonished. "He told me. Don't worry yourself. In the course of conversation it happened to come up. It just happened to come up. It was not on purpose. He told me. And you need not have taken it. Is that so or not?" "But I hear that you squeeze out an exorbitant interest." "I have a mont de piete, but I don't squeeze. I only lend to friends and not to other people. The mont de piete is for them." This mont de piete was an ordinary pawnbroker's shop, which flourished under another name in a different quarter of town. "But I lend large sums to friends." "Why, is Prince Sergei such a friend of yours?" "A friend, but he plays the fool, and he'd better not dare to play the fool." "Why is he so much in your power? Does he owe you a great deal?" "He does owe a great deal." "He'll pay you. He has come into a fortune." "That is not his fortune. He owes money, and owes something else, too. The fortune's not enough. I'll lend to you without interest." "As though I were a friend, too? How have I earned that? I laughed. You will earn it. Again he rocked his whole person forward on a level with me, and was again holding up his fingers. Stabokov, speak without flourishing your fingers, or I go. I say, he may marry Anna Andreevna, and he screwed up his left eye fiendishly. Listen, Stabokov, your conversation is taking a scandalous turn. How dare you utter the name of Anna Andreevna? Don't lose your temper. I am listening, though it's against the grain, for I see clearly you have something up your sleeve, and I want to find out what it is. But you may try my patience too far, Stabokov. Don't be angry, don't be proud. Humble your pride a little and listen, and then you'll be proud again. You know, of course, about Anna Andreevna. The prince may make a match, you know, of course. I have heard of the idea, of course. I know all about it, but I have never spoken to Prince Sergei about it. I only know that the idea originated with old Prince Sokolsky, who is ill now, but I have never talked to him about it, and I have had nothing to do with it. I tell you this simply to make things clear. I will ask you in the first place, what is your object in mentioning it to me? And secondly, can Prince Sergei possibly discuss such subjects with you? He does not discuss them with me. He does not want to discuss them with me, but I mention them to him, and he does not want to listen. He shouted at me this morning. I should think so. I commend him. Old Prince Sokolsky will give Anna Andreevna a good dowry. She's a favorite. Then when the prince marries her, he'll repay me all the money he owes, and he will pay other debts as well. He'll certainly pay them, but now he has nothing to pay with. What do you want of me? To answer the great question, you are known everywhere. You go everywhere. You can find out anything. Oh, damnation. Find out what? Whether Prince Sergei wishes it, whether Anna Andreevna wishes it, whether the old prince wishes it. And you dare propose that I should be your spy? And for money? I burst out indignantly. Don't be too proud. Don't be too proud. Humble your pride only a little. Only for 5 minutes. He made me sit down again. He was evidently not intimidated by my words or gestures, but I made up my mind to hear him out. I must find out quickly. Find out quickly because it will soon be too late. You saw how he swallowed the pill this morning when the officer mentioned the Baron for Mademoiselle Amakov. I certainly demeaned myself by listening further, but my curiosity was irresistibly aroused. Listen, you worthless fellow, I said resolutely. Though I'm sitting here and listening and allow you to speak of such persons and even answer you, it's not in the least that I admit your right to do so. I simply see in it some piece of rascality, and in the first place, what hopes can Prince Sergei have in reference to Katerina Nikolaevna? None whatever, yet he is furious. That's untrue. Yes, he is. Mademoiselle Amakov is no go then now. He has lost that stake. Now he has only Anna Andreevna to fall back on. I will give you 2,000 without interest and without an IOU. Having delivered himself of this, he sat back in his chair with a determined and important expression and stared goggle-eyed at me. I too stared. You've a suit from Bolshaya Miliona. You need money. You want money. My money's better than his. I will give you more than 2,000. But what for? What for? Damn it all! I stamped my foot. He bent towards me and brought out impressively, For you not to hinder. But I'm not interfering as it is, I shouted. I know that you are holding your tongue. That's excellent. I don't want your approbation. For my part, I am very anxious for it myself. But I consider it's not my business, and in fact that it would be unseemly for me to meddle. There, you see, unseemly. He held up his finger. What do you see? Unseemly, ha! And he suddenly laughed. I understand that it would be unseemly of you, but you won't interfere? He winked. But in that wink, there was something so insolent, so low, and even jeering. Evidently he was assuming some meanness on my part and was reckoning upon it. That was clear, but I hadn't a notion what was meant. Anna Andreevna is your sister, too, he pronounced insinuatingly. Don't you dare speak of that, and in fact, don't dare to speak of Anna Andreevna at all. Don't be too proud. Only one more minute. Listen, he will get the money and provide for everyone, Stebelkov said impressively. Everyone. You follow? So you think I'll take money from him? You are taking it now. I'm taking my own. How is it your own? It's Versalav's money. He owes Versalov 20,000. Versalov then, not you. Versalov is my father. No, you are a Dolgoruky, not a Versalov. It's all the same. Yes, indeed, I was able to argue like that then. I knew it was not the same. I was not so stupid as all that. But again, it was from delicacy that I reasoned so. Enough! I cried. I can't make out what you were talking about, and how dare you ask me to come for such nonsense? Can you really not understand? Is it on purpose or not? Stebelkov brought out slowly, looking at me with a penetrating and incredulous smile. I swear I don't understand. I tell you, he'll be able to provide for everyone. You've only not to interfere, and don't try to persuade him. You must have gone out of your mind. Why do you keep trotting out that everyone? Do you mean he'll provide for Versalov? You're not the only one. Nor Versalov either. There's someone else, too. And Anna Andreevna is just as much your sister as Lizaveta Makarovna. I gazed at him open-eyed. There was a sudden glimpse of something like compassion for me in his loathsome eyes. You don't understand. So much the better. That's good. Very good that you don't understand. It's very laudable if you really don't understand. I was absolutely furious. Go to hell with your silly nonsense, you madman, I shouted, taking up my hat. It's not silly nonsense. So you are going, but you'll come again, you know. No, I rapped out in the doorway. You'll come, and then we shall have another talk. That will be the real talk. 2,000. Remember. 2. He made such a filthy and confused impression on me that when I got out I tried not to think of it at all, but dismissed it with a curse. The idea that Prince Sergei was capable of talking to him of me and of that money stabbed me like a pin. I'll win and pay him back today, I thought resolutely. Stupid and inarticulate as Stebelkov was, I had seen the full-blown scoundrel in all his glory. And what mattered most to me, it was impossible to avoid intrigue in this business. Only I had not the time just then to go into any sort of intrigues, and that may have been the chief reason why I was blind as a hen. I looked anxiously at my watch, but it was not yet 2:00, so it was still possible to pay a call. Otherwise, I should have been worn out with excitement before 3:00. I went to Anna Andreevna Versalov, my sister. I had got to know her some time before at my old prince's, during his illness. He thought that I had not seen him for 3 or 4 days, fretted my conscience, but I was reckoning on Anna Andreevna. The old prince had become extremely attached to her of late, and even spoke of her to me as his guardian angel. And by the way, the idea of marrying her to Prince Sergei really had occurred to the old prince, and he had even expressed it more than once to me, in secret, of course. I had mentioned this suggestion to Versalov, for I had noticed that though he was so indifferent to all the practical affairs of life, he seemed particularly interested whenever I told him of my meeting Anna Andreevna. When I mentioned the old prince's idea, Versalov muttered that Anna Andreevna had plenty of sense and was quite capable of getting out of a delicate position without the advice of outsiders. Stebelkov was right, of course, in saying that the old man meant to give her a dowry, but how could he dare to reckon on getting anything out of it? Prince Sergei had shouted after him that morning that he was not in the least afraid of him. Surely Stebelkov had not actually spoken to him of Anna Andreevna in the study. I could fancy how furious I should have been in Prince Sergei's place. I had been to see Anna Andreevna pretty often of late. But there was one queer thing about my visits. It always happened that she arranged for me to come and certainly expected me, but when I went in, she always made a pretense of my having come unexpectedly and by chance. I noticed this peculiarity in her, but I became much attached to her nevertheless. She lived with Mademoiselle Fenaryatov, her grandmother, as an adopted child, of course. Versolov had never contributed anything for her keep. But she was very far from being in the position in which the protégés of illustrious ladies are usually described as being. For instance, the one in the house of the old countess in Pushkin's Queen of Spades. Anna Andreevna was more in the position of the countess herself. She lived quite independently in the house. That is to say, though in the same story and in the same flat as the Fenaryatovs, she had 2 rooms completely apart, so that I, for instance, never once met any of the family as I went in or came out. She was free to receive any visitors she liked and to employ her time as she chose. It is true that she was in her 23rd year. She had almost given up going out into society of late, though Mademoiselle Fenaryatov spared no expense for her granddaughter, of whom I was told she was very fond. Yet what I particularly liked about Anna Andreevna was that I always found her so quietly dressed and always occupied with something, a book or needlework. There was something of the convent, even of the nun about her, and I liked it very much. She was not very talkative, but she always spoke with judgment and knew how to listen, which I never did. When I told her that she reminded me of Versolov, though they had not a feature in common, she always flushed a little. She often blushed, and always quickly, invariably, with a faint blush, and I particularly liked this peculiarity in her face. I never spoke of Versolov by his surname, but always called him Andrei Petrovich, and this had somehow come to pass of itself. I gathered, indeed, that the Fenaryatovs must have been ashamed of Versolov, though, indeed, I only drew this conclusion from Anna Andreevna, and again, I'm not sure that the word ashamed is appropriate in this connection, but there was some feeling of that sort. I talked to her about Prince Sergei, and she listened eagerly, and was, I fancy, interested in what I told her of him. But it somehow happened that I always spoke of him of my own accord, and she never questioned me about him. Of the possibility of a marriage between them I had never dared to speak, though I often felt inclined to, for the idea was not without attraction to me. But there were very many things of which, in her room, I could not have ventured to speak, yet on the other hand I felt very much at home there. Another thing I liked was that she was so well educated and had read so much. Real books, too. She had read far more than I had. She had invited me the first time of her own accord. I realized even at the time that she might be reckoning on getting some information out of me at one time or another. Oh, lots of people were able to get information of all sorts out of me in those days. But what of it, I thought. It's not only for that she's asking me. In fact, I was positively glad to think I might be of use to her, and when I sat with her I always felt that I had a sister sitting beside me, though we never once spoke of our relationship by so much as a word or a hint, but behaved as though it did not exist at all. When I was with her, it was absolutely unthinkable to speak of it, and indeed, looking at her, I was struck with the absurd notion that she might perhaps know nothing of our relationship. So completely did she ignore it in her manner to me. 3. When I went in, I found Lisa with her. This almost astonished me. I knew very well that they had seen each other before. They had met over the baby. I will, perhaps later on, if I have space, tell how Anna Andreevna, always so proud and so delicate, was possessed by the fantastic desire to see that baby, and how she had there met Lisa. But yet I had not expected that Anna Andreevna would ever have invited Lisa to come see her. It was a pleasant surprise to me. Giving no sign of this, of course, I greeted Anna Andreevna, and warmly pressing Lisa's hand, sat down beside her. Both were busily occupied. Spread out on the table and on their knees was an evening dress of Anna Andreevna's, expensive but old, that is, worn 3 times, and Anna Andreevna wanted to alter it. Lisa was a master hand at such work, and had real taste, and so a solemn council of wise women was being held. I recalled Versolov's words and laughed, and indeed I was in a radiantly happy state of mind.
"You are in very good spirits today, and that's very pleasant,"
observed Anna Andreevna, uttering her words gravely and distinctly. Her voice was a rich mellow contralto, and she always spoke quietly and gently with a droop of her long eyelashes and a faint smile on her pale face. Lisa knows how disagreeable I am when I am not in good spirits, I answered gaily.
Perhaps Anna Andreevna knows that too,
Mischievous Liva jibed at me. My darling, if I had known what was on her mind at that time.
What are you doing now?
Asked Anna Andreevna. I may remark that she had asked me to come and see her that day. I am sitting here wondering why I always prefer to find you reading rather than with needlework. Yes, really, needlework doesn't suit you somehow. I agree with Andrei Petrovich about that.
You still have not made up your mind to enter the university, then.
I am very grateful to you for not having forgotten our conversation. It shows you think of me sometimes. But about the university, my ideas are not quite definite. Besides, I have plans of my own.
That means he has a secret,
observed Lisa. Leave off joking, Lisa. Some clever person said the other day that by our progressive movement of the last 20 years, we had proved about everything that we are filthily uneducated. That was meant for our university men, too.
No doubt father said that, remarked Lisa. You very often repeat his ideas.
Lisa, you seem to think I've no mind of my own.
In these days, it's a good thing to listen to intelligent men and repeat their words, said Anna Andreevna, taking my part a little.
Just so, Anna Andreevna, I assented warmly. The man who doesn't think of the position of Russia today is no patriot. I look at Russia perhaps from a strange point of view. We lived through the Tatar invasion and afterwards 2 centuries of slavery, no doubt because they both suited our tastes. Now freedom has been given us, and we have to put up with freedom. Shall we know how to? Will freedom, too, turn out to suit our taste? That's the question. Lisa glanced quickly at Anna Andreevna, and the latter immediately cast down her eyes and began looking for something. I saw that Lisa was doing her utmost to control herself, but all at once our eyes chanced to meet, and she burst into a fit of laughter. I flared up. Lisa, you are insupportable. Forgive me, she said suddenly, leaving off laughing and speaking almost sadly. Goodness knows what I can be thinking about. And there was a tremor, almost as of tears in her voice. I felt horribly ashamed. I took her hand and kissed it warmly. You are very good, Anna Andreevna said softly, seeing me kiss Lisa's hand. I am awfully glad that I have found you laughing this time, Lisa, I said. Would you believe it, Anna Andreevna? Every time I have met her lately, she has greeted me with a strange look. And that look seemed to ask, has he found out something? Is everything all right? Really, there has been something like that about her. Anna Andreevna looked keenly and deliberately at her. Lisa dropped her eyes. I could see very clearly, however, that they were on much closer and more intimate terms than I could have possibly imagined. The thought was pleasant. You told me just now that I am good. You would not believe, Anna Andreevna, how much I change for the better when I'm with you, and how much I like being with you, I said with warmth. I am awfully glad that you say that just now, she answered with peculiar significance. I must mention that she never spoke to me of the reckless way I was living and the depths to which I was sinking, although I knew it. She was not only aware of all this, but even made inquiries about it indirectly. So that this now was something like the first hint on the subject, and my heart turned to her more warmly than ever. How is our patient? I asked. Oh, he is much better. He's up, and he went for a drive yesterday and again today. You don't mean to say you have not been to see him today? He's eagerly expecting you. I've behaved very badly to him. But now that you're looking after him and have quite taken my place, he is a gay deceiver and has thrown me over for you. A serious look came into her face, very possibly because my tone was rather too flippant. I've just been at Prince Sergei's, I muttered. And By the way, Lisa, you went to see Darya Anisimovna this morning, didn't you? Yes, she answered briefly without raising her head. But you do go to see the invalid every day, I believe, don't you? She asked suddenly, probably in order to say something. Yes, I go to see him, but I don't get there, I said, laughing. I go in and turn to the left. Even the prince has noticed that you go to see Katerina Nikolaevna very often. He was speaking of it yesterday and laughing, said Anna Andreevna. What? What did he laugh at? He was joking. You know his way.
He said that, on the contrary, the only impression that a young and beautiful woman makes on a young man of your age is one of anger and indignation.
Anna Andreevna broke into sudden laughter. "Listen, that was a very shrewd saying of his," I cried. "Most likely it was not he said it, but you said it to him."
"Why so? No, it was he said it."
"Well, but suppose the beautiful lady takes notice of him, in spite of his being so insignificant, of his standing in the corner and fuming at the thought that he is only a boy. Suppose she suddenly prefers him to the whole crowd of admirers surrounding her. What then?" I asked with a bold and defiant air. My head was throbbing. "Then you are completely done for," laughed Lisa. "Done for?" I cried. "No, I'm not done for. I believe that's false. If a woman stands across my path, she must follow me. I'm not going to be turned aside from my path with impunity." I remember Lisa once happened to mention long afterwards that I pronounced this phrase very strangely, earnestly, and as though reflecting deeply, and at the same time it was so absurd it was impossible to keep from laughing. Anna Andreevna did, in fact, laugh again. "Laugh at me! Laugh away!" I cried in exultation, for I was delighted with the whole conversation, and the tone of it. "From you, it's a pleasure to me. I love your laugh, Anna Andreevna. It's a peculiarity of yours to keep perfectly quiet, and then suddenly laugh, all in 1 minute, so that an instant before one could not guess what was coming from your face. I used to know a lady in Moscow. I used to sit in a corner and watch her from a distance. She was almost as handsome as you are, but she did not know how to laugh like you. Her face was as attractive as yours, but it lost all its attractiveness when she laughed. What's so particularly attractive in you is just that faculty. I have been meaning to tell you so for a long time." When I said of this Moscow lady that she was as handsome as you, I was not quite ingenuous. I pretended that the phrase had dropped from me unawares without my noticing it. I knew very well that such unconscious praise is more highly valued by a woman than the most polished compliment. And though Anna Andreevna might flush, I knew that it pleased her. And indeed, I invented the lady. I had known no such lady in Moscow. I had said so simply to compliment Anna Andreevna and give her pleasure.
"One really might imagine," she said with a charming laugh, "that you had come under the influence of some fair lady during the last few days."
I felt I was being carried away. I longed indeed to tell them something, but I refrained.
"By the way, only lately you spoke of Katerina Nikolaevna with very hostile feelings."
"If I did speak ill of her in any way," I cried with flashing eyes, "what's to blame for it is the monstrous slander that she is an enemy of Andrei Petrovich's. There's a libelous story about him, too, that he was in love with her, made her an offer, and other absurdities of the sort. The notion is as grotesque as the other scandalous story, that during her husband's lifetime she promised Prince Sergei to marry him as soon as she would be a widow, and afterwards would not keep her word. But I have it first-hand that it was not so at all, and that it was all only a joke. I know it first-hand. She did, in fact, when she was abroad, say to him in a playful moment, 'Perhaps in the future.' But what did that amount to beyond an idle word? I know very well that the prince on his side can attach no sort of consequence to such a promise, and indeed he has no intention of doing so," I added on second thoughts. "I fancy he has very different ideas in his head," I put in slyly. "Nascholkin said this morning at Prince Sergei's that Katerina Nikolaevna was to be married to Baron Buring. I assure you he received the news with the greatest equanimity. You can take my word for it."
"Has Nascholkin been at Prince Sergei's?"
Anna Andreevna asked with grave emphasis, apparently surprised. "Oh yes, he seems to be one of those highly respectable people."
"And did Nascholkin speak to him of this match with Buring?"
asked Anna Andreevna, showing sudden interest. "Not of the match, but of the possibility of one. He spoke of it as a rumor. He said there was such a rumor going the round of the drawing rooms. For my part, I am certain it's nonsense." Anna Andreevna pondered a moment and bent over her sewing. I love Prince Sergei, I added suddenly with warmth. He has his failings, no doubt. I have told you so already, especially a certain tendency to be obsessed by one idea. And indeed, his faults are a proof of the generosity of his heart, aren't they? But we almost had a quarrel with him today about an idea. It's his conviction that one must be honorable if one talks of what's honorable. If not, all that you say is a lie. Now, is that logical? Yet it shows the high standard of honesty, duty, and truth in his soul, doesn't it? Oh, good heavens, what time is it? I cried suddenly, happening to glance at the clock on the wall.
10 minutes to 3,
she responded tranquilly, looking at the clock. All the time I had talked of Prince Sergei, she listened to me with her eyes cast down with a rather sly but charming smile. She knew why I was praising him. Lisa listened with her head bent over her work. For some time past, she had taken no part in the conversation. I jumped up as though I were scalded.
Are you late for some appointment?
Yes. No. I am late, though, but I am just off. One word only, Anna Andreevna, I began with feeling. I can't help telling you today. I want to confess that I have often blessed your kindness and the delicacy with which you have invited me to see you. My acquaintance with you has made the strongest impression on me. In your room, I am, as it were, spiritually purified, and I leave you better than when I came. That's true. When I sit beside you, I am not only unable to speak of anything evil, I am incapable even of evil thoughts. They vanish away in your presence, and if I recall anything evil after seeing you, I feel ashamed of it at once. I am cast down and blush inwardly. And you know it pleased me particularly to find my sister with you today. It's a proof of your generosity, of such a fine attitude. In one word, you have shown something so sisterly, if I may be allowed to break the ice, too. As I spoke, she got up from her seat and turned more and more crimson. But suddenly she seemed in alarm at something, at the overstepping of some line which should not have been crossed, and she quickly interrupted me.
I assure you I appreciate your feelings with all my heart. I have understood them without words for a long time past.
She paused in confusion, pressing my hand. Lisa, unseen by her, suddenly pulled at my sleeve. I said goodbye and went out, but Lisa overtook me in the next room. 4. Lisa, why did you tug at my sleeve? I asked her.
She is horrid, she is cunning, she is not worth it. She keeps hold of you to get something out of you,
she murmured in a rapid, angry whisper. I had never before seen such a look on her face. For goodness sake, Lisa, she is such a delightful girl.
Well, then I'm horrid.
What's the matter with you?
I am very nasty. She may be the most delightful girl, and I am nasty. That's enough. Let me alone. Listen, Mother implores you about something of which she does not dare to speak. So she said, Arkady, darling, give up gambling, dear one. I entreat you, and so does Mother.
Lisa, I know that it's pitiful cowardice, but it's all of no consequence, really. You see, I've got into debt like a fool, and I want to win simply to pay it off. I can win, for till now I've been playing at random for the fun of the thing like a fool, but now I shall tremble over every ruble. It won't be me if I don't win. I have not got a passion for it. It's not important. It's simply a passing thing. I assure you I'm too strong to be unable to stop when I like. I'll pay back the money, and then I shall be altogether yours, and tell Mother that I shall stay with you always.
That 300 rubles cost you something this morning.
How do you know? I asked, startled.
Darya Anisimovna heard it all this morning.
But at that moment, Lisa pushed me behind the curtain, and we found ourselves in the so-called lantern, that is, a little circular room with windows all round it. Before I knew where we were, I caught the sound of a voice I knew, and the clang of spurs, and recognized a familiar footstep.
Prince Sergei,
I whispered.
Yes,
she whispered. Why are you so frightened?
It's nothing. I don't want him to meet me.
Tiens, you don't mean to say he's trying to flirt with you, I said, smiling. I'd give it to him if he did. Where are you going?
Let us go. I will come with you.
Have you said goodbye?
Yes, my coat's in the hall.
We went out. On the stairs I was struck by an idea. Do you know, Lisa, he may have to come to make her an offer.
No, he won't make her an offer.
she said firmly and deliberately in a low voice. You don't know, Lisa, though I quarreled with him this morning, since you've been told of it already, yet on my honor I really love him and wish him success. We made it up this morning. When we are happy, we are so good-natured. One sees in him many fine tendencies, and he has humane feelings, too, the rudiments anyway, and in the hands of such a strong and clever girl as Anna Andreevna, he would rise to her level and be happy. I am sorry I have no time to spare, but let us go a little way together. I should like to tell you something.
No, you go on. I'm not going that way. Are you coming to dinner?
I am coming. I am coming as I promised. Listen, Lisa, a low brute, a loathsome creature, in fact, called Stebolkov has a strange influence over his doings, an IOU. In short, he has him in his power, and he has pressed him so hard, and Prince Sergei has humiliated himself so far that neither of them see any way out of it except an offer to Anna Andreevna. And really she ought to be warned, though that's nonsense. She will set it all to rights later. But what do you think? Will she refuse him?
Goodbye, I am late,
Lisa muttered, and in the momentary look on her face I saw such hatred that I cried out in horror. Lisa, darling, what is it?
I am not angry with you, only don't gamble.
Oh, you are talking of that. I'm not going to.
You said just now, when we are happy. Are you very happy then?
Awfully, Lisa, awfully. Good heavens. Why, it's past 3:00. Goodbye, Lisa. Lizochka, darling, tell me, can one keep a woman waiting? Isn't it inexcusable?
Waiting to meet you, do you mean?
Said Lisa, faintly smiling with a sort of lifeless, trembling smile. Give me your hand for luck.
For luck? My hand? I won't. Not for anything.
She walked away quickly, and she had exclaimed it so earnestly, I jumped into my sledge. Yes, this was happiness, and it was the chief reason why I was as blind as a mole and had no eyes or understanding except for myself. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, read by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon.
Part 2, Chapter 4, Of a Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 4. 1. Now I am really afraid to tell my story. It all happened long ago, and it is all like a mirage to me now. How could such a woman possibly have arranged a rendezvous with such a contemptible urchin as I was then? Yet so it seemed at first sight. When, leaving Liza, I raced along with my heart throbbing, I really thought that I had gone out of my mind. The idea that she had granted me this interview suddenly appeared to me such an obvious absurdity that it was impossible for me to believe in it. And yet I had not the faintest doubt of it. The more obviously absurd it seemed, the more implicitly I believed in it. The fact that it had already struck 3 troubled me. If an interview has been granted me, how can I possibly be late for it? I thought. Foolish questions crossed my mind, too, such as, which was my better course now, boldness or timidity? But all this only flashed through my mind because I had something of real value in my heart, which I could not have defined. What had been said the evening before was this: tomorrow at 3:00 I shall be at Tatiana Pavlovna's. That was all. But in the first place, she always received me alone in her own room, and she could have said anything she liked to me there, without going to Tatiana Pavlovna's for the purpose. So why have appointed another place of meeting? And another question was, would Tatiana Pavlovna be at home or not? If it were a tryst, then Tatiana Pavlovna would not be at home. And how could this have been arranged without telling Tatiana Pavlovna beforehand? Then was Tatiana Pavlovna in the secret? This idea seemed to me wild, and in a way indelicate, almost coarse. And in fact she might simply have been going to see Tatiana Pavlovna, and have mentioned the fact to me the previous evening with no object in view, but I had misunderstood her. And indeed it had been said so casually, so quickly, and after a very tedious visit. I was for some reason overcome with stupidity the whole evening. I sat and mumbled and did not know what to say, raged inwardly, and was horribly shy, and she was going out somewhere, as I learnt later, and was evidently relieved when I got up to go. All these reflections surged into my mind. I made up my mind at last that when I arrived I would ring the bell. The cook will open the door, I thought, and I shall ask whether Tatiana Pavlovna is at home. If she is not, then it's a tryst. But I had no doubt of it, no doubt of it. I ran up the stairs, and when I was at the door all my fears vanished. Come what may, I thought, if only it's quickly. The cook opened the door, and with revolting apathy snuffled out that Tatiana Pavlovna was not at home. But isn't there someone else? Isn't there someone waiting for her? I wanted to ask, but I did not ask. I'd better see for myself. And muttering to the cook that I would wait, I took off my fur coat and opened the door. Katerina Nikolaevna was sitting at the window waiting for Tatiana Pavlovna. "Isn't she at home?" she suddenly asked me, in a tone of anxiety and annoyance, as soon as she saw me. And her face and her voice were so utterly incongruous with what I had expected that I came to a full stop in the doorway. "Who's not at home?" I muttered. "Tatiana Pavlovna. Why, I asked you yesterday to tell her that I would be with her at 3 o'clock." "I have not seen her at all." "Did you forget?" I sat completely overwhelmed. So this was all it meant, and the worst of it was all as clear as twice 2 makes 4, and I had all this while persisted in believing it. "I don't remember your asking me to tell her, and in fact you didn't ask me, you simply said you would be here at 3 o'clock." I burst out impatiently. I did not look at her. "Oh," she cried suddenly, "but if you forgot to tell her, though you knew I should be here, what has brought you here?" I raised my head. There was no trace of mockery or anger in her face. There was only her bright, gay smile, and a look more mischievous than usual, though indeed her face always had an expression of almost childish mischief. "There, you see, I've caught you. Well, what are you going to say now?" her whole face seemed to be saying. I did not want to answer, and looked down again. The silence lasted half a minute. "Have you just come from papa?" she asked. "I have come from Anna Andreevna's. I haven't been to see Prince Nikolai Ivanitch at all, and you know that," I added suddenly. "Did anything happen to you at Anna Andreevna's?" "You mean that I look as though I were crazy? But I looked crazy before I went to Anna Andreevna." "And you didn't recover your wits there?" "No, I didn't. And what's more, I heard that you were going to marry Baron Boering." "Did she tell you that?" she asked with sudden interest. "No, it was I told her. I heard Nashchokin tell Prince Sergei so this morning." I still kept my eyes cast down, and did not look at her. To look at her meant to be flooded with radiance, joy, and happiness, and I did not want to be happy. Indignation had stung me to the heart, and in one instant I had taken a tremendous resolution. Then I began to speak, I hardly knew what about. I was breathless, and spoke indistinctly, but I looked at her boldly. My heart was throbbing. I began talking of something quite irrelevant, though perhaps not incoherently. At first she listened with a serene, patient smile, which never left her face, but little by little signs of surprise, and then of alarm, passed over her countenance. The smile still persisted, but from time to time it seemed tremulous. "What's the matter?" I asked her, noticing that she shuddered all over. "I am afraid of you," she answered, almost in trepidation. "Why don't you go away?" I said. "As Tatiana Pavlovna is not at home, and you know she won't be, you ought to get up and go." I meant to wait for her, but now really She made a movement to get up. "No, no, sit down," I said, stopping her. "There. You shuddered again, but you smile even when you're frightened. You always have a smile. There, now you are smiling all over." "You are raving." "Yes, I am. I am frightened," she whispered again. "Frightened of what?" "That you'll begin knocking down the walls." She smiled again, though she really was scared. "I can't endure your smile." And I talked away again. I plunged headlong. It was as though something had given me a shove. I had never talked to her like that. I had always been shy. I was fearfully shy now, but I talked. I remember I talked about her face. "I can't endure your smile any longer," I cried suddenly. "Why did I, even in Moscow, picture you as menacing, magnificent, using venomous drawing room phrases? Yes, even before I left Moscow, I used to talk with Marie Ivanovna about you, and imagined what you must be like. Do you remember Marie Ivanovna? You've been in her house. When I was coming here, I dreamed of you all night in the train. For a whole month before you came, I gazed at your portrait in your father's study, and could make nothing of it. The expression of your face is childish mischief and boundless good nature. There! I've been marvelling at it all the time I've been coming to see you. Oh, and you know how to look haughty, and to crush one with a glance. I remember how you looked at me at your father's that day, when you had arrived from Moscow. I saw you then, but if you were to ask me how I went out of the room, or what you were like, I could not tell you. I could not even have told whether you were tall or short. As soon as I saw you, I was blinded. Your portrait is not in the least like you. Your eyes are not dark, but light. It's only the long eyelashes that make them look dark. You are plump. You are neither tall nor short. You have a buxom fullness, the light, full figure of a healthy peasant girl. And your face is quite countrified, too. It's the face of a village beauty. Don't be offended. Why, it's fine. It's better so. A round, rosy, clear, bold, laughing, and bashful face. Really bashful, bashful. Of Katerina Nikolaevna Amakov. Bashful and chaste, I swear. More than chaste. Childlike. That's your face. I've been astounded by it all this time. And I've been asking myself, is the woman so too? I know now that you are very clever, but do you know, at first I thought you were a simpleton. You have a bright and lively mind, but without embellishments of any sort. Another thing I like is that your smile never deserts you. That's my paradise. I love your calmness, too, your quietness, and your uttering your words so smoothly, so calmly, and almost lazily. It's just that laziness I like. I believe if a bridge were to break down under you, you would say something in a smooth and even voice. I imagined you as the acme of pride and passion, and for the last 2 months you've been talking to me as one student talks to another. I never imagined that you had such a brow. It's rather low, like the foreheads of statues, but soft and as white as marble under your glorious hair. Your bosom is high, your movements are light, you are extraordinarily beautiful, but there's no pride about you. It's only now I've come to believe it. I've disbelieved in it all this time." She listened to this wild tirade with large, wide open eyes. She saw that I was trembling. Several times she lifted her gloved hand with a charming, apprehensive gesture to stop me, but every time she drew it back in dismay and perplexity. Sometimes she even stepped back a little. 2 or 3 times the smile lighted up her face again. At one time she flushed very red, but in the end was really frightened and turned pale. As soon as I stopped, she held out her hand, and in a voice that was still even, though it had a note of entreaty, said, "You must not say that. You can't talk like that." And suddenly she got up from her place, deliberately gathering up her scarf and sable muff. "Are you going?" I cried. "I'm really afraid of you. You are abusing," she articulated slowly, and, as it were, with compassion and reproach. "Listen, on my honour, I won't knock down the walls." "But you've begun already." She could not refrain from smiling. "I don't even know if you will allow me to pass," and she seemed to be actually afraid I would not let her go. "I will open the door myself. But let me tell you I've taken a tremendous resolution, and if you care to give light to my soul, come back and sit down and listen to just 2 words. But if you won't, then go away, and I will open the door to you myself." She looked at me and sat down again. "Some women would have gone out with a show of indignation, but you sit down," I cried in exultation. "You have never allowed yourself to talk like this before." "I was always afraid before. I came in now, not knowing what I should say. You imagine I'm not afraid now. I am. But I've just taken a tremendous resolution, and I feel I shall carry it out. And as soon as I took that resolution, I went out of my mind and began saying all this. Listen, this is what I have to say. Am I your spy or not? Answer me that question." The colour rushed into her face. "Don't answer yet, Katerina Nikolaevna, but listen to everything, and then tell the whole truth." I had broken down all barriers at once, and plunged headlong into space. 2. 2 months ago I was standing here behind the curtain, you know, and you talked to Tatiana Pavlovna about the letter. I rushed out, and beside myself I blurted out the truth. You saw at once that I knew something. You could not help seeing it. You were trying to find an important document, and were uneasy about it. Wait a bit, Katerina Nikolaevna, don't speak yet. I must tell you that your suspicion was well founded. That document does exist. That is to say, it did. I have seen it. Your letter to Andronikov. That's it, isn't it? You've seen that letter? She asked quickly, in embarrassment and agitation. When did you see it? I saw it. I saw it at Kraft's. You know, the man that shot himself. Really? You saw it yourself? What became of it? Kraft tore it up. In your presence? Did you see him? Yes, he tore it up, probably because he was going to die. I did not know then, of course, that he was going to shoot himself. So it has been destroyed, thank God, she commented slowly, with a deep sigh, and she crossed herself. I was not lying to her. That is to say, I was lying because the letter in question was in my hands, and had never been in Kraft's, but that was a mere detail. In what really mattered, I did not lie, because at the instant I told the lie, I nerved myself to burn the letter that very evening. I swear that if it had been in my pocket that moment, I would have taken it out and given it her, but I hadn't it with me. It was at my lodging. Perhaps, though, I should not have given it her, because I should have felt horribly ashamed to confess to her then that I had it, and had been keeping it, and waiting so long before I gave it back. It made no difference. I should have burnt it at home in any case, and I was not lying. I swear that at that moment my heart was pure. And since that's how it is, I went on, almost beside myself, tell me, have you been attracting me? Have you been welcoming me in your drawing room because you suspected that I knew of the letter? Stay, Katerina Nikolaevna, 1 minute more. Don't speak, but let me finish. All the time I've been coming to see you, all this time I've been suspecting that it was only because of that that you made much of me, to get that letter out of me, to lead me on to telling you about it. Wait 1 more minute. I suspected it, but I suffered. Your duplicity was more than I could bear, for I found you a noble creature. I tell you plainly, I was your enemy, but I found you a noble creature. I was utterly vanquished, but your duplicity, that is, the suspicion of your duplicity, was anguish. Now everything must be settled, everything must be explained, the time has come for it. But wait yet a little longer, don't speak, let me tell you how I look at it myself, just now at this moment. I tell you plainly, if it has been so I don't resent it. That is, I mean, I'm not offended, for it's so natural. I understand, you see. What is there unnatural or wrong about it? You were worried about a letter. You suspected that so and so knew all about it. Well, you might very naturally desire so and so to speak out. There's no harm in that, none at all. I am speaking sincerely. Yet now you must tell me something. You must confess. Forgive the word. I must have the truth. I want it for a reason. And so tell me, why did you make much of me? Was it to get that letter out of me, Katerina Nikolaevna? I spoke as though I were falling from a height, and my forehead was burning. She was listening to me now without apprehension. On the contrary, her face was full of feeling, but she looked somehow abashed, as though she were ashamed. It was for that, she said slowly, and in a low voice. Forgive me, I did wrong, she added suddenly, with a faint movement of her hands towards me. I had never expected this, had expected anything rather than those 2 words, even from her whom I knew already. And you tell me you did wrong, so simply? I did wrong? I cried. Oh, for a long time I've been feeling that I was not treating you fairly, and indeed I'm glad to be able to speak of it. For a long time you've been feeling that? Why did you not speak of it before? Oh, I did not know how to say it, she smiled. That is, I should have known how, she smiled again, but I always felt ashamed, because at first it really was only on that account that I attracted you, as you expressed it. But very soon afterwards I felt disgusted and sick of all this deception, I assure you, she added with bitter feeling, and of all this troublesome business. And why? Why couldn't you have asked me then straightforwardly? You should have said, you know about the letter, why do you pretend? And I should have told you at once. I should have confessed at once. Oh, I was a little afraid of you. I must admit I did not trust you either. And after all, if I dissembled, you did the same, she added with a laugh. Yes, yes, I have been contemptible, I cried, overwhelmed. Oh, you don't know yet the abyss into which I have fallen. An abyss already. I recognize your style." She smiled softly. "That letter," she added mournfully, "was the saddest and most indiscreet thing I ever did. The consciousness of it was a continual reproach. Moved by circumstances and apprehension, I had doubts of my dear generous hearted father, knowing that that letter might fall into the hands of malicious people, and I had good reasons for fearing this," she added hotly. "I trembled that they might use it, might show my father, and it might make a tremendous impression on him, in his condition, on his health, and he might be estranged from me. Yes," she added, looking me candidly in the face, and probably catching some shade in my expression, "yes, and I was afraid for my future too. I was afraid that he, under the influence of his illness, might deprive me of his favour. That feeling came in too. No doubt I did him an injustice. He is so kind and generous that no doubt he would have forgiven me. That's all. But I ought not to have treated you as I did," she concluded, again seeming suddenly abashed. "You have made me feel ashamed." "No, you have nothing to be ashamed of," I cried. "I certainly did reckon on your impulsiveness, and I recognize it," she brought out, looking down. "Katerina Nikolaevna, who forces you to make such confessions to me? Tell me that," I cried, as though I were drunk. "Wouldn't it have been easy for you to get up, and in the most exquisite phrases to prove to me subtly, and as clearly as twice to make four, that though it was so, yet it was nothing of the sort? You understand, as people of your world know how to deal with the truth. I am crude and foolish, you know. I should have believed you at once. I should have believed anything from you, whatever you said. It would have cost you nothing to behave like that, of course. You are not really afraid of me, you know. How could you be so willing to humiliate yourself like this before an impudent puppy, a wretched raw youth?" "In this, anyway, I've not humiliated myself before you," she enunciated, with immense dignity, apparently not understanding my exclamation. "No, indeed, quite the contrary. That's just what I am saying." "Oh, it was so wrong, so thoughtless of me!" she exclaimed, putting her hand to her face as though to hide it. "I felt ashamed yesterday. That's why I was not myself when I was with you. The fact is," she added, "that circumstances have made it absolutely essential for me at last to find out the truth about that unlucky letter, or else I should have begun to forget about it. For I have not let you come to see me simply on account of that," she added suddenly. There was a tremor at my heart. "Of course not," she went on, with a subtle smile. "Of course not. I You very aptly remarked, Arkady Makarovitch, that we have often talked together as one student to another. I assure you I am sometimes very much bored in company. I have felt so particularly since my time abroad, and all these family troubles. I very rarely go anywhere, in fact, and not simply from laziness. I often long to go into the country. There I could read over again my favourite books, which I have laid aside for so long, and have never been able to bring myself to read again. I have spoken to you of that already. Do you remember, you laughed at my reading the Russian newspapers at the rate of 2 a day? I didn't laugh. Of course not, for you too were excited over them, and I confessed, too, long ago, that I am Russian and love Russia. You remember we always read facts, as you call them." She smiled. "Though you are at times somewhat strange, yet sometimes you grew so eager, and would say such good things, and you were interested just in what I was interested in. When you are a student, you are charming and original. Nothing else suits you so well," she added, with a sly and charming smile. "Do you remember we sometimes talked for hours about nothing but figures, reckoned and compared, and took trouble to find out how many schools there are in Russia, and in what direction progress is being made? We reckoned up the murders and serious crimes, and set them off against the cheering items. We wanted to find out in what direction we were moving, and what would happen to us in the end. In you I found sincerity. In our world men never talk like that to us, to women. Last week I was talking to Prince X about Bismarck, for I was very much interested, and could not make up my mind about him, and only fancy, he sat down beside me and began telling me about him very fully indeed, but always with a sort of irony, and that patronizing condescension which I always find so insufferable, and which is so common in great men when they talk to us women, if we meddle with subjects beyond our sphere. Do you remember that we almost had a quarrel, you and I, over Bismarck? You showed me that you had ideas of your own, far more definite than Bismarck's." She laughed suddenly. "I've only met two people in my whole life who talked to me quite seriously. My husband, a very, very intelligent and honourable man." She pronounced the words impressively. "And you know whom." "Versaloff," I cried. I hung breathless on every word she uttered. "Yes, I was very fond of listening to him. I became at last absolutely open, perhaps too open with him, but even then he did not believe in me." "Did not believe in you? No, no one has ever believed in me. But Versaloff, Versaloff!" "He did not simply disbelieve in me," she pronounced, dropping her eyes and smiling strangely, "but considered that I had all the vices." "Of which you have not one." "No, even I have some." "Versaloff did not love you, so he did not understand you," I cried with flashing eyes. Her face twitched. "Say no more of that, and never speak to me of that man," she added hotly, with vehement emphasis. "But that's enough. I must be going." She got up to go. "Well, do you forgive me or not?" she added, looking at me brightly. "Me forgive you? Listen, Katerina Nikolaevna, and don't be angry. Is it true that you are going to be married?" "That's not settled," she said in confusion, seeming frightened of something. "Is he a good man? Forgive me that question." "Yes, very." "Don't answer further. Don't vouchsafe me an answer. I know that such questions from me are impossible. I only wanted to know whether he is worthy of you or not, but I will find out for myself." "Ah, listen," she said in dismay. "No, I won't. I'll step aside. Only this one thing I want to say. God grant you every happiness according to your choice, for having given me so much happiness in this 1 hour. Your image is imprinted on my heart forever now. I've gained a treasure, the thought of your perfection. I expected duplicity and coarse coquetry, and was wretched because I could not connect that idea with you. I've been thinking day and night lately, and suddenly everything has become clear as daylight. As I was coming here, I thought I should bear away an image of Jesuitical cunning, of deception, of an inquisitorial serpent, and I found honor, magnificence, a student. You laugh. Laugh away. You are holy, you know. You cannot laugh at what is sacred." "Oh, no, I'm only laughing because you use such wonderful expressions. But what is an inquisitorial serpent?" She laughed. "You let slip to-day a priceless sentence," I went on ecstatically. "How could you to my face utter the words, 'I reckoned on your impulsiveness'?" "Well, granted you are a saint, and confess even that, because you imagined yourself guilty in some way, and want to punish yourself, though there was no fault of any sort, for if there had been, from you everything is holy. But yet you need not have uttered just that word, that expression. Such unnatural candour only shows your lofty purity, your respect for me, your faith in me," I cried incoherently. "Oh, do not blush, do not blush. And how could any one slander you, and say that you are a woman of violent passions? Oh, forgive me. I see a look of anguish on your face. Forgive a frenzied boy his clumsy words. Besides, do words matter now? Are you not above all words? Versaloff said once that Othello did not kill Desdemona, and afterwards himself, because he was jealous, but because he had been robbed of his ideal. I understand that, because to-day my ideal has been restored to me." "You praise me too much. I don't deserve this," she pronounced with feeling. "Do you remember what I told you about your eyes?" she added playfully. "That I have microscopes for eyes, and that I exaggerate every fly into a camel. No, this time it's not a camel. What, you are going?" She was standing in the middle of the room with her muff and her shawl in her hands. "No, I shall wait till you're gone, and then I shall go afterwards. I must write a couple of words to Tatiana Pavlovna. I'm going directly, directly, but once more may you be happy alone, or with the man of your choice. And God bless you. All that I need is my ideal." "Dear, good Arkady Makarovitch, believe me, my father always says of you, 'The dear good boy.' Believe me, I shall always remember what you have told me of your lonely childhood, abandoned amongst strangers, and your solitary dreams. I understand only too well how your mind has been formed. But now, though we are students," she added, with a deprecating and shamefaced smile, pressing my hand, "we can't go on seeing each other as before, and no doubt you will understand that." "We cannot? No, we cannot. For a long time we cannot. It's my fault. I see now that it's quite out of the question. We shall meet sometimes at my father's." "You are afraid of my impulsiveness, my feelings. You don't believe in me," I would have exclaimed, but she was so overcome with shame that my words refused to be uttered. "Tell me," she said, stopping me all at once in the doorway, "did you see yourself that letter was torn up? You are sure you remember it? How did you know at the time that it was the letter to Andronikov?" "Kraft told me what was in it, and even showed it to me. Good bye. When I am with you in your study I am shy of you, but when you go away I am ready to fall down and kiss the spot where your foot has touched the floor." I brought out all at once, unconsciously, not knowing how or why I said it, and without looking at her I went quickly out of the room. I set off for home. There was rapture in my soul. My brain was in a whirl. My heart was full. As I drew near my mother's house, I recalled Liza's ingratitude to Anna Andreevna, her cruel and monstrous saying that morning, and my heart suddenly ached for them all. How hard their hearts are! And Liza, too. What's the matter with her? I thought as I stood on the steps. I dismissed Matvey and told him to come to my lodging for me at 9 o'clock. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 5. 1. I was late for dinner, but they had not yet sat down to table. They had waited for me, perhaps because I did not often dine with them. Some special additions to the menu had been made on my account. With the savories there were sardines and so on. But to my surprise and regret I found them all rather worried and out of humour. Liza scarcely smiled when she saw me, and mother was obviously uneasy. Versalof gave me a smile, but it was a forced one. Had they been quarrelling, I wondered. Everything went well at first, however. Versalof only frowned over the soup with dumplings in it, and made wry faces when he was handed the beef olives. I have only to mention that a particular dish does not suit me. For it to reappear next day, he pronounced in vexation. "But how's one to invent things, Andrei Petrovitch? There's no inventing a new dish of any sort," my mother answered timidly. "Your mother is the exact opposite of some of our newspapers, to whom whatever is new is good." Versalof tried to make a joke in a more playful and amiable voice. But it somehow fell flat, and only added to the discomfiture of my mother, who, of course, could make nothing of the comparison of herself with the newspapers, and looked about her in perplexity. At that moment Tatiana Pavlovna came in, and announcing that she had already dined, sat down near mother on the sofa. I had not yet succeeded in gaining the good graces of that lady. Quite the contrary, in fact. She used to fall foul of me more than ever for everything and about everything. Her displeasure had of late become more accentuated than ever. She could not endure the sight of my foppish clothes, and Liza told me that she almost had a fit when she heard that I kept a coachman and a smart turnout. I ended by avoiding meeting her as far as possible. 2 months before, when the disputed inheritance was given up to Prince Sergei, I had run to Tatiana Pavlovna, meaning to talk over Versalof's conduct with her. But I met with no trace of sympathy. On the contrary, she was dreadfully angry. She was particularly vexed that the whole had been given back instead of half the fortune. She observed sharply, "I'll bet you are persuaded that he has given up the money and challenged the prince to a duel, solely to regain the good opinion of Arkady Makarovitch." And indeed she was almost right. I was in reality feeling something of the sort at the time. As soon as she came in, I saw at once that she would infallibly attack me. I was even inclined to believe that she had come in expressly with that object, and so I immediately became exceptionally free and easy in my manner. This was no effort to me, for what had just happened had left me still radiant and joyful. I may mention once and for all that a free and easy manner never has been right for me, that is to say, it never suits me, but always covers me with disgrace. So it happened now. I instantly said the wrong thing, with no evil intent, but simply from thoughtlessness. Noticing that Liza was horribly depressed, I suddenly blurted out, without thinking of what I was saying, "I haven't dined here for such ages, and now I have come. See how bored you are, Liza." "My head aches," answered Liza. "Good gracious," said Tatiana Pavlovna, instantly catching at it. "What if you are ill? Arkady Makarovitch has deigned to come to dinner. You must dance and be merry." "You really are the worry of my life, Tatiana Pavlovna. I will never come again when you are here," and I brought my hand down on the table with genuine vexation. Mother started, and Versalov looked at me strangely. I laughed at once, and begged their pardon. "Tatiana Pavlovna, I take back the word worry," I said, turning to her with the same free and easy tone. "No, no," she snapped out, "it's much more flattering to be a worry to you than to be the opposite. You may be sure of that." "My dear boy, one must learn to put up with the small worries of life," Versalov murmured with a smile. "Life is not worth living without them." "Do you know you are sometimes a fearful reactionary?" I cried, laughing nervously. "My dear boy, it doesn't matter." "Yes, it does. Why not tell the blunt truth to an ass, if he is an ass?" "Surely you are not speaking of yourself. To begin with, I can't judge any one, and I don't want to." "Why don't you want to? Why can't you?" "Laziness and distaste. A clever woman told me once that I had no right to judge others because I don't know how to suffer, that before judging others one must gain the right to judge from suffering. Rather exalted, but as applied to me, perhaps it's true, so that I very readily accepted the criticism." "Wasn't it Tatiana Pavlovna who told you that?" I cried. "Why, how do you know?" said Versalov, glancing at me with some surprise. "I knew it from Tatiana Pavlovna's face. She gave a sudden start." I guessed by chance the phrase, as it appeared later, actually had been uttered by Tatiana Pavlovna the evening before in a heated discussion. And indeed, I repeat, I had, brimming over with joy and expansiveness, swooped down upon them at an unfortunate moment. All of them had their separate troubles, and they were heavy ones. "I don't understand it," I went on, "because it's all so abstract. It's dreadful how fond you are of abstract discussion, Andrei Petrovitch. It's a sign of egoism. Only egoists are fond of generalization." "That's not a bad saying. But don't persecute me." "But let me ask," I insisted expansively, "what's the meaning of gaining the right to judge? Any one who is honest may be a judge. That's my idea." "You won't find many judges in that case." "I know one, anyway." "Who's that?" "He is sitting and talking to me now." Versalov laughed strangely. He stooped down to my ear, and taking me by the shoulder, whispered, "He is always lying to you." I don't know to this day what was in his mind, but evidently he was in some agitation at the time, in consequence of something he had learned, as I found out later. But those words, "He is always lying to you," were so unexpected, and uttered so earnestly, and with such a strange and far from playful expression, that it gave me a nervous shudder. I was almost alarmed, and looked at him wildly, but Versalov made haste to laugh. "Well, thank God," murmured my mother, who was uneasy at seeing him whisper to me. "I was almost thinking. Don't be angry with us, Arkasha. You'll have clever friends apart from us, but who is going to love you if we don't love one another?" "The love of one's relations is immoral, mother, just because it's undeserved. Love ought to be earned." You'll earn it later on, but here you are loved without." Every one suddenly laughed. "Well, mother, you may not have meant to shoot, but you hit your bird," I cried, laughing too. "And you actually imagined that there's something to love you for?" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, falling upon me again. "You are not simply loved for nothing, you are loved in spite of loathing." "Oh, not a bit of it," I cried gaily. "Do you know, perhaps some one told me to day I was loved." "Said it laughing at you," Tatiana Pavlovna said suddenly, with a sort of unnatural malignity, as though she had just been waiting for me to say that. "Yes, a person of delicacy, especially a woman, would be moved to disgust by the uncleanness of your soul. Your hair is done with a smart parting, you have fine linen, and a suit made by a French tailor, but it's all uncleanness, really. Who's paid your tailor's bill? Who keeps you and gives you money to play roulette with? Think who it is you've been so shameless as to sponge on." My mother flushed painfully, and I had never seen a look of such shame on her face before. Everything seemed to be giving way within me. "If I am spending money, it's my own, and I am not bound to give an account of it to any one," I blurted out, turning crimson. "Whose own? What money's your own?" "If it's not mine, it's Andrei Petrovitch's. He won't refuse it me. I borrowed from what Prince Sergei owes Andrei Petrovitch." "My dear boy," Versalov said firmly, all of a sudden, "not a farthing of that money is mine." The phrase was horribly significant. I was dumbfoundered. Oh, of course, considering my paradoxical and careless attitude at that time, I might quite well have turned it off with some outburst of generous feeling, or high-sounding phrase, or something, but I suddenly caught on Liza's face a resentful, accusing expression, an expression I had not deserved, almost a sneer, and a devil seemed to prompt me. "You seem," I said, turning to her suddenly, "to visit Daria Onisimovna very often at Prince Sergei's flat, miss, so will you be pleased to give her this 300 roubles, which you've given me such a nagging about already to day?" I took out the money and held it out to her, but will it be believed that those mean words were uttered entirely without motive, that is, without the faintest allusion to anything? And indeed there could have been no such allusion, for at that moment I knew absolutely nothing. Perhaps I had just a desire to vex her by something comparatively most innocent, by way of a jibe. "Since you are such an interfering young lady, wouldn't you like to return the money yourself to the prince, a charming young man and a Petersburg officer, as you are so anxious to meddle in young men's business?" But what was my amazement when my mother got up, and with a menacing gesture cried, "How dare you? How dare you?" I could never have conceived of anything like it from her, and I too jumped up from my seat, not exactly in alarm, but with a sort of anguish, a poignant wound in my heart, suddenly realizing that something dreadful had happened. But unable to control herself, mother hid her face in her hands and ran out of the room. Liza followed her out without so much as a glance at me. Tatiana Pavlovna gazed at me for half a minute in silence. "Can you really have meant to jeer?" she exclaimed enigmatically, looking at me in profound astonishment, but without waiting for me to answer, she too ran out to join them. With an unsympathetic, almost angry expression, Versalov got up from the table and took his hat from the corner. "I imagine that you are not so much a fool as an innocent," he mumbled to me ironically. "If they come back, tell them to have their pudding without waiting for me. I'm going out for a little." I remained alone. At first I felt bewildered, then I felt resentful, but afterwards I saw clearly that I was to blame. However, I did not know exactly how I was to blame. I simply had a feeling of it. I sat in the window and waited. After waiting 10 minutes, I too took my hat and went upstairs to the attic, which had been mine. I knew that they, that is, my mother and Liza, were there, and that Tatiana Pavlovna had gone away. And so I found them on my sofa, whispering together about something. They left off whispering at once when I appeared. To my amazement, they were not angry with me. Mother, anyway, smiled at me. "I am sorry, Mother," I began. "Never mind," Mother cut me short. "Only love each other, and never quarrel, and God will send you happiness." "He is never nasty to me, Mother, I assure you," Liza said, with conviction and feeling. "If it hadn't been for that Tatiana Pavlovna, nothing would have happened," I cried. "She's horrid." "You see, Mother? You hear?" said Liza, with emotion towards me. "What I want to tell you both is this," I declared. "If there's anything nasty in the world, it's I that am nasty, and all the rest is delightful." "Arkasha, don't be angry, darling. But if you really would give up—" "Gambling, you mean gambling? I will give it up, Mother. I am going there for the last time to-day, especially since Andrei Petrovitch himself has declared that not a farthing of that money is his. You can't imagine how I blush. I must go into it with him, though. Mother darling, last time I was here I said something clumsy. It was nonsense, darling. I truly want to believe it was only swagger. I love Christ." On my last visit there had been a conversation about religion. Mother had been much grieved and upset when she heard my words now. She smiled at me as though I were a little child. "Christ forgives everything, Arkasha. He forgives your wrongdoing, and worse than yours. Christ is our Father. Christ never fails us, and will give light in the blackest night." I said good-bye to them, and went away, thinking over the chances of seeing Versalov that day. I had a great deal to talk over with him, and it had been impossible that afternoon. I had a strong suspicion that he would be waiting for me at my lodging. I walked there on foot. It had turned colder and begun to freeze, and walking was very pleasant. 2. I lived near the Voznesensky Bridge, in a huge block of flats overlooking the courtyard. Almost as I went into the gate, I ran into Versalov coming out. "As usual, when I go for a walk, I only get as far as your lodging, and I've been to Pyotr Ippolitovitch's, but I got tired of waiting for you. Your people there are forever quarrelling, and to-day his wife is even a little tearful. I looked in and came away." For some reason I felt annoyed. "I suppose you never go to see any one except me and Pietro Ippolitovitch. You have no one else in all Petersburg to go to." "My dear fellow, but it doesn't matter." "Where are you going now?" "I'm not going back to you. If you like, we'll go for a walk. It's a glorious evening." "If instead of abstract discussions you had talked to me like a human being, and had, for instance, given me the merest hint about that confounded gambling, I should perhaps not have let myself be drawn into it like a fool," I said suddenly. "You regret it? That's a good thing," he answered, bringing out his words reluctantly. "I always suspected that play was not a matter of great consequence with you, but only a temporary aberration. You are right, my dear boy, gambling is beastly, and what's more, one may lose. And lose other people's money too." "Have you lost other people's money?" "I have lost yours. I borrowed of Prince Sergei from what was owing you. Of course it was fearfully stupid and absurd of me to consider your money mine, but I always meant to win it back." "I must warn you once more, my dear boy, that I have no money in Prince Sergei's hands. I know that young man is in straits himself, and I am not reckoning on him for anything in spite of his promises. That makes my position twice as bad. I am in a ludicrous position. And what grounds has he for lending me money, and me for borrowing in that case?" "That's your affair. But there's not the slightest reason for you to borrow money from him, is there?" "Except that we are comrades." "No other reason? Is there anything which has made you feel it possible to borrow from him? Any consideration whatever?" "What sort of consideration do you mean? I don't understand." So much the better if you don't, and I will own, my boy, that I was sure of it. Brisons là, mon cher, and do try to avoid playing somehow. If only you had told me before. You seem half-hearted about it even now. If I had spoken to you about it before, we should only have quarrelled, and you wouldn't have let me come and see you in the evenings so readily. And let me tell you, my dear, that all such saving counsels and warnings are simply an intrusion into another person's conscience at another person's expense. I have done enough meddling with the consciences of others, and in the long run I get nothing but taunts and rebuffs for it. Taunts and rebuffs, of course, don't matter. The point is that one never obtains one's object in that way. No one listens to you, however much you meddle, and every one gets to dislike you. I am glad that you have begun to talk to me of something besides abstractions. I want to ask you one thing. I have wanted to for a long time. But it's always been impossible when I've been with you. It is a good thing we are in the street. Do you remember that evening, the last evening I spent in your house 2 months ago, how we sat upstairs in my coffin, and I questioned you about mother and Makar Ivanovitch? Do you remember how free and easy I was with you then? How could you allow a young puppy to speak in those terms of his mother? And yet you made not the faintest sign of protest. On the contrary, you let yourself go, and so made me worse than ever. My dear boy, I'm very glad to hear such sentiments from you. Yes, I remember very well. I was actually waiting to see the blush on your cheek, and if I fell in with your tone, it was just to bring you to the limit. And you only deceived me then, and troubled more than ever the springs of purity in my soul. Yes, I'm a wretched, raw youth, and I don't know from minute to minute what is good and what is evil. Had you given me the tiniest hint of the right road, I should have realized things, and should have been eager to take the right path. But you only drove me to fury. Cher enfant, I always foresaw that, one way or another, we should understand one another. That blush has made its appearance of itself without my aid, and that, I swear, is better for you. I notice, my dear boy, that you have gained a great deal of late. Can it be the companionship of that princeling? Don't praise me. I don't like it. Don't leave me with a painful suspicion that you are flattering me without regard for truth, so as to go on pleasing me. Well, lately, you see, I've been visiting ladies. I am very well received, you know, by Anna Andreevna, for instance. I know that from her, my dear boy. Yes, she is very charming and intelligent. Mais brisons là, mon cher. It's odd how sick I feel of everything to-day. Spleen, I suppose. I put it down to hemorrhoids. How are things at home? All right? You made it up, of course, and embraces followed? Cela va sans dire. It's melancholy sometimes to go back to them, even after the nastiest walk. In fact, I sometimes go a longer way round in the rain, simply to delay the moment of returning to the bosom of my family. And how bored I am there! Good God, how bored! Your mother is a most perfect and delightful creature. Mais, in short, I am probably unworthy of them. By the way, what's the matter with them to-day? For the last few days they've all been out of sorts somehow. I always try to ignore such things, you know, but there is something fresh brewing to-day. Have you noticed nothing? I know nothing positive, and in fact I should not have noticed it at all if it hadn't been for that confounded Tatiana Pavlovna, who can never resist trying to get her knife in. You are right, there is something wrong. I found Liza at Anna Andreevna's this morning, and she surprised me, in fact. You know, of course, that she visits Anna Andreevna. I know, my dear. And you? When were you at Anna Andreevna's to-day? At what time? I want to know for a reason. From 2 till 3, and only fancy as I was going out Prince Sergei arrived. Then I described my whole visit very circumstantially. He listened without speaking. He made no comment whatever on the possibility of a match between Prince Sergei and Anna Andreevna. In response to my enthusiastic praise of Anna Andreevna, he murmured again that she was very charming. I gave her a great surprise this morning with the latest bit of drawing-room gossip that Madame Amakov is to be married to Baron Buring. I said all of a sudden, as though something were torn out of me. Yes, would you believe it? She told me that news earlier in the day, much earlier than you can have surprised her with it. What do you mean? I was simply struck dumb. From whom could she have heard it? Though, after all, there's no need to ask. Of course, she might have heard it before I did, but only imagine she listened to me when I told her as though it were absolutely news to her. But what of it? Hurrah for breadth. One must take a broad view of people's characters, mustn't one? I, for instance, should have poured it all out at once, and she shuts it up in a snuff-box. And so be it, so be it. She is none the less a most delightful person and a very fine character. Oh, no doubt of it. Every one must go his own way, and something more original. These fine characters can sometimes baffle one completely. Just imagine. Anna Andreevna took my breath away this morning by asking whether I were in love with Katerina Nikolaevna Amakov or not. What a wild and incredible question, I cried, dumbfounded again. There was actually a mist before my eyes. I had never yet broached this subject with him, and here he had begun on it himself. In what way did she put it? No way, my dear boy, absolutely no way. The snuff-box shut again at once, more closely than ever, and what's more, observe, I've never admitted the conceivability of such questions being addressed to me, nor has she, however. You say yourself that you know her, and therefore you can imagine how far such a question is characteristic. Do you know anything about it by chance? I am just as puzzled as you are. Curiosity, perhaps, or a joke? Oh, quite the contrary. It was a most serious question. Hardly a question, in fact. More a cross-examination. And evidently there were very important and positive reasons for it. Won't you be going to see her? Couldn't you find out something? I would ask you as a favour. Do you see? But the strangest thing is that she could imagine you to be in love with Katerina Nikolaevna. Forgive me, I can't get over my amazement. I should never, never have ventured to speak to you on this subject, or anything like it. And that's very sensible of you, my dear boy. Your intrigues and your relations in the past, well, of course, the subject's out of the question between us. And indeed it would be stupid of me, but of late, the last few days, I have several times exclaimed to myself that if you had ever loved that woman, if only for a moment, oh, you could never have made such a terrible mistake in your opinion of her as you did. I know what happened. I know of your enmity, of your aversion, so to say, for each other. I've heard of it. I've heard too much of it. Even before I left Moscow, I heard of it. But the fact that stands out so clearly is intense aversion, intense hostility, the very opposite of love. And Anna Andreevna suddenly asks, point blank, do you love her? Can she have heard so little about it? It's wild. She was laughing, I assure you, she was laughing. But I observe, my dear boy, said Versalov, and there was something nervous and sincere in his voice that went to one's heart, as his words rarely did, that you speak with too much heat on this subject. You said just now that you have taken to visiting ladies, of course for me to question you on that subject as you expressed it. But is not that woman perhaps on the list of your new acquaintances? That woman? My voice suddenly quivered. Listen, Andrei Petrovitch, listen. That woman is what you were talking of with Prince Sergei this morning. Living life. Do you remember? You said that living life is something so direct and simple, something that looks you so straight in the face that its very directness and clearness make us unable to believe that it can be the very thing we're seeking so laboriously all our lives. With ideas like that, you met the ideal woman, and in perfection, in the ideal, you recognized all the vices. That's what you did. The reader can guess what a state of frenzy I was in. All the vices? Oh ho, I know that phrase, cried Versalov, and if things have gone so far that you are told of such a phrase, oughtn't I to congratulate you? It suggests such a degree of intimacy that perhaps you deserve credit for a modesty and reserve of which few young men are capable. There was a note of sweet, friendly, and affectionate laughter in his voice. There was something challenging and charming in his words, and in his bright face, as far as I could see it in the night. He was strangely excited. I beamed all over in spite of myself. Modesty, reserve, oh, no, no, I exclaimed, blushing, and at the same time squeezing his hand, which I had somehow seized and was unconsciously holding. No, there's no reason. In fact, there's nothing to congratulate me on, and nothing of the sort can ever happen. I was breathless and let myself go. I so longed to let myself go. It was so very agreeable to me. You know, well, after all, I will, just this once. You are my darling, splendid father. You will allow me to call you father. It's utterly out of the question for a son to speak to his father, for anyone, in fact, to speak to a third person of his relations with a woman, even if they are of the purest. In fact, the purer they are, the greater the obligation of silence. It would be distasteful, it would be coarse. In short, a confidant is out of the question. But if there is nothing, absolutely nothing, then surely one may speak, mayn't one? As your heart tells you. An indiscreet, a very indiscreet question. I suppose in the course of your life you've known women, you've had intimacies. I only ask generally. I don't mean anything particular. I blushed and was almost choking with delight. We will assume there have been transgressions. Well, then, I want to ask you this, and you tell me what you think of it, as a man of more experience. A woman suddenly says, as she is taking leave of you, casually looking away, "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock I shall be at a certain place, at Tatiana Pavlovna's, for example." I burst out, taking the final plunge. My heart throbbed and stood still. I even ceased speaking. I could not go on. He listened eagerly. And so next day at 3 o'clock I went to Tatiana Pavlovna's, and this is what I thought. When the cook opens the door, you know her cook, I shall ask first thing whether Tatiana Pavlovna is at home. And if the cook says Tatiana Pavlovna is not at home, but there's a visitor waiting for her, what ought I to conclude? Tell me if it were you. In short, if you simply that an appointment had been made you. Then I suppose that did happen, and it happened today. Yes? Oh, no, nothing of the sort. It did happen, but it wasn't that. It was an appointment, but not of that sort, and I hasten to say so, or I should be a blackguard. It did happen, but, my dear fellow, all this begins to be so interesting that I suggest. I used to give away 10 roubles and 25 roubles at a time to those who begged of me for a drink, just a few coppers. It's a lieutenant implores your aid, a former lieutenant begging of you. Our road was suddenly barred by the figure of a tall beggar, possibly, in fact, a retired lieutenant. What was more singular was that he was very well dressed for his profession, and yet he was begging. 3. I purposely do not omit this paltry incident of the wretched lieutenant, for my picture of Versalov is not complete without the petty details of his surroundings at that minute, which was so momentous for him. Momentous it was, and I did not know it. "If you don't leave off, sir, I shall call the police at once," Versalov said, suddenly raising his voice unnaturally, and standing still before the lieutenant. I could never imagine such anger from a man so philosophic, and for such a trivial cause. And note, our conversation was interrupted at the point of most interest to him, as he had just said himself. "What, you haven't a 5-kopeck piece?" the lieutenant cried rudely, waving his hand in the air. And indeed, what canaille have 5 kopecks nowadays? The low rabble, the scoundrels. He goes dressed in beaver, and makes all this to do about a copper. "Constable!" cried Versalov. But there was no need to shout. A policeman was standing close by, at the corner, and he had heard the lieutenant abuse himself. "I ask you to bear witness to this insult. I ask you to come to the police station," said Versalov. "Oh ho, I don't care. There's nothing at all you can prove. You won't show yourself so wonderfully clever." "Keep hold of him, constable, and take us to the police station," Versalov decided emphatically. "Surely we are not going to the police station. Bother the fellow," I whispered to him. Certainly we are, dear boy. The disorderly behaviour in our streets begins to bore one beyond endurance, and if every one did his duty, it would make it better for us all. C'est comique, mais c'est ce que nous ferons. For 100 paces the lieutenant kept up a bold and swaggering demeanour, and talked with heat. He declared that it was not the thing to do, that it was all a matter of 5 kopecks, and so on, and so on. But at last he began whispering something to the policeman. The policeman, a sagacious man, with apparently a distaste for exhibitions of nerves in the street, seemed to be on his side, though only to a certain degree. He muttered in an undertone in reply that it was too late for that now, that it had gone too far, and that if you were to apologize, for instance, and the gentleman would consent to accept your apology, then perhaps— "Come, listen, honoured sir, where are we going? I ask you, what are we hurrying to, and what's the joke of it?" the lieutenant cried aloud. "If a man who is down on his luck is willing to make an apology— in fact, if you want to put him down, damn it all, we are not in a drawing room, we are in the street. For the street, that's apology enough." Versalof stopped and suddenly burst out laughing. I actually imagined that he had got the whole thing up for amusement, but it was not so. "I entirely accept your apology, monsieur l'officier, and I assure you that you are a man of ability. Behave like that in the drawing room. It will soon pass muster perfectly there, too. And meanwhile here are 20 kopecks for you. Eat and drink your fill with it. Pardon me, constable, for troubling you. I would have thanked you more substantially for your pains, but you are so highly respectable nowadays. My dear boy," he added, turning to me, "there's an eating-house close here. It's really a horrible sewer, but one could get tea there, and I invite you to a cup. This way, quite close. Come along." I repeat, I had never seen him so excited, though his face was full of brightness and gaiety. Yet I noticed that when he was taking the coin out of his purse to give it to the officer, his hands trembled, and his fingers refused to obey him, so that at last he asked me to take out the money and give it to the man for him. I cannot forget it. He took me to a little restaurant on the canal side in the basement. The customers were few. A loud barrel organ was playing out of tune. There was a smell of dirty dinner napkins. We sat down in a corner. Perhaps you don't know, I am sometimes so bored, so horribly bored in my soul, that I like coming to all sorts of stinking holes like this. These surroundings, the halting tune from Lucia, the waiters in their unseemly Russian get-up, the fumes of cheap tobacco, the shouts from the billiard-room, it's all so vulgar and prosaic that it almost borders on the fantastic. Well, my dear boy, that son of Mars interrupted us, I believe, at the most interesting moment. "Here's the tea. I like the tea here. Imagine Pyotr Ippolitovitch suddenly began to-day assuring the other lodger, the one marked with smallpox, that during the last century a special committee of lawyers was appointed in the English Parliament to examine the trial of Christ before the high priest and Pilate, with the sole object of finding how the case would have gone nowadays by modern law, and that the inquiry was conducted with all solemnity, with counsel for the prosecution, and all the rest of it, and that the jury were obliged to uphold the original verdict. A wonderful story. That fool of a lodger began to argue about it, lost his temper, quarrelled, and declared he should leave next day. The landlady dissolved in tears at the thought of losing his rent. Mais passons. In these restaurants they sometimes have nightingales. Do you know the old Moscow anecdote à la Pyotr Ippolitovitch? A nightingale was singing in a Moscow restaurant. A merchant came in. "I must have my fancy, whatever it costs," said he. "What's the price of the nightingale?" 100 roubles. "Roast it and serve it." So they roasted it and served it up. Cut me off 2 pennyworth. I once told it to Pyotr Ippolitovitch, but he did not believe it, and was quite indignant. He said a great deal more. I quote these fragments as a sample of his talk. He repeatedly interrupted me every time I opened my mouth to begin my story. He began each time talking of some peculiar and utterly irrelevant nonsense. He talked gaily, excitedly, laughed goodness knows what at, and even chuckled in an undignified way, as I had never seen him do before. He swallowed a glass of tea at one gulp, and poured out another. Now I can understand it. He was like a man who had received a precious, interesting, and long-expected letter, and who lays it down before him and purposely refrains from opening it, turning it over and over in his hands, examining the envelope and the seal, going to see to things in another room, in short, deferring the interesting moment of perusal, knowing that it cannot escape him, and all this he does to make his enjoyment more complete. I told him all there was to tell, of course, everything from the very beginning, and it took me perhaps an hour telling it, and indeed how could I have helped telling him? I had been dying to talk of it that afternoon. I began with our very first meeting at the old prince's on the day she arrived from Moscow. Then I described how it had all come about by degrees. I left nothing out, and indeed I could not have left anything out. He led me on, he guessed what was coming and prompted me. At moments it seemed to me that something fantastic was happening, that he must have been sitting or standing behind the door for those 2 months. He knew beforehand every gesture I made, every feeling I had felt. I derived infinite enjoyment from this confession to him, for I found in him such intimate softness, such deep psychological subtlety, such a marvelous faculty for guessing what I meant from half a word. He listened as tenderly as a woman. And above all, he knew how to save me from feeling ashamed. At times he stopped me at some detail. Often when he stopped me, he repeated nervously, "Don't forget details. The great thing is not to forget any details. The more minute a point is, the more important it may sometimes be." And he interrupted me several times with words to that effect. Oh, of course, I began at first in a tone of superiority to her, but I quickly dropped into sincerity. I told him honestly that I was ready to kiss the spot on the floor where her foot had rested. The most beautiful and glorious thing was that he absolutely understood that she might be suffering from terror over the letter, and yet remain the pure and irreproachable being she had revealed herself to be. He absolutely realized what was meant by the word student, but when I was near the end of my story, I noticed that behind his good-natured smile there were signs in his face from time to time of some impatience, some abruptness and preoccupation. When I came to the letter, I thought to myself, shall I tell him the exact truth or not? And I did not tell it, in spite of my enthusiasm. I note this here, that I may remember it all my life. I explained to him, as I had done to her, that it had been destroyed by craft. His eyes began to glow. A strange line, a line of deep gloom, was visible on his forehead. "You are sure you remember, my dear boy, that the letter was burned by craft in the candle? You are not mistaken?" "I am not mistaken," I repeated. "The point is that that scrap of paper is of such importance to her, and if you had only had it in your hands to-day, you might—" "But what?" "I might," he did not say. "But you haven't it in your hands now." I shuddered all over inwardly, but not outwardly. Outwardly I did not betray myself. I did not turn a hair, but I was still unwilling to believe in the question. "Haven't it in my hands? In my hands now? How could I, since craft burned it that day?" "Yes." A glowing, intent look was fastened upon me, a look I shall never forget. He smiled, however, but all his good nature, all the feminine softness that had been in his expression, suddenly vanished. It was replaced by something vague and troubled. He became more and more preoccupied. If he had controlled himself at that moment, as he had till then, he would not have asked me that question about the letter. He had asked it, no doubt, because he was carried away himself. I say this, however, only now. At the time I did not so quickly perceive the change that had come over him. I still went on plunging, and there was still the same music in my heart, but my story was over. I looked at him. "It's strange," he said suddenly, when I had told him everything, to the minutest detail. "It's a very strange thing, my dear boy. You say that you were there from 3 o'clock till 4, and that Tatiana Pavlovna was not at home." "From 3 o'clock till 4:30 exactly." "Well, only fancy, I went to see Tatiana Pavlovna exactly at 4:30 to the minute, and she met me in the kitchen. I nearly always go to see her by the back entrance." "What, she met you in the kitchen?" I cried, staggering back in amazement. "She told me she could not ask me in. I only stayed 2 minutes. I only looked in to ask her to come to dinner." "Perhaps she had only just come home from somewhere." "I don't know. Of course not, though she was wearing a loose dressing gown. That was at 4:30 exactly." But Tatiana Pavlovna didn't tell you I was there?" "No, she did not tell me you were there. Otherwise I should have known it, and should not have asked you about it." "Listen, that's awfully important." "Yes, from a certain point of view, and you've turned quite white, my dear. But after all, what is there important in it?" "They've been laughing at me as though I were a baby." "It's simply that she was afraid of your impulsiveness, as she expressed it herself, and so she felt safer with Tatiana Pavlovna there." "But, good God, what a trick! Think, she let me say all that before a third person, before Tatiana Pavlovna. So she heard everything I said. It's horrible to conceive of." "C'est cela, mon cher. Besides, you spoke just now of breadth of view in regard to women, and exclaimed hurrah for breadth." "If I were Othello, and you Iago, you could not have done better. I am laughing, though. There can be no sort of Othello, because there have been no relations of the kind. And why laugh, indeed? It doesn't matter. I believe she's infinitely above me, all the same, and I have not lost my ideal. If it was a joke on her part, I forgive her. A joke with a wretched raw youth doesn't matter. Besides, I did not pose as anything. And the student was there in her soul, and remained there in spite of everything. It was in her heart. It exists there, and would always exist there. Enough. Listen, what do you think? Shall I go to her at once to find out the whole truth, or not?" I said, "I am laughing," but there were tears in my eyes. "Well, my dear boy, go if you want to. I feel as though I were defiled in soul from having told you all this. Don't be angry, dear, but I repeat, one can't tell things about a woman to a third person. No confidant will understand. Even an angel wouldn't understand. If you respect a woman, don't confide in anyone. If you respect yourself, don't confide in anyone. Now, I don't respect myself. Good-bye for the present. I can't forgive myself." "Nonsense, my dear boy. You exaggerate. You say yourself that there was nothing in it." We came out on the canal bank and said good-bye. "Will you never give me a real warm kiss, as a child kisses its father?" he said, with a strange quiver in his voice. I kissed him fervently. "Dear boy, may you be always as pure in heart as you are now." I had never kissed him before in my life. I never could have conceived that he would like me to. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 6. I'll go, of course. I made up my mind as I hurried home. I'll go at once. Very likely I shall find her at home alone. Whether she is alone or with someone else makes no difference. I can ask her to come out to me. She will receive me. She'll be surprised, but she will receive me. And if she won't see me, I'll insist on her seeing me. I'll send in word that it's most urgent. She will think it's something about that letter, and will see me. And I'll find out all about Tatiana there, and what then? If I'm not right, I will be her servant. If I am right, and she is to blame, it's the end of everything. In any case, it's the end of everything. What am I going to lose? I can lose nothing. I'll go. I'll go. I shall never forget, and I recall with pride, that I did not go. It will never be known to any one. It will die with me, but it's enough that I know of it, and at such a moment I was capable of an honorable impulse. This is a temptation, and I will put it behind me. I made up my mind at last, on second thoughts. They had tried to terrify me with a fact, but I refused to believe it, and had not lost my faith in her purity. And what had I to go for? What was there to find out about? Why was she bound to believe in me as I did in her, to have faith in my purity, not to be afraid of my impulsiveness, and not to provide against all risks with Tatiana? I had not yet, as far as she could see, deserved her confidence, no matter that she does not know that I am worthy of it, that I am not seduced by temptations, that I do not believe in malicious calumnies against her. I know it, and I shall respect myself for it. I shall respect my own feeling. Oh, yes, she had allowed me to utter everything before Tatiana. She had allowed Tatiana to be there. She knew that Tatiana was sitting there listening, for she was incapable of not listening. She knew that she was laughing at me out there. That was awful, awful. But what if it were impossible to avoid it? What could she have done in her position, and how could one blame her for it? Why, I had told her a lie about craft. I had deceived her because that too could not be helped, and I had lied innocently against my will. My God, I cried suddenly, flushing painfully, what have I just done myself? Haven't I exposed her too before Tatiana? Haven't I repeated it all to Versalov just now? Though, after all, there was a difference. It was only a question of the letter. I had in reality only told Versalov about the letter because there was nothing else to tell, and could be nothing else. Was not I the first to declare that there could not be? He was a man of insight. But what hatred there was in his heart for this woman even to this day, and what sort of drama must have taken place between them in the past, and about what? All due to vanity, of course. Versalov cannot be capable of any feeling but boundless vanity. That last thought rose spontaneously in my mind, and I did not even remark it. Such were the thoughts that floated through my mind one after another, and I was straightforward with myself. I did not cheat or deceive myself, and if there was anything I did not understand at that moment, it was not from sophistry with myself, but only from lack of brains. I returned home in great excitement, and, I don't know why, in a very cheerful though confused state of mind. But I was afraid of analyzing my feelings, and did my utmost to distract my mind. I went in at once to see my landlady. It turned out that a terrible quarrel really had taken place between her husband and her. She was in advanced consumption, and though perhaps she was a good-natured woman, like all consumptives, she was of uncertain temper. I began trying to reconcile them at once. I went to the lodger, who was a very vain little bank clerk called Cherviak, a coarse pock-marked fool. I disliked him very much, but I got on with him quite well, for I often was so mean as to join him in turning Pyotr Ippolitovitch into ridicule. I had once persuaded him to keep on the lodgings, and indeed he would not in any case have really gone so far as to move. It ended in my reassuring the landlady completely, and even succeeding in very deftly putting a pillow under her head. Pyotr Ippolitovitch would never have known how to do it, she commented malignantly. Then I busied myself in the kitchen preparing mustard plasters for her, and succeeded in making two capital ones with my own hand. Poor Pietro Ippolitovitch looked on envious, but I did not allow him to touch them, and was rewarded by liberal tears of gratitude from the lady. I remember I suddenly felt sick of it all, and suddenly realized that I was not looking after the invalid from kindness at all, but from something else, some very different motive. I waited for Matvey with nervous impatience. I had resolved that evening to try my luck at cards for the last time, and apart from my need to win, I had an intense longing to play. But for that, my excitement would have been unbearable. If I had not gone anywhere, I might have been unable to hold out, and should have gone to her. It was almost time for Matvey to come, when the door was opened, and an unexpected visitor, Daria Anasimovna, walked in. I frowned, and was surprised. She knew my lodging, for she had been there once with some message from my mother. I made her sit down, and looked at her inquiringly. She said nothing, and only looked straight into my face with a deferential smile. "You've not come from Liza?" it occurred to me to ask. "No, it's nothing special." I informed her that I was just going out. She replied again that it was nothing special, and that she was going herself in a minute. I suddenly, for some reason, felt sorry for her. I may observe that she had met with a great deal of sympathy from all of us, from my mother, and still more from Tatiana Pavlovna, but after installing her at Madame Stolbiev's, all of us had rather begun to forget her, except perhaps Liza, who often visited her. I think she was herself the cause of this neglect, for she had a special faculty for effacing herself and holding herself aloof from people in spite of her obsequiousness and her ingratiating smiles. I personally disliked those smiles of hers and her affected expression, and I even imagined on one occasion that she had not grieved very long for her Olia. But this time, for some reason, I felt very sorry for her. And behold, without uttering a word, she suddenly bent forward with her eyes cast down, and all at once, throwing her arms round my waist, hid her face on my knees. She seized my hand. I thought she meant to kiss it, but she pressed it to her eyes, and hot tears trickled upon it. She was shaking all over with sobs, but she wept silently. It sent a pang to my heart, even though I felt at the same time somehow annoyed. But she was embracing me with perfect confidence, and without the least fear that I might be vexed, though only just before she had smiled so timidly and cringingly. I began begging her to calm herself. "Kind, good friend, I don't know what to do with myself. As soon as it gets dark, I can't bear it. As soon as it gets dark, I can't go on bearing it, and I feel drawn into the street, into the darkness. And I am drawn there by my imaginings. My mind is possessed by the fancy that as soon as ever I go out I shall meet her in the street. I walk and seem to see her. That is, other girls are walking along the street, and I walk behind them on purpose, and I think, 'Isn't it she? There she is,' I think. It really is my Olia. I dream and dream. I turn giddy at last, and feel sick, and stumble and jostle against people. I stumble as though I were drunk, and some swear at me. I hide by myself, and don't go to see any one, and wherever one goes it makes one's heart more sick. I passed by your lodging just now, and thought, 'I'll go in to him. He is kinder than any of them, and he was there at the time. Forgive a poor creature who's no use to any one. I'll go away directly. I'm going.' She suddenly got up and made haste to depart. Matvey arrived just then. I made her get into the sledge with me, and left her at Madame Stolbiev's on my way." 2. I had of late begun to frequent Zertchikov's gambling saloon. I had so far visited 3 gambling houses, always in company with Prince Sergei, who had introduced me to these places. At one of these houses the game was faro especially, and the stakes were high. But I did not care for going there. I saw that one could not get on there without a long purse, and also that the place was crowded with insolent fellows and swaggering young snobs. This was what Prince Sergei liked. He liked playing too, but he particularly liked getting to know these young prodigals. I noticed that though he went in with me, he kept away from me during the evening, and did not introduce me to any of his set. I stared about me like a wild man of the woods, so much so that I sometimes attracted attention. At the gambling table people spoke to one another freely, but once I tried bowing next day to a young fop, with whom I had not only talked but laughed the previous evenings, sitting beside him, and had even guessed 2 cards from him. Yet when I greeted him in the same room next day, he actually did not recognize me, or what was worse, stared at me with simulated amazement, and passed by with a smile. So I quickly gave up the place, and preferred to visit a sewer. I don't know what else to call it. It was a wretched, sordid little place for roulette, managed by a kept woman, who, however, never showed herself in the saloon. It was all horribly free and easy there, and though officers and wealthy merchants sometimes frequented it, there was a squalid filthiness about the place, though that was an attraction to many. Moreover, I was often lucky there, but I gave that place up too after a disgusting scene, which occurred when the game was at its hottest and ended in a fight between two players. I began going instead of Zertchikov's, to which Prince Sergei took me also. The man was a retired captain, and the tone at his rooms was very tolerable, military, curt, and businesslike, and there was a fastidiously scrupulous keeping up of the forms of punctilio. No boisterous practical jokers or very fast men frequented it. Moreover, the stakes played for were often considerable. Both faro and roulette were played. I had only been there twice before that evening, the 15th of November, but I believe Zertchikov already knew me by sight. I had made no acquaintance there, however. As luck would have it, Prince Sergei did not turn up till about midnight, when he dropped in with Darzin, after spending the evening at the gambling saloon of the young snobs, which I had given up. And so that evening I found myself alone and unknown in a crowd of strangers. If I had a reader, and he had read all I have written so far of my adventures, there would be certainly no need to inform him that I am not created for any sort of society. The trouble is, I don't know how to behave in company. If I go anywhere among a great many people, I always have a feeling as though I were being electrified by so many eyes looking at me. It positively makes me shrivel up, physically shrivel up, even in such places as a theatre, to say nothing of private houses. I did not know how to behave with dignity in these gambling saloons and assemblies. I either sat still inwardly upbraiding myself for my excessive mildness and politeness, or I suddenly got up and did something rude. And meanwhile all sorts of worthless fellows, far inferior to me, knew how to behave with wonderful aplomb. And that's what exasperated me above everything, so that I lost my self-possession more and more. I may say frankly, even at that time, if the truth is to be told, the society there, and even winning money at cards, had become revolting and a torture to me. Positively a torture. I did, of course, derive acute enjoyment from it, but this enjoyment was at the cost of torture. The whole thing, the people, the gambling, and most of all myself in the midst of them, seemed horribly nasty. As soon as I win, I'll chuck it all up, I said to myself every time when I woke up in my lodgings in the morning after gambling overnight. Then again, how account for my desire to win, since I certainly was not fond of money? Not that I am going to repeat the hackneyed phrases usually in such explanations, that I played for the sake of the game, for the pleasure of it, for the risk, the excitement, and so on, and not for gain. I was horribly in need of money. And though this was not my chosen path, not my idea, yet somehow or other I had made up my mind to try it. By way of experiment, I was continually possessed by one overwhelming thought. You maintained that one could reckon with certainty on becoming a millionaire if only one had sufficient strength of will. You've tested your strength of will already, so show yourself as strong in this case. Can more strength of will be needed for roulette than for your idea? That is what I kept repeating to myself. And as I still retained the conviction that in games of chance, if one has perfect control of one's will, so that the subtlety of one's intelligence and one's power of calculation are preserved, one cannot fail to overcome the brutality of blind chance and to win. I naturally could not help growing more and more irritated when at every moment I failed to preserve my strength of will, and was carried away by excitement like a regular child. Though I was able to endure hunger, I am not able to control myself in an absurd thing like this. That was what provoked me. Moreover, the consciousness that, however absurd and abject I might seem, I had within me a rich store of strength, which would one day make them all change their opinion of me. That consciousness has been, from the days of my oppressed childhood, the one spring of life for me, my light, my dignity, my weapon, and my consolation, without which I might have committed suicide as a little child. And so how could I help being irritated when I saw what a pitiful creature I became at the gambling table? That is why I could not give up playing. I see it all clearly now. This was the chief reason, but apart from that, my petty vanity was wounded. Losing had lowered me in the eyes of Prince Sergei of Versalov, though he did not deign to speak of it, of every one, even of Tatiana Pavlovna. That is what I thought, I felt. Finally, I will make another confession. By that time I had begun to be corrupted. It had become hard for me to give up a dinner of 7 dishes at the restaurant, to give up Matvey and the English shop, to lose the good opinion of my hairdresser, and all that, in fact. I was conscious of it even at the time, but I refused to admit the thought. Now I blush to write it. 3. Finding myself alone in a crowd of strangers, I established myself at first at a corner of the table and began staking small sums. I remained sitting there without stirring for 2 hours. For those 2 hours the play was horribly flat, neither one thing nor another. I let slip some wonderful chances, and tried not to lose my temper, but to preserve my coolness and confidence. At the end of the 2 hours I had neither lost nor won. Out of my 300 roubles I had lost 10 or 15 roubles. This trivial result exasperated me, and what's more, an exceedingly unpleasant, disgusting incident occurred. I know that such gambling saloons are frequented by thieves who are not simply pickpockets out of the street, but well-known gamblers. I am certain that the well-known gambler Aferdov is a thief. He is still to be seen about the town. I met him not long ago, driving a pair of his own ponies. But he is a thief, and he stole from me. But this incident I will describe later. What happened this evening was simply a prelude. I spent there 2 hours, sitting at a corner of the table, and beside me, on the left, there was all the time an abominable little dandy, a Jew. I believe he is on some paper, though, and even writes something and gets it published. At the very last moment I suddenly won 20 roubles. 2 red notes lay before me, and suddenly I saw this wretched little Jew put out his hand and remove one of my notes. I tried to stop him, but with a most impudent air he immediately informed me, without raising his voice in the least, that it was what he had won, that he had just put down a stake and won it. He declined to continue the conversation and turned away. As ill luck would have it, I was in a state of extreme stupidity at that moment. I was brooding over a great idea, and with a curse I got up quickly and walked away. I did not want to dispute, so made him a present of the red note. And indeed it would have been difficult to go into the matter with an impudent thief, for I had let slip the right moment, and the game was going on again. And that was my great mistake, the effect of which was apparent later on. 3 or 4 players near us saw how the matter ended, and noticing how easily I had given way, took me for another of the same sort. It was just 12 o'clock. I walked into the other room, and after little reflection formed a new plan. Going back, I changed my notes at the bank for half imperials. I received over 40 of them. I divided them into 10 lots, and resolved to stake 4 half imperials 10 times running on the 0. If I win, it's my luck. If I lose, so much the better. I'll never play again. I may mention that 0 had not turned up once during those 2 hours, so that at last no one was staking on 0. I put down my stakes, standing silent, frowning, and clenching my teeth. At the 3rd round, Zertchikov called aloud 0, which had not turned up all day. 140 half imperials were counted out to me in gold. I had 7 chances left, and I went on, though everything seemed whirling round and dancing before my eyes. "Come here!" I shouted right across the table to a player beside whom I had been sitting before, a grey-headed man with a moustache and a purple face, wearing evening dress, who had been for some hours staking small sums with ineffable patience, and losing stake after stake. "Come this end. There's luck here." "Are you speaking to me?" the moustached gentleman shouted from the other end of the table, with a note of menacing surprise in his voice. "Yes, you. You'll go on losing for ever there." "That's not your business. Please not to interfere." But I could not restrain myself. An elderly officer was sitting facing me at the other side of the table, looking at my stake. He muttered to his neighbour, "That's queer. 0. No, I won't venture on 0." "Do, Colonel. I shouted, laying down another stake. "Kindly leave me alone, and don't force your advice upon me," he rapped out sharply. "You are making too much noise." "I'm giving you good advice. Would you like to bet on zeros turning up directly? 10 gold pieces. I'll bet that. Will you take it?" And I laid down 10 half imperials. "A bet of 10 gold pieces, that I can do," he brought out dryly and severely. "I'll bet against you that zero won't turn up." "10 louis d'or, Colonel." "What do you mean by 10 louis d'or?" "10 half imperials, Colonel, and in grand language 10 louis d'or." "Well, then, say they are half imperials, and please don't joke with me." I did not, of course, hope to win the bet. There were 36 chances against 1 that zero would not turn up again, but I proposed it out of swagger, and because I wanted to attract every one's attention. I quite saw that for some reason nobody here liked me, and that they all would have taken particular pleasure in letting me know it. The roulette wheel was sent spinning, and what was the general amazement when it stopped at zero again! There was actually a general shout. The glory of my success dazed me completely. Again 140 half imperials were counted out to me. Zertchikov asked me if I would not like to take part of them in notes, but I mumbled something inarticulate in reply, for I was literally incapable of expressing myself in a calm and definite way. My head was going round, and my legs felt weak. I suddenly felt that I would take a fearful risk at once. Moreover, I had a longing to do something more, to make another bet, to carry off some thousands from some one. Mechanically I scooped up my notes in gold in the hollow of my hand, and could not collect myself to count them. At that moment I noticed Prince Sergey and Darzin behind me. They had only just come from their faro saloon, where, as I heard afterwards, they had lost their last farthing. "Ah, Darzin," I cried, "there's luck here. Stake on zero." "I've been losing. I've no money," he answered dryly. Prince Sergey actually appeared not to notice or recognize me. "Here's money," I cried, pointing to my heap of gold. "As much as you like." "Hang it all," cried Darzin, flushing crimson, "I didn't ask you for money, I believe." "You are being called," said Zertchikov, pulling my arm. The colonel, who had lost 10 half imperials to me, had called to me several times, almost abusingly. "Kindly take this," he shouted, purple with rage. "It's not for me to stand over you, but if I don't, you'll be saying afterwards you haven't had the money. Count it." I trust you, Colonel, without counting. Only please don't shout at me like that, and don't be angry." And I drew his heap of gold towards me. "Sir, I beg you to keep your transports for someone else, and not to force them on me," the colonel rasped out. "I've never fed pigs with you." "It's queer to admit such people. Who is he?" "Only a lad," I heard exclamations in undertones. But I did not listen. I was staking at random, not on zero this time. I staked a whole heap of 100-rouble notes on the first 18 numbers. "Let's go, Darzin," I heard Prince Sergey's voice behind me. "Home?" I asked, turning round to them. "Wait for me. We'll go together. I've had enough." My stake won. I had gained a big sum. "Enough!" I cried, and without counting the money, I began with trembling hands gathering up the gold and dropping it into my pockets, and clumsily crumpling the notes in my fingers, and trying to stuff them all at once into my side pocket. Suddenly Afrodov, who was sitting next to me on the right, had been playing for high stakes, laid a fat hand with a ring on the first finger over 3 of my 100-rouble notes. "Excuse me, that's not yours," he brought out sternly and incisively, though he spoke rather softly. This was the prelude, which was destined a few days afterwards to have such a serious sequel. Now I swear on my honour those 3 notes were mine, but to my misfortune at the time, though I was convinced they were mine, I still had the fraction of a doubt, and for an honest man that is enough, and I am an honest man. What made all the difference was that I did not know at the time that Afrodov was a thief. I did not even know his name then, so that at that moment I might very well imagine I had made a mistake, and that those 3 notes were really not in the heap that had just been paid me. I had not counted my gains at all. I had simply gathered up the heaps with my hands, and there had been money lying in front of Afrodov too, and quite close to mine, but in neat heaps and counted. Above all, Afrodov was known here and looked upon as a wealthy man. He was treated with respect. All this had an influence on me, and again I did not protest. A terrible mistake. The whole beastly incident was a result of my enthusiasm. I'm awfully sorry. I don't remember for certain, but I really think they are mine." I brought out, with lips trembling with indignation. These words at once aroused a murmur. "To say things like that, you ought to remember for certain, but you've graciously announced yourself that you don't remember for certain," Aphrodite observed with insufferable superciliousness. "Who is he? It can't be allowed," I heard several exclamations. "That's not the first time he has done it. There was the same little game over a 10-rouble note with Reckberg just now," a mean little voice said somewhere near. "That's enough, that's enough," I exclaimed. "I'm not protesting. Take it. Where's Prince? Where are Prince Sokolsky and Darzin? Have they gone? Gentlemen, did you see which way Prince Sokolsky and Darzin went?" And gathering up all my money at last, I could not succeed in getting some of the half-imperials into my pocket, and holding them in my hands, I rushed to overtake Prince Sergei and Darzin. The reader will see, I think, that I don't spare myself, and am recording at this moment what I was then, and all my nastiness, so as to explain the possibility of what followed. Prince Sergei and Darzin were going downstairs without taking the slightest notice of my shouts and calls to them. I had overtaken them, but I stopped for a moment before the hall porter, and goodness knows why, thrust 3 half-imperials into his hand. He gazed at me in amazement, and did not even thank me. But that was nothing to me, and if Matvey had been there, I should probably have pressed handfuls of gold upon him. And so, indeed, I believe I meant to do. But as I ran out on the steps, I suddenly remembered that I had let him go home when I arrived. At that moment Prince Sergei's horse came up, and he got into his sledge. "I'm coming with you, Prince, and to your flat," I cried, clutching the fur cover and throwing it open to get into the empty seat. But all at once Darzin skipped past me into the sledge, and the coachman snatched the fur cover out of my hands and tucked it round them. "Damn it all!" I cried, dumbfoundered. It looked as though I had unbuttoned the cover for Darzin's benefit, like a flunkey. "Home!" shouted Prince Sergei. "Stop!" I roared, clutching at the sledge, but the horse started, and I was sent rolling in the snow. I even fancied they were laughing. Jumping up, I took the first sledge I came across, and dashed after Prince Sergei, urging on the wretched nag at every second. 4. As ill luck would have it, the wretched beast crawled along with unnatural slowness. Though I promised the driver a whole rouble, the driver did nothing but lash the beast to earn his rouble. My heart was sinking. I began trying to talk to the driver, but I could not even articulate my words, and I muttered something incoherent. This was my condition when I ran up to Prince Sergei's. He had only just come back. He had left Darzin on the way, and was alone. Pale and ill-humoured, he was pacing up and down his study. I repeat again, he had lost heavily that evening. He looked at me with a sort of preoccupied wonder. "You again?" he brought out, frowning. "To settle up with you for good, sir," I said breathlessly. "How dared you treat me like that?" He looked at me inquiringly. "If you meant to drive with Darzin, you might have answered that you were going with him, but you started your horse, and I—" "Oh, yes, you tumbled into the snow," he said, and laughed into my face. An insult like that can be only answered with a challenge. So to begin with, we'll settle accounts. And with a trembling hand I began pulling out my money and laying it on the sofa, on the marble table, and even on an open book, in heaps and handfuls, and in rolls of notes. Several coins rolled on the carpet. "Oh, yes, you've won, it seems. One can tell that from your tone." He had never spoken to me so insolently before. I was very pale. "Here, I don't know how much. It must be counted. I owe you 3,000, or how much, more or less. I'm not pressing you to pay, I believe. No, it's I want to pay, and you ought to know why. I know that in that roll there's 1,000 roubles here." And I began with trembling fingers to count the money, but gave it up. "It doesn't matter. I know it's 1,000. Well, that 1,000 I will keep for myself, but all the rest, all these heaps, take for what I owe you, for part of what I owe you. I think there's as much as 2,000, or maybe more." "But you're keeping 1,000 for yourself, then?" said Prince Sergei with a grin. "Do you want it? In that case, I was thinking you didn't wish it, but if you want it, here it is." "No, you need not," he said, turning away from me contemptuously, and beginning to pace up and down again. "And what the devil's put it into your head to want to pay it back?" he said, turning to me suddenly with a horrible challenge in his face. "I'm paying it back to be free to insist on your giving me satisfaction," I vociferated. "Go to the devil with your everlasting words and gesticulations." He stamped at me suddenly as though in a frenzy. "I've been wanting to get rid of you both for ages, you and your Versalov. "You've gone out of your mind," I shouted, and indeed it did look like it. "You've worried me to death with your high-sounding phrases that never anything but phrases, phrases, phrases. Of honour, for instance. Tfu! I've been wanting to have done with you for a long time. I'm glad, glad that the minute has come. I considered myself bound, and blushed that I was forced to receive you both, but now I don't consider myself bound in any way, in any way, let me tell you. Your Versalov induced me to attack Madame Almakoff, and to cast aspersions on her. Don't dare to talk of honour to me after that, for you are dishonourable people, both of you, both of you. I wonder you weren't ashamed to take my money. There was a darkness before my eyes. I borrowed from you as a comrade," I began, speaking with a dreadful quietness. "You offered it to me yourself, and I believed in your affection. I'm not your comrade. That's not why I have given you money. You know why it is. I borrowed on account of what you owed Versalov. Of course it was stupid, but you could not borrow on Versalov's account without his permission, and I could not have given you his money without his permission. I gave you my own money, and you knew it, and took it, and I allowed this hateful farce to go on in my house. What did I know? What farce? Why did you give it to me? Pour vos beaux yeux, mon cousin," he said, laughing straight in my face. "Go to hell," I cried. "Take it all. Here's the other 1,000 too. Now we are quits, and to-morrow." And I flung at him the roll of 100-rouble notes I had meant to keep to live upon. The notes hit him in the waistcoat and flopped on the floor. With 3 rapid strides he stepped close up to me. "Do you dare to tell me," he said, savagely articulating his words as it were syllable by syllable, "that all this time you've been taking my money? You did not know your sister was with child by me?" "What? What?" I screamed, and suddenly my legs gave way under me, and I sank helplessly on the sofa. He told me himself afterwards that I literally turned as white as a handkerchief. I was stunned. I remember we still stared into each other's faces in silence. A look of dismay passed over his face. He suddenly bent down, took me by the shoulder, and began supporting me. I distinctly remember his set smile, in which there was incredulity and wonder. Yes, he had never dreamed of his words having such an effect, for he was absolutely convinced of my knowledge. It ended in my fainting, but only for a moment. I came to myself. I got on my feet, gazed at him, and reflected, and suddenly the whole truth dawned upon my mind, which had been so slow to awaken. If some one had told me of it before, and asked me what I should have done at such a moment, I should no doubt have answered that I should have torn him in pieces. But what happened was quite different, and quite independent of my will. I suddenly covered my face with both hands and began sobbing bitterly. It happened of itself. All at once the child came out again in the young man. It seemed that fully half of my soul was still a child's. I fell on the sofa and sobbed out, "Liza, Liza, poor unhappy girl." Prince Sergei was completely convinced all at once. "Good God, how unjust I've been to you!" he cried in deep distress. "How abominably I've misjudged you in my suspiciousness! Forgive me, Arkady Makarovitch." I suddenly jumped up, tried to say something to him, stood facing him, but said nothing, and ran out of the room and out of the flat. I dragged myself home on foot, and don't know how I got there. I threw myself on the bed in the dark, buried my face in the pillow, and thought and thought. At such moments orderly and consecutive thought is never possible. My brain and imagination seemed torn to shreds, and I remember I began dreaming about something utterly irrelevant. I don't know what. My grief and trouble came back to my mind suddenly with an ache of anguish, and I wrung my hands again and exclaimed, "Liza, Liza," and began crying again. I don't remember how I fell asleep, but I slept sweetly and soundly. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 7. 1. I waked up at 8 o'clock in the morning, instantly locked my door, sat down by the window, and began thinking. So I sat till 10 o'clock. The servant knocked at my door twice, but I sent her away. At last, at 11 o'clock, there was a knock again. I was just going to shout to the servant again, but it was Liza. The servant came in with her, brought me in some coffee, and prepared to light the stove. It was impossible to get rid of the servant, and all the time Thekla was arranging the wood and blowing up the fire, I strode up and down my little room, not beginning to talk to Liza, and even trying not to look at her. The servant, as though on purpose, was inexpressibly slow in her movements, as servants always are when they notice they are preventing people from talking. Liza sat on the chair by the window and watched me. "Your coffee will be cold," she said suddenly. I looked at her. Not a trace of embarrassment, perfect tranquillity, and even a smile on her lips. Such are women, I thought, and could not help shrugging my shoulders. At last the servant had finished lighting the stove and was about to tidy the room, but I turned her out angrily, and at last locked the door. "Tell me, please, why have you locked the door again?" Liza asked. I stood before her. "Liza, I never could have imagined you would deceive me like this," I exclaimed suddenly, though I had never thought of beginning like that, and instead of being moved to tears, an angry feeling, which was quite unexpected, stabbed me to the heart. Liza flushed. She did not turn away, however, but still looked straight in my face. "Wait, Liza, wait. Oh, how stupid I've been!" But was I stupid? I had no hint of it till everything came together yesterday, and from what could I have guessed it before? From your going to Madame Stolbayeva's, and to that Daria Onisimovna. But I looked upon you as the son, Liza, and how could I dream of such a thing? Do you remember how I met you that day 2 months ago at his flat, and how we walked together in the sunshine and rejoiced? Had it happened then, had it?" She answered by nodding her head. "So you were deceiving me even then. It was not my stupidity, Liza, it was my egoism. More than stupidity, the egoism of my heart, and maybe my conviction of your holiness." "Oh, I've always been convinced that you were all infinitely above me. And now this. I had not time yesterday in one day to realize, in spite of all the hints. And besides, I was taken up with something very different yesterday." At that point I suddenly thought of Katerina Nikolaevna, and something stabbed me to the heart like a pin, and I flushed crimson. It was natural that I could not be kind at that moment. "But what are you justifying yourself for? You seem to be in a hurry to defend yourself, Arkady. What for?" Liza asked, softly and gently, though her voice was firm and confident. "What for? What am I to do now? If it were nothing but that question. And you ask what for? I don't know how to act. I don't know how brothers do act in such cases. I know they go with pistols in their hands and force them to marry. I will behave as a man of honour ought, only I don't know how a man of honour ought to behave. Why? Because we are not gentlefolk, and he's a prince, and has to think of his career. He won't listen to honest people like us. We are not even brother and sister, but nondescript illegitimate children of a house serf without a surname. And princes don't marry house serfs. Oh, it's nauseating. And what's more, you sit now and wonder at me." "I believe that you are very much distressed," said Liza, flushing again. "But you are in too great a hurry, and are distressing yourself." "Too great a hurry? Why, do you think I have not been slow enough? Is it for you, Liza, to say that to me?" I cried, completely carried away by indignation at last. "And what shame I've endured, and how that prince must despise me. It's all clear to me now, and I can see it all like a picture. He quite imagined that I had guessed long ago what his relation was to you, but that I held my tongue, or even turned up my nose, while I bragged of my honour. That's what he may well have thought of me, and that I have been taking his money for my sister's shame. It was that he loathed so, and I think he was quite right too, to have every day to welcome a scoundrel because he was her brother, and then to talk of honour. It would turn any heart to stone, even his. And you allowed it all. You did not warn me. He despised me so utterly that he talked of me to Stebelkov, and told me yesterday that he longed to get rid of us both, Verisaloff and me. And Stabelkov, too, Anna Andreevna, is as much your sister as Lizaveta Makarovna." And then he shouted after me, "My money's better than his," and I insolently lolled on his sofa, and forced myself on his acquaintances, as though I were an equal, damn them. And you allowed all that? Most likely Darzin knows by now, judging at least by his tone yesterday evening. Every one knew it except me. "No one knows anything. He has not told any one of his acquaintances, and he could not," Liza added. "And about Stebelkov, all I know is that Stebelkov is worrying him, and that it could only have been a guess on Stebelkov's part anyway. I have talked to him about you several times, and he fully believed me that you know nothing, and I can't understand how this happened yesterday." "Oh, I paid him all I owed him yesterday, anyway, and that's a load off my heart. Liza, does mother know?" "Of course she does." "Why, yesterday she stood up for you against me. Oh, Liza, is it possible that in your heart of hearts you think yourself absolutely right, that you really don't blame yourself in the least? I don't know how these things are considered nowadays, and what are your ideas? I mean as regards me, your mother, your brother, your father. Does Versalov know?" "Mother has told him nothing. He does not ask questions. Most likely he does not want to ask." "He knows, but does not want to know. That's it. It's like him. Well, you may laugh at a brother, a stupid brother, when he talks of pistols, but your mother. Surely you must have thought, Liza, that it's a reproach to mother?" "I have been tortured by that idea all night. Mother's first thought now will be, 'It's because I did wrong,' and the daughter takes after the mother." "Oh, what a cruel and spiteful thing to say!" cried Liza, while the tears gushed from her eyes. She got up and walked rapidly towards the door. "Stay, stay!" I caught her in my arms, made her sit down again, and sat down beside her, still keeping my arm round her. "I thought it would be like this when I came here, and that you would insist on my blaming myself. Very well, I do blame myself. It was only through pride I was silent just now, and did not say so. I am much sorrier for you and mother than I am for myself." She could not go on, and suddenly began crying bitterly. "Don't, Liza, you mustn't. I don't want anything. I can't judge you. Liza, what does mother say? Tell me, has she known long?" "I believe she has, but I only told her a little while ago, when this happened," she said softly, dropping her eyes. "What did she say?" "She said, 'Bear it,'" Liza said, still more softly. "Ah, Liza, yes, bear it. Don't do anything to yourself. God keep you." "I'm not going to," she answered firmly, and she raised her eyes and looked at me. "Don't be afraid," she added. "It's not at all like that." "Liza, darling, all I can see is that I know nothing about it. But I've only found out now how much I love you. There's only one thing I can't understand, Liza. It's all clear to me, but there's one thing I can't understand at all. What made you love him? How could you love a man like that? That's the question." "And I suppose you've been worrying yourself all night about that too?" said Liza, with a gentle smile. "Stay, Liza, that's a stupid question. And you were laughing. Laugh away. But one can't help being surprised, you know. You and he, you are such opposite extremes. I have studied him. He's gloomy, suspicious. Perhaps he is very good hearted. He may be. But on the other hand, he is above all extremely inclined to see evil in everything, though in that he is exactly like me. He has a passionate appreciation for what's noble, that I admit, but I fancy it's only in his ideal. Oh, he is apt to feel remorse. He has been all his life continually cursing himself and repenting, but he will never reform. That's like me, too, perhaps. Thousands of prejudices and false ideas, and no real ideas at all. He is always striving after something heroic, and spoiling it all over trifles. Forgive me, Liza, I'm a fool, though. I say this and wound you, and I know it. I understand it." "It would be a true portrait," smiled Liza, "but you are too bitter against him on my account. And that's why nothing you say is true. From the very beginning he was distrustful with you, and you could not see him as he is. But with me, even at Luga, he has had no eyes for any one but me, ever since those days at Luga. Yes, he is suspicious and morbid, and but for me he would have gone out of his mind, and if he gives me up he will go out of his mind or shoot himself. I believe he has realized that, and knows it," Liza added dreamily, as though to herself. "Yes, he is weak continually, but such weak people are capable at times of acting very strongly. How strangely you talked about a pistol, Arcady. Nothing of that sort is wanted, and I know what will happen. It's not my going after him, it's his coming after me. Mother cries and says that if I marry him I shall be unhappy, that he will cease to love me. I don't believe that. Unhappy, perhaps, I shall be, but he won't cease to love me. That's not why I have refused my consent all along. It's for another reason. For the last 2 months I've refused, but to-day I told him, yes, I will marry you. Arkasha, do you know, yesterday her eyes shone and she threw her arms round my neck. He went to Anna Andreevna's and told her with absolute frankness that he could not love her. Yes, he had a complete explanation with her, and that idea's at an end. He had nothing to do with the project. It was all Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch's notion, and it was pressed upon him by those tormentors, Stebelkov and someone else. And to-day for that I've said yes. Dear Arcady, he is very anxious to see you, and don't be offended because of what happened yesterday. He's not quite well this morning, and will be at home all day. He's really unwell. Arcady, don't think it's an excuse. He has sent me on purpose and told me to say that he needs you, that he has a great deal he must tell you, and that it would be awkward to say it here in your lodging. Well, good-bye. Oh, Arcady, I am ashamed to say it. As I was coming here I was awfully afraid that you would not love me any more. I kept crossing myself on the way, and you've been so good and kind. I shall never forget it. I'm going to mother, and you try and like him a little, won't you?" I embraced her warmly and told her. "I believe, Liza, you're a strong character, and I believe that it's not you who are going after him, but he who is going after you. Only what made you love him? That's the question." Liza put in with her old mischievous laugh, pronouncing the words exactly as I had done. "That's the question." And as she said it, she lifted her forefinger exactly as I do. We kissed at parting, but when she had gone my heart began to ache again. 2. I note merely for myself there were moments after Liza had gone when a perfect host of the most unexpected ideas rushed into my mind, and I was actually quite pleased with them. Well, why should I bother, I thought. What is it to me? It's the same with every one, or nearly so. What of it if it has happened to Liza? Am I bound to save the honor of the family? I mention all these details to show how far I was from a sound understanding of the difference between good and evil. It was only feeling saved me. I knew that Liza was unhappy, that mother was unhappy, and I knew this by my feeling when I thought of them, and so I felt that what had happened must be wrong. Now I may mention beforehand that from that day right up to the catastrophe of my illness, events followed one another with such rapidity that, recalling them now, I feel surprised myself that I was able to stand up against them, crushing as they were. They clouded my mind and even my feelings, and if in the end I had been overwhelmed by them and had committed a crime, I was within an ace of it. The jury might well have acquitted me. But I will try to describe it all in the exact order of events, though I forewarn the reader that there was little order in my thoughts at that time. Events came rushing on me like the wind, and my thoughts whirled before them like the dead leaves in autumn. Since I was entirely made up of other people's ideas, where could I find principles of my own when they were needed to form independent decisions? I had no guide at all. I decided to go to see Prince Sergei that evening, that we might be perfectly free to talk things over, and he would be at home till evening. But when it was getting dark, I received again a note by post, a note from Stebelkov. It consisted of 3 lines, containing an urgent and most persuasive request that I would call on him next morning at 11 o'clock on most important business, and you will see for yourself that it is business. Thinking it over, I resolved to be guided by circumstances, as there was plenty of time to decide before tomorrow. It was already 8 o'clock. I should have gone out much earlier, but I kept expecting Versalov. I was longing to express myself to him, and my heart was burning. But Versalov was not coming, and did not come. It was out of the question for me to go to see my mother and Liza for a time, and besides, I had a feeling that Versalov certainly would not be there all day. I went on foot, and it occurred to me on the way to look in at the restaurant on the canal side, where we had been the day before. Sure enough, Versalov was sitting there in the same place. "I thought you would come here," he said, smiling strangely and looking strangely at me. His smile was an unpleasant one, such as I had not seen on his face for a long time. I sat down at the little table and told him in full detail about the prince and Liza, and my scene with Prince Sergei the evening before. I did not forget to mention how I had won at roulette. He listened very attentively, and questioned me as to Prince Sergei's intention to marry Liza. "Pauvre enfant! She won't gain much by that, perhaps, but very likely it won't come off, though he is capable of it." "Tell me as a friend. You knew it, I suppose, had an inkling of it?" "My dear boy, what could I do in the matter? It's all a question of another person's conscience, and of feeling, even though only on the part of that poor girl. I tell you again, I meddled enough at one time with other people's consciences, a most unsuitable practice. I don't refuse to help so far as I'm able, and if I understand the position myself. And you, my dear boy, did you really suspect nothing all this time?" "But how could you?" I cried, flaring up. "How could you, if you'd a spark of suspicion that I knew of Liza's position, and saw that I was taking money at the same time from Prince Sergei? How could you speak to me, sit with me, hold out your hand to me, when you must have looked on me as a scoundrel? For I bet anything you suspected I knew all about it, and borrowed money from Prince Sergei knowingly." "Again it's a question of conscience," he said with a smile. "And how do you know," he added distinctly, with unaccountable emotion, "how do you know I wasn't afraid, as you were yesterday, that I might lose my ideal, and find a worthless scamp instead of my impulsive, straightforward boy? I dreaded the minute, and put it off. Why not, instead of indolence or duplicity, imagine something more innocent in me? Stupid, perhaps, but more honourable. Que diable! I am only too often stupid without being honourable. What good would you have been to me if you had had such propensities? To persuade and try to reform in that case would be degrading. You would have lost every sort of value in my eyes, even if you were reformed." "And Liza, are you sorry for her?" "I am very sorry for her, my dear. What makes you think I am so unfeeling? On the contrary, I will try my very utmost. And you, what of your affair?" "Never mind my affair. I have no affairs of my own now. Tell me, why do you doubt that he'll marry her? He was at Anna Andreevna's yesterday, and positively refused. That is, disowned the foolish idea that originated with Prince Nikolai Ivanitch of making a match between them. He disowned it absolutely." "Yes? When was that? And from whom did you hear it?" he inquired with interest. I told him all I knew. "Hum!" He pronounced it as it were dreamily and pondering. "Then it must have happened just about an hour before another explanation." "Hum! Oh, well, of course such an interview may have taken place between them, although I know that nothing was said or done either on his side or on hers, though of course a couple of words would be enough for such an explanation. But I tell you what, it's strange," he laughed suddenly, "I shall certainly interest you directly with an extraordinary piece of news. If your prince did make his offer yesterday to Anna Andreevna, and, suspecting about Liza, I should have done my utmost to oppose his suit, entre nous soit dit, Anna Andreevna would in any case have refused him. I believe you are very fond of Anna Andreevna. You respect and esteem her. That's very nice on your part, and so you will probably rejoice on her account. She is engaged to be married, my dear boy, and judging from her character, I believe she really will get married, while well, I give her my blessing, of course." "Going to be married? To whom?" I cried, greatly astonished. "Ah, guess! I won't torment you. To Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch, to your dear old man." I gazed at him with open eyes. She must have been cherishing the idea for a long time, and no doubt worked it out artistically in all its aspects. He went on languidly, dropping out his words one by one. "I imagine this was arranged just an hour after Prince Sergei's visit. You see how inappropriate was his dashing in. She simply went to Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch and made him a proposal." "What made him a proposal? You mean he made her a proposal?" "Oh, how could he? She did, she herself, though to be sure he is perfectly ecstatic. They say he is simply sitting now wondering how it was the idea never occurred to him. I've heard he has even taken to his bed from sheer ecstasy, no doubt." "Listen, you are talking so ironically. I can hardly believe it. And how could she propose to him? What did she say?" "I assure you, my dear boy, that I am genuinely delighted," he answered, suddenly assuming a wonderfully serious air. "He is old, of course, but by every law and custom he can get married. As for her, again it's a matter of another person's conscience, as I've told you already, my dear boy. However, she is quite competent to have her own views and make her own decision. But the precise details, and the words in which she expressed herself, I am not in a position to give you, my dear boy. But no doubt she was equal to doing it, in a way which neither you nor I would have imagined. The best of it all is that there's nothing scandalous in it. It's all très comme il faut in the eyes of the world. Of course it's quite evident that she was eager for a good position in the world, but you know she deserves it. All this, my dear boy, is an entirely worldly matter. And no doubt she made her proposal in a magnificent and artistic style. It's an austere type, my dear boy, the girl nun, as you once described her. The cool young lady has been my name for her a long time past. She has almost been brought up by him, you know, and has seen more than one instance of his kindly feeling towards her. She assured me some time ago that she had such a respect for him, and such a high opinion of him, such feeling for him, and such sympathy with him, and all the rest of it, so that I was to some extent prepared. I was informed of all this morning in her name, and at her request, by my son, her brother Andrei Andreevitch, whom I believe you don't know, and whom I see regularly twice a year. He respectfully approves of the step she has taken." "Then it is public already? Good heavens, I am amazed." "No, it's certainly not public yet, not for some time. I don't know. I am altogether out of it, in fact. But it's all true. But now, Katerina Nikolaevna, what do you think? It won't suit Böhring's taste, will it?" "I don't know, actually, that he will dislike it. But you may be sure that on that side Anna Andreevna is a highly respectable person. But what a girl she is! Yesterday morning, immediately before this, she inquired of me whether I were in love with the widow Amakov. Do you remember I told you of it yesterday with surprise? It would have been impossible for her to marry the father if I had married the daughter. Do you understand now?" "Oh, to be sure!" I cried. "But could Anna Andreevna really have imagined that you could possibly want to marry Katerina Nikolaevna?" "Evidently she could, my dear boy. But, however, I believe it's time for you to go where you were going. My head aches all the time, you know. I'll tell them to play Lucia. I love the solemnity of its dreariness, but I've told you that already. I repeat myself unpardonably. Perhaps I'll go away from here, though. I love you, my dear boy, but good-bye. Whenever I have a headache or toothache, I thirst for solitude." A line of suffering came into his face. I believe now he really was suffering with his head particularly. "Till to morrow," I said. "Why till to morrow? And what is to happen tomorrow?" he said with a wry smile. "I shall go to see you, or you come to see me." "No, I shan't come to you, but you'll come running to me." There was something quite malevolent in his face, but I had no thoughts to spare for him. What an event! 3. Prince Sergei was really unwell, and was sitting alone with his head wrapped in a wet towel. He was very anxious to see me, but he had not only a headache, he seemed to be aching morally all over. To anticipate events again, all that latter time, right up to the catastrophe, it was somehow my fate to meet with people who were one after another so excited that they were all almost mad, so that I couldn't help being infected with the same malady myself. I came, I must confess, with evil feelings in my heart, and I was horribly ashamed, too, of having cried before him the previous night. And anyway, Liza and he had so clearly succeeded in deceiving me that I could not help seeing myself as a fool. In short, my heart was vibrating on false notes as I went in. But all this affectation and false feeling vanished quickly. I must do him the justice to say that his suspiciousness had quickly disappeared, that he surrendered himself completely. He betrayed almost childish affection, confidence, and love. He kissed me with tears, and at once began talking of the position. Yes, he really did need me. His words and the sequence of his ideas betrayed great mental disorder. He announced with great firmness his intention to marry Liza, and as soon as possible. "The fact that she is not of noble birth does not trouble me in the least. Believe me," he said to me, "my grandfather married a serf girl who sang in a neighboring landowner's private theatre. My family, of course, have rested certain expectations upon me, but now they'll have to give way, and it will not lead to strife. I want to break with my present life for good, for good. To have everything different, everything new. I don't understand what made your sister love me, but if it had not been for her, I should not have been alive to this day. I swear from the depth of my soul that my meeting her at Luga was the finger of Providence. I believe she loved me because I had fallen so low. Can you understand that, though, Arkady Makarovitch?" "Perfectly," I declared in a voice of full conviction. I sat at the table, and he walked about the room. I must tell you the whole story of our meeting without reserve. It began with a secret I had guarded in my heart, of which she alone heard, because only to her could I bring myself to trust it, and to this day no one else knows it. I went to Luga then with despair in my heart, and stayed at Madame Stolbiev's. I don't know why. Seeking solitude, perhaps. I had only just resigned my commission in the regiment which I had entered on my return from abroad, after my meeting with Andrei Petrovitch out there. I had some money at the time, and in the regiment I led a dissipated life, and spent freely. Well, the officers, my comrades, did not like me, though I tried not to offend any one, and I will confess it to you, no one has ever liked me. There was a certain Cornet Stepanoff, I must admit an extremely empty-headed, worthless fellow, not distinguished in any way. There was no doubt he was honest, though. He was in the habit of coming to see me, and I did not stand on ceremony with him. He used to sit in a corner, mute but dignified, for days together, and he did not get in my way at all. One day I told him a story that was going the round, with many foolish additions of my own, such as that the colonel's daughter was in love with me, and that the colonel had his eye upon me for her, and so would do anything to please me. In short, I will pass over the details, but it led to a very complicated and revolting scandal. It was not Stepanoff who spread it, but my orderly, who had overheard and remembered it all, for I had told an absurd story compromising the young lady. So when there was an inquiry into the scandal, and this orderly was questioned by the officers, he threw the blame on Stepanoff. That is, he said that it was to Stepanoff I told the story. Stepanoff was put in such a position that he could not deny having heard it. It was a question of honor. And as two-thirds of the story had been lying on my part, the officers were indignant, and the commanding officer who had called us together was forced to clear the matter up. At this point the question was put to Stepanoff in the presence of all. Had he heard the story or not? And at once he told the whole truth. Well, what did I do then? I a prince whose line goes back 1,000 years? I denied it, and told Stepanov to his face that he was lying, in the most polite way, suggesting that he had misunderstood my words, and so on. I'll leave out the details again, but as Stepanov came to me so often, I was able with some appearance of likelihood to put the matter in such a light that he might seem to be plotting with my orderly for motives of his own, and this told in my favour. Stepanov merely looked at me in silence and shrugged his shoulders. I remember the way he looked at me and shall never forget it. Then he promptly resigned his commission. But how do you suppose it ended? Every officer, without exception, called on him and begged him not to resign. A fortnight later I, too, left the regiment. No one turned me out. No one suggested my resigning. I alleged family reasons for my leaving the army. That was how the matter ended. At first I didn't mind, and even felt angry with them. I stayed at Luga, made the acquaintance of Lizaveta Makarovna, but a month afterwards I began to look at my revolver and to think about death. I looked at everything gloomily. Arkady Makarovich, I composed a letter to the commanding officer and my former comrades with a full confession of my lie, and a vindication of Stepanov's honour. When I had written the letter, I asked myself the question, should I send it and live, or should I send it and die? I should never have decided that question. Chance, blind chance, brought me near to Lizaveta Makarovna, after a strange and rapid conversation with her. She had been at Madame Sobiev's before that. We had met and parted with bows, and had rarely spoken. I suddenly told her everything. It was then she held out a hand to me. How did she settle the question? I didn't send the letter. She decided that I should not send it. She argued that if I did send the letter, I should of course have been doing an honorable action, sufficient to wash away all the filth of the past, and far more, but she doubted my having the strength to endure it. It was her idea that no one would have the strength to bear it, for then the future would be utterly ruined, and no new life would be possible. It is true Stepanov had suffered for it, but he had been acquitted by public opinion as it was. It was a paradox, of course, but she restrained me, and I gave myself into her hands completely. Her reasoning was Jesuitical, but feminine. I cried. She had begun to love you already. It was my regeneration into a new life. I vowed to change, to begin a new life, to be worthy of myself and of her, and this is how it has ended. It has ended in my going with you to roulette, in my playing faro. I could not resist the fortune. I was delighted at being in the swim, delighted with all these people, with race horses. I tortured Liza to my shame. He rubbed his forehead with his hand and walked up and down the room. We are both, you and I, stricken by the same Russian curse, Arkady Makarovich. You don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do. If a Russian deviates ever so little from the rut of routine laid down for him by tradition, at once he is at a loss what to do. While he's in the rut, everything's clear: income, rank, position in society, a carriage, visits, a wife, but ever so little off it. And what am I? A leaf fluttering before the wind. I don't know what to do. For the last 2 months I have striven to keep in the rut. I have liked the rut. I've been drawn to the rut. You don't know the depth of my downfall here. I love Liza, but at the same time I've been thinking of Madame Amakov. Is it possible? I cried in distress. By the way, what did you say yesterday about Versalov's having instigated you to behave in a mean way to Katerina Nikolaevna? I may have exaggerated it, and perhaps I have been unfair to him in my suspiciousness, as I have been to you. Let us drop the subject. Why, do you suppose that I have not been brooding over a lofty ideal of life all this time, ever since Luga, perhaps? I swear that ideal has never left me. It has been with me continually, and has lost none of its beauty in my heart. I remembered the vow I made to Lizaveta Makarovna to reform. When Andrei Petrovitch talked about the aristocracy to me yesterday, he said nothing new, I can assure you, My ideal is firmly established, a few score acres, and only a few score, for I've scarcely anything left of the fortune. Then absolutely complete abandonment of the world and a career, a rural home, a family, and myself a tiller of the soil, or something of the sort. Oh, in our family it's nothing new. My uncle, my grandfather too, tilled the soil with their own hands. We have been princes for 1,000 years, as aristocratic and as ancient a name as the Rohans, but we are beggars. And this is how I will train my children. Remember always, all your life, that you are a nobleman, that the sacred blood of Russian princes flows in your veins, but never be ashamed that your father tilled the soil with his own hands. He did it like a prince. I should not leave them property, nothing but that strip of land, but I would bring them up in the loftiest principles. That I should consider a duty. Oh, I should be helped by Liza, by work, by children. Oh, how we have dreamed of this together, dreamed of it here in this room. And would you believe it? At the same time I was thinking of Madame Amakov, and of the possibility of a worldly and wealthy marriage, though I don't care for the woman in the least. And only after what Nashokin said about Breering, I resolved to turn to Anna Andreevna. But you went to decline the match. That was an honorable action anyway, I suppose. You think so? He stopped short before me. No, you don't know my nature, or else there is something I don't know myself, because it seems I have more than one nature. I love you sincerely, Arkady Makarovitch, and besides I am terribly to blame for the way I've treated you for the last 2 months, and so I want you as Liza's brother to know all this. I went to Anna Andreevna to make her an offer of marriage, not to disown the idea. Is it possible? But Liza told me I deceived Liza. Tell me, please, you made a formal offer, and Anna Andreevna refused it. Was that it? Was that it? The facts are of great importance to me, Prince. No, I did not make an offer at all, but that was only because I hadn't time. She forestalled me, not in direct words, of course, though the meaning was clear and unmistakable. She delicately gave me to understand that the idea was henceforth out of the question. So it was the same as your not making her an offer, and your pride has not suffered. How can you reason like that? My own conscience condemns me. And what of Liza, whom I have deceived and meant to abandon? And the vow I made to myself and my forefathers to reform and to atone for all my ignoble past? I entreat you not to tell her that. Perhaps that is the one thing she would not be able to forgive me. I have been ill since what happened yesterday, and now it seems that all is over, and the last of the Sokolskys will be sent to prison. Poor Liza! I have been very anxious to see you all day, Arkady Makarovitch, to tell you as Liza's brother what she knows nothing of as yet. I am a criminal. I have taken part in forging railway shares. Something more? What? You are going to prison? I cried, jumping up and looking at him in horror. His face wore a look of the deepest gloom and utterly hopeless sorrow. Sit down, he said, and he sat down in the armchair opposite. To begin with, you had better know the facts. It was more than a year ago, that same summer, that I was at Elms with Lydia and Katerina Nikolaevna, and afterwards at Paris, just at the time when I was going to Paris for 2 months. In Paris, of course, I was short of money, and it was just then Stebelkof turned up, though I knew him before. He gave me some money and promised to give me more, but asked me in return to help him. He wanted an artist, a draughtsman, engraver, lithographer, and so on, a chemist, an expert, and for certain purposes. What those purposes were he hinted pretty plainly from the first, and would you believe it, he understood my character. It only made me laugh. The point is that from my school days I had an acquaintance, at present a Russian exile, though he was not really a Russian, but a native of Hamburg. He had been mixed up in some cases of forging papers in Russia already. It was on this man that Stebelkof was reckoning, but he wanted an introduction to him, and he applied to me. I wrote a couple of lines for him and immediately forgot all about it. Afterwards he met me again and again, and I received altogether as much as 3,000 from him. I had literally forgotten all about the business. Here I've been borrowing from him all the time, with IOUs and securities, and he has been cringing before me like a slave, and suddenly yesterday I learned from him for the first time that I am a criminal." "When? Yesterday?" "Yesterday morning, when we were shouting in my study just before Nashchokin arrived. For the first time he had the effrontery to speak to me quite openly of Anna Andreevna. I raised my hand to strike him, but he suddenly stood up and informed me that his interests were mine, and that I must remember that I was his accomplice, and in as much a swindler as he, though he did not use those words. That was the sense." "What nonsense! Why, surely it's all imagination." "No, it's not imagination. He has been here to day and explained things more exactly. These forged documents have been in circulation a long time, and are still being passed about, but it seems they've already begun to be noticed. Of course I've nothing to do with it, but you see, though, you were pleased to give me that little letter. That's what Stebelkof told me." "So you didn't know, of course. What for? Or did you know?" "I did know," Prince Sergei answered in a low voice, dropping his eyes. "That's to say, I knew and didn't know, you see. I was laughing, I was amused. I did it without thinking, for I had no need of forged documents at that time, and it wasn't I who meant to make them. But that 3,000 he gave me then he did not put down in his account against me, and I let it pass." "But how do you know?" "Perhaps I really am a forger. I could not help knowing. I'm not a child. I did know, but I felt in a merry humor, and I helped scoundrels, felons, helped them for money. So I, too, am a forger." "Oh, you are exaggerating. You've done wrong, but you're exaggerating. There's someone else in it, a young man called Zibielsky, some sort of attorney's clerk. He, too, had something to do with these forgeries. He came afterwards from that gentleman at Hamburg to see me about some nonsense. Of course I didn't know what it was about myself. It was not about those forgeries, I know that, but he has kept in his possession 2 documents in my handwriting, only brief notes, and of course they are evidence too. I understood that to day. Stebelkof makes out that this Zibielsky is spoiling everything. He has stolen something, public money, I believe, but means to steal something more and then to emigrate. So he wants 8,000, not a penny less, to help him on his way. My share of the fortune I had inherited would satisfy Stebelkof, but he said Zibielsky must be satisfied too. In short, I must give up my share of the fortune, and 10,000 besides. That's their final offer, and then they will give me back my 2 letters. They're in collusion, that's clear." "It's obviously absurd. If they inform against you, they will betray themselves. Nothing will induce them to give information." "I understand that. They don't threaten to give information at all. They only say, 'We shall not inform, of course, but if it should be discovered, then,' that's what they say, and that's all. But I think it's enough. But that's not the point, whatever happens, and even if I had those letters in my pocket now, yet to be associated with those swindlers, to be their accomplice for ever and ever, to lie to Russia, to lie to my children, to lie to Liza, to lie to my conscience. Does Liza know?" "No, she does not know everything. It would be too much for her in her condition. I wear the uniform of my regiment, and every time I meet a soldier of the regiment, at every second, I am inwardly conscious that I must not dare to wear the uniform." "Listen," I cried suddenly, "there's no need to waste time talking about it. There's only one way of salvation for you. Go to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch. Borrow 10,000 from him. Ask for it without telling him what for. Then send for those 2 swindlers, settle up with them finally, buy back your letters, and the thing is over. The whole thing will be ended, and you can go and till the land. Away with vain imaginings, and have faith in life." "I have thought of that," he said resolutely. "I have been making up my mind all day, and at last I have decided. I have only been waiting for you. I will go. Do you know, I have never in my life borrowed a farthing from Prince Nikolai Ivanitch. He is well disposed to our family, and even," and has come to their assistance, but I personally have never borrowed money from him. But now I am determined to. Our family, you may note, is an older branch of the Sokolskys than Prince Nikolai Ivanitch's. They are a younger branch, collaterals, in fact, hardly recognized. There was a feud between our ancestors. At the beginning of the reforms of Peter the Great, my great-grandfather, whose name was Peter too, remained an old believer, and was a wanderer in the forest of Kostroma. That Prince Peter married a second wife who was not of noble births, so it was then these other Sokolskys dropped out. But what was I talking about? He was very much exhausted, and seemed talking almost unconsciously. "Calm yourself," I said, standing up and taking my hat. "Go to bed, that's the first thing. Prince Nikolai Ivanitch is sure not to refuse, especially now in the overflow of his joy. Have you heard the latest news from that quarter? Haven't you really? I've heard a wild story that he is going to get married. It's a secret, but not from you, of course." And I told him all about it, standing hat in hand. He knew nothing about it. He quickly asked questions, inquiring principally when and where the match had been arranged, and how far the rumor was trustworthy. I did not, of course, conceal from him that it had been settled immediately after his visit to Anna Andreevna. I cannot describe what a painful impression this news made upon him. His face worked and was almost contorted, and his lips twitched convulsively in a wry smile. At the end he turned horribly pale, and sank into a reverie, with his eyes on the floor. I suddenly saw quite clearly that his vanity had been deeply wounded by Anna Andreevna's refusal of him the day before. Perhaps in his morbid state of mind he realized only too vividly at that minute the absurd and humiliating part he had played the day before in the eyes of the young lady of whose acceptance, as it now appeared, he had all the time been so calmly confident. And worst of all, perhaps, was the thought that he had behaved so shabbily to Liza, and to no purpose. It would be interesting to know for what these foppish young snobs think well of one another, and on what grounds they can respect one another. This prince might well have supposed that Anna Andreevna knew of his connection with Liza, in reality her sister, or if she did not actually know, that she would be certain to hear of it sooner or later, and yet he had no doubt of her acceptance. "And could you possibly imagine," he said suddenly, with a proud and supercilious glance at me, "that now, after learning such a fact, I could be capable of going to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch and asking him for money? Ask him, the accepted fiancé of the lady who has just refused me, like a beggar, like a flunkey? No, now all is lost. And if that old man's help is my only hope, then let my last hope perish." In my heart I shared his feeling, but it was necessary to take a broader view of the real position. Was the poor old prince really to be looked upon as a successful rival? I had several ideas fermenting in my brain. I had, apart from Prince Sergei's affairs, made up my mind to visit the old man next day. For the moment I tried to soften the impression made by the news, and to get the poor prince to bed. "When you have slept, things will look brighter, you'll see." He pressed my hand warmly, but this time he did not kiss me. I promised to come and see him the following evening, and we'll talk. There's so much to talk of. He greeted these last words of mine with a fateful smile. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8, of a Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 8. 1. All that night I dreamed of roulette, of play, of gold, and reckonings. I seemed in my dreams to be calculating something at the gambling table, some stake, some chance, and it oppressed me all night like a nightmare. To tell the truth, the whole of the previous day, in spite of all the startling impressions I had received, I had been continually thinking of the money I had won at Zerstchikov's. I suppressed the thought, but I could not suppress the emotion it aroused, and I quivered all over at the mere recollection of it. That success had put me in a fever. Could it be that I was a gambler, or at least, to be more accurate, that I had the qualities of a gambler? Even now, at the time of writing this, I still at moments like thinking about play. It sometimes happens that I sit for hours together absorbed in silent calculations about gambling, and in dreams of putting down my stake, of the number turning up, and of picking up my winnings. Yes, I have all sorts of qualities, and my nature is not a tranquil one. At 10 o'clock I intended to go to Stebelkov's, and I meant to walk. I sent Matvey home as soon as he appeared. While I was drinking my coffee, I tried to think over the position. For some reason I felt pleased. A moment's self-analysis made me realize that I was chiefly pleased because I was going that day to the old prince's. But that day was a momentous and startling one in my life, and it began at once with a surprise. At 10 o'clock my door was flung wide open, and Tatiana Pavlovna flew in. There was nothing I expected less than a visit from her, and I jumped up in alarm on seeing her. Her face was ferocious, her manner was incoherent, and I dare say if she had been asked she could not have said why she had hastened to me. I may as well say at once that she had just received a piece of news that had completely overwhelmed her, and she had not recovered from the first shock of it. The news overwhelmed me, too. She stayed, however, only a half a minute, or perhaps a minute, but not more. She simply pounced upon me. "So this is what you've been up to?" she said, standing facing me and bending forward. "Ah, you young puppy, what have you done? What, you don't even know? Goes on drinking his coffee? Oh, you babbler, you chatterbox, oh, you imitation lover. Boys like you are whipped, whipped, whipped." "Tatiana Pavlovna, what has happened? What is the matter? Is mother—" "You will know," she shouted menacingly, ran out of the room, and was gone. I should certainly have run after her, but I was restrained by one thought, and that was not a thought, but a vague misgiving. I had an inkling that of all her vituperation, imitation lover was the most significant phrase. Of course I could not guess what it meant, but I hastened out, that I might finish with Stebelkov and go as soon as possible to Nikolai Ivanitch. The key to it all is there, I thought instinctively. I can't imagine how he learned it, but Stebelkov already knew all about Anna Andreevna, down to every detail. I will not describe his conversation and his gestures, but he was in a state of enthusiasm, a perfect ecstasy of enthusiasm over this masterstroke. "She is a person! Yes, she is a person!" he exclaimed. "Yes, that's not our way. Here we sit still and do nothing, but as soon as she wants something of the best, she takes it. She's an antique statue. She is an antique statue of Minerva, only she is walking about and wearing modern dress." I asked him to come to business. This business was, as I had guessed, solely to ask me to persuade and induce Prince Sergei to appeal to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch for a loan. "Or it will be a very, very bad look out for him, though it's none of my doing. That's so, isn't it?" He kept peeping into my face, but I fancy did not detect that I knew anything more than the day before, and indeed he could not have imagined it. I need hardly say that I did not, by word or hint, betray that I knew anything about the forged documents. Our explanations did not take long. He began at once promising me money, and a considerable sum, if only you will manage that the prince should go. The matter is urgent, very urgent, and that's the chief point, that the matter's so pressing. I did not want to argue and wrangle with him as I had done the day before, and I got up to go, though to be on the safe side I flung him in reply that I would try. But he suddenly amazed me beyond all expression. I was on my way to the door, when all at once he put his arm round my waist affectionately, and began talking to me in the most incomprehensible way. I will omit the details of the conversation, that I may not be wearisome. The upshot of it was that he made me a proposition that I should introduce him to Monsieur de Gatchef, since you go there. I instantly became quiet, doing my utmost not to betray myself by the slightest gesture. I answered at once, however, that I was quite a stranger there, and though I had been in the house, it was only on one occasion by chance. "But if you've been admitted once, you might go a second time. Isn't that so?" I asked him point blank and with great coolness why he wanted it. And to this day I can't understand such a degree of simplicity in a man who was apparently no fool, and who was a business man, as Vassin had said of him. He explained to me quite openly that he suspected that something prohibited and sternly prohibited was going on at Dergatchev's, and so if I watch him I may very likely make something by it. And with a grin he winked at me with his left eye. I made no definite answer, but pretended to be considering it, and promised to think about it, and with that I went hastily away. The position was growing more complicated. I flew to Vassin, and at once found him at home. "What, you too?" he said enigmatically on seeing me, without inquiring the significance of this phrase. I went straight to the point, and told him what had happened. He was evidently impressed, though he remained absolutely cool. He cross-examined me minutely. "It may very well be that you misunderstood him." "No, I quite understood him. His meaning was quite clear." "In any case, I am extremely grateful to you," he added with sincerity. "Yes, indeed. If that is so, he imagined that you could not resist a certain sum of money. And besides, he knows my position. I've been playing all this time, and behaving badly, Vassin." "I've heard about that. What puzzles me most of all is that he knows you go there constantly, too," I ventured to observe. "He knows perfectly well," Vassin answered quite simply, "that I don't go there with any object. And indeed all those young people are simply chatterers, nothing more. You have reason to remember that as well as any one." I fancied that he did not quite trust me. "In any case, I am very much obliged to you. I've heard that Monsieur Stebelkoff's affairs are in rather a bad way." I tried to question him once more. "I've heard anyway of certain shares." "What shares have you heard about?" I mentioned the shares on purpose, but of course not with the idea of telling him the secret Prince Sergei had told me the day before. I only wanted to drop a hint, and see from his face, from his eyes, whether he knew anything about shares. I attained my object. From a momentary, indefinable change in his face, I guessed that he did perhaps know something in this matter too. I did not answer his question, "What shares?" I was silent, and it was worth noting that he did not pursue the subject either. "How's Lizaveta Makarovna?" he inquired with sympathetic interest. "She's quite well. My sisters always thought very highly of you." There was a gleam of pleasure in his eyes. I had guessed long before that he was not indifferent to Liza. "Prince Sergei Petrovitch was here the other day," he informed me suddenly. "When?" I cried. "Just 4 days ago." "Not yesterday?" "No, not yesterday." He looked at me inquiringly. "Later, perhaps, I may describe our meeting more fully, but for the moment I feel I must warn you," Vassin said mysteriously, "that he struck me as being in an abnormal condition of mind." "And of brain indeed. I had another visit, however," he added suddenly with a smile, "just before you came, and I was driven to the same conclusion about that visitor too." "Has Prince Sergei just been here?" "No, not Prince Sergei. I'm not speaking of the prince just now. Andrei Petrovitch Versolov has just been here. And you've heard nothing? Hasn't something happened to him?" "Perhaps something has, but what passed between you exactly?" I asked hurriedly. "Of course I ought to keep it secret. We are talking rather queerly, with too much reserve." He smiled again. "Andrei Petrovitch, however, did not tell me to keep it secret. But you are his son, and as I know your feelings for him, I believe I may be doing right to warn you. Only fancy, he came to me to ask the question, in case it should be necessary for him very shortly, in a day or two, to fight a duel. Would I consent to be his second? I refused absolutely, of course." I was immensely astonished. This piece of news was the most disturbing of all. Something was wrong. Something had turned up. Something had happened of which I knew nothing as yet. I suddenly recalled in a flash how Versaloff had said to me the day before, "I shan't come to you, but you'll come running to me." I rushed off to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch, feeling more than ever that the key to the mystery lay there. As he said good-bye, Vassin thanked me again. 2. The old prince was sitting before an open fire with a rug wrapped round his legs. He met me with an almost questioning air, as though he were surprised that I had come. Yet almost every day he had sent messages inviting me. He greeted me affectionately, however, but his answers to my first questions sounded somewhat reluctant, and were fearfully vague. At times he seemed to deliberate, and looked intently at me, as though forgetting and trying to recall something which certainly ought to be connected with me. I told him frankly that I had heard everything, and was very glad. A cordial and good-natured smile came into his face at once, and his spirits rose. His mistrust and caution vanished at once, as though he had forgotten them, and indeed he had, of course. "My dear young friend, I knew you would be the first to come, and, do you know, I thought about you yesterday. Who will be pleased? He will. Well, no one else will indeed, but that doesn't matter. People are spiteful gossips, but that's no great matter. Cher enfant, this is so exalted and so charming. But of course you know her well, and Anna Andreevna has the highest opinion of you. It's a grave and charming face out of an English keepsake. It's the most charming English engraving possible. 2 years ago I had a regular collection of such engravings. I always had the intention, always. I only wonder why it was I never thought of it. You always, if I remember rightly, distinguished Anna Andreevna, and were fond of her. My dear boy, we don't want to hurt any one. Life with one's friends, with one's relations, with those dear to one's heart, is paradise. All the poets, in short, it has been well known from prehistoric times. In the summer, you know, we are going to Soden, and then to Bad Gastein. But what a long time it is since you've been to see me, my dear boy. What's been the matter with you? I've been expecting you. And how much has happened meanwhile, hasn't it? I'm only sorry that I am uneasy. As soon as I am alone, I feel uneasy. That is why I must not be left alone, must I? That's as plain as twice two make four. I understood that at once from her first word. Oh, my dear boy, she only spoke 2 words, but it was something like a glorious poem. But of course you are her brother, almost her brother, aren't you? My dear boy, it's not for nothing I'm so fond of you. I swear I had a presentiment of all this. I kissed her hand and wept." He took out his handkerchief as though preparing to weep again. He was violently agitated, suffering, I fancy, from one of his nervous attacks, and one of the worst I remember in the whole course of our acquaintance. As a rule, almost always, in fact, he was ever so much better and more good-humoured. "I would forgive everything, my dear boy," he babbled on. "I long to forgive every one, and it's a long time since I was angry with any one. Art, la poésie dans la vie, philanthropie, and she, a biblical beauty, quel charmant person, eh? Les chants de Salomon, non, ce n'est pas Salomon, c'est David qui mettait une jambelle dans son lit pour se chauffer dans sa vieillesse. Enfin, David, Salomon, all that keeps going round in my head, a regular jumble. Everything, cher enfant, may be at the same time grand and ridiculous. Cette jambelle de la vieillesse de David, c'est tout un poème, and Paul de Kock would have made of it a Saint de Bassenois, and we should all have laughed. Paul de Kock has neither taste nor sense of proportion, though he is a writer of talent. Katerina Nikolaevna smiles. I said that we would not trouble any one. We have begun our romance, and only ask them to let us finish it. Maybe it is a dream, but don't let them rob me of this dream." "How do you mean it's a dream, Prince?" "A dream? How a dream? Well, let it be a dream, but let me die with that dream." "Oh, why talk of dying, Prince? You have to live now, only to live." "Why, what did I say? That's just what I keep saying. I simply can't understand why life is so short. To avoid being tedious, no doubt, for life, too, is the Creator's work of art in a perfect and irreproachable form, like a poem of Pushkin's. Brevity is the first essential of true art. But if anyone is not bored, he ought to be allowed to live longer. Tell me, Prince, is it public property yet? No, my dear boy, certainly not. We have all agreed upon that. It's private, private, private. So far I've only disclosed it fully to Katerina Nikolaevna because I felt I was being unfair to her. Oh, Katerina Nikolaevna is an angel. She is an angel. Yes, yes. Yes, and you say yes? Why, I thought that you were her enemy, too. Ah, by the way, she asked me not to receive you any more, and only fancy when you came in, I quite forgot it. What are you saying? I cried, jumping up. Why? Where? My presentiment had not deceived me. I had had a presentiment of something of this sort ever since Tatiana's visit. Yesterday, my dear boy, yesterday. I don't understand, in fact, how you got in, for orders were given. How did you come in? I simply walked in. The surest way. If you had tried to creep in by stealth, no doubt they would have caught you, but as you simply walked in, they let you pass. Simplicity, cher enfant, is in reality the deepest cunning. I don't understand. Did you, too, decide not to receive me, then? No, my dear boy. I said I had nothing to do with it. That is, I gave my full consent. And believe me, my dear boy, I am much too fond of you, but Katerina Nikolaevna insisted so very strongly. So there it is. At that instant Katerina Nikolaevna appeared in the doorway. She was dressed to go out, and as usual came in to kiss her father. Seeing me, she stopped short in confusion, turned quickly, and went out. Voila! Cried the old prince, impressed and much disturbed. It's a misunderstanding, I cried. One moment. I'll come back to you directly, prince. And I ran after Katerina Nikolaevna. All that followed upon this happened so quickly that I had no time to reflect or even to consider in the least how to behave. If I had had time to consider, I should certainly have behaved differently. But I lost my head like a small boy. I was rushing towards her room, but on the way a footman informed me that Katerina Nikolaevna had already gone downstairs and was getting into her carriage. I rushed headlong down the front staircase. Katerina Nikolaevna was descending the stairs in her fur coat, and beside her, or rather arm in arm with her, walked a tall and severe-looking officer, wearing a uniform and a sword, followed by a footman carrying his greatcoat. This was the baron, who was a colonel of 35, a typical smart officer, thin, with rather too long a face, ginger moustache, and even eyelashes of the same color. Though his face was quite ugly, it had a resolute and defiant expression. I describe him briefly as I saw him at that moment. I had never seen him before. I ran down the stairs after them without a hat or coat. Katerina Nikolaevna was the first to notice me, and she hurriedly whispered something to her companion. He slightly turned his head and then made a sign to the footman and the hall porter. The footman took a step towards me at the front door, but I pushed him away and rushed after them out on the steps. Buring was assisting Katerina Nikolaevna into the carriage. Katerina Nikolaevna, Katerina Nikolaevna, I cried senselessly, like a fool, like a fool. Oh, I remember it all. I had no hat on. Buring turned savagely to the footman again and shouted something to him loudly, one or two words. I did not take them in. I felt someone clutch me by the elbow. At that moment the carriage began to move. I shouted again and was rushing after the carriage. I saw that Katerina Nikolaevna was peeping out of the carriage window, and she seemed much perturbed. But in my hasty movement I jostled against Buring unconsciously and trod on his foot, hurting him a good deal, I fancy. He uttered a faint cry, clenched his teeth with a powerful hand, grasped me by the shoulder, and angrily pushed me away so that I was sent flying a couple of yards. At that instant his greatcoat was handed him. He put it on, got into his sledge, and once more shouted angrily to the footman and the porter, pointing to me as he did so. Thereupon they seized me and held me. One footman flung my greatcoat on me, while a second handed me my hat. And I don't remember what they said. They said something, and I stood and listened, understanding nothing of it. All at once I left them and ran away. 3. Seeing nothing and jostling against people as I went, I ran till I reached Tatiana Pavlovna's flat. It did not even occur to me to take a cab. Buring had pushed me away before her eyes. I had, to be sure, stepped on his foot, and he had thrust me away instinctively, as a man who had trodden on his corn, and perhaps I really had trodden on his corn. But she had seen it, and had seen me seized by the footman. It had all happened before her, before her. When I had reached Tatiana Pavlovna's, for the first minute I could say nothing, and my lower jaw was trembling as though I were in a fever. And indeed I was in a fever, and what's more, I was crying. Oh, I had been so insulted. "What, have they kicked you out? Serve you right, serve you right," said Tatiana Pavlovna. I sank on the sofa without a word, and looked at her. "What's the matter with him?" she said, looking at me intently. "Come, drink some water. Drink a glass of water. Drink it up. Tell me what you've been up to there now." I muttered that I'd been turned out, and that Buring had given me a push in the open street. "Can you understand anything, or are you still incapable? Come here, read and admire it." And taking a letter from the table, she gave it to me, and stood before me expectantly. I at once recognized Versaillof's writing. It consisted of a few lines. It was a letter to Katerina Nikolaevna. I shuddered, and instantly comprehension came back to me in a rush. The contents of this horrible, atrocious, grotesque, and blackguardly letter were as follows, word for word: "Dear Madam Katerina Nikolaevna, depraved as you are in your nature and your arts, I should have yet expected you to restrain your passions and not to try your wiles on children. But you are not even ashamed to do that. I beg to inform you that the letter you know of was certainly not burnt in a candle, and never was in Kraft's possession, so you won't score anything there. So don't seduce a boy for nothing. Spare him. He is hardly grown up, almost a child, undeveloped mentally and physically. What use can you have for him? I am interested in his welfare, and so I have ventured to write to you, though with little hope of attaining my object. I have the honor to inform you that I have sent a copy of this letter to Baron Buring. A. Versalov." I turned white as I read, then suddenly I flushed crimson, and my lips quivered with indignation. "He writes that about me, about what I told him the day before yesterday," I cried in a fury. "So you did tell him," cried Tatiana Pavlovna, snatching the letter from me. "But I didn't say that. I did not say that at all. Good God, what can she think of me now? But it's madness, you know. He's mad. I saw him yesterday. When was the letter sent?" "It was sent yesterday, early in the day. It reached her in the evening, and this morning she gave it me herself." "But I saw him yesterday myself. He's mad. Versalov was incapable of writing that. It was written by a madman. Who could write like that to a woman?" "That's just what such madmen do, write in a fury, when they are blind and deaf from jealousy and spite, and their blood is turned to venom. You did not know what he is like. Now they will pound him to a jelly. He has thrust his head under the axe himself. He'd better have gone at night to the Nikolaevsky railway, and have laid his head on the rail. They'd have cut it off for him, if he's weary of the weight of it. What possessed you to tell him? What induced you to tease him? Did you want to boast?" "But what hatred, what hatred!" I cried, clapping my hand on my head. "And what for? What for? Of a woman? What has she done to him? What can there have been between them, that he can write a letter like that?" "Hatred!" Tatiana Pavlovna mimicked me with furious sarcasm. The blood rushed to my face again. All at once I seemed to grasp something new. I gazed at her with searching inquiry. "Get along with you!" she shrieked, turning away from me quickly and waving me off. "I've had bother enough with you all. I've had enough of it now. You may all sink into the earth for all I care. Your mother is the only one I'm sorry for." I ran, of course, to Versalov. But what treachery! What treachery! For Versalov was not alone. To explain the position beforehand. After sending that letter to Katerina Nikolaevna the day before, and actually dispatching a copy of it to Baron Buring, God only knows why, naturally he was bound to expect certain consequences of his action in the course of to-day, and so had taken measures of a sort. He had in the morning moved my mother upstairs to my coffin, together with Liza, who, as I learned afterwards, had been taken ill when she got home, and had gone to bed. The other rooms, especially the drawing room, had been scrubbed and tidied up with extra care, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon a certain Baron R. did in fact make his appearance. He was a colonel, a tall, thin gentleman, about 40, a little bald, of German origin, with ginger-coloured hair like Beering's, and a look of great physical strength. He was one of those Baron R's, of whom there are so many in the Russian army, all men of the highest baronial dignity, entirely without means, living on their pay, and all zealous and conscientious officers. I did not come in time for the beginning of their interview. Both were very much excited, and they might well be. Verslov was sitting on the sofa facing the table, and the baron was in an armchair on one side. Verslov was pale, but he spoke with restraint, dropping out his words one by one. The baron raised his voice, and was evidently given to violent gesticulation. He restrained himself with an effort, but he looked stern, supercilious, and even contemptuous, though somewhat astonished. Seeing me, he frowned, but Verslov seemed almost relieved at my coming. "Good morning, Baron. This is the very young man mentioned in the letter, and I assure you he will not be in your way, and may indeed be of use." The baron looked at me contemptuously. "My dear boy," Verslov went on, "I am glad that you've come, indeed, so sit down in the corner, please, till the baron and I have finished. Don't be uneasy, Baron, he will simply sit in the corner." I did not care, for I had made up my mind, and besides, all this impressed me. I sat down in the corner without speaking, as far back as I could, and went on sitting there without stirring or blinking an eyelid till the interview was over. "I tell you again, Baron," said Verslov, rapping out his words resolutely, "that I consider Katerina Nikolaevna Amakov, to whom I wrote that unworthy and insane letter, not only the soul of honour, but the acme of all perfection." "Such a disavowal of your own words, as I have observed to you already, is equivalent to a repetition of the offence," growled the baron. "Your words are actually lacking in respect." "And yet it would be nearest the truth if you take them in their exact sense. I suffer, do you see, from nervous attacks and nervous ailments, and am in fact being treated for them, and therefore it has happened in one such moment. These explanations cannot be admitted. I tell you for the third time that you are persistently mistaken, perhaps purposely wish to be mistaken. I have warned you from the very beginning that the whole question concerning that lady, that is, concerning your letter to Madame Amakov, must be entirely excluded from our explanation. You keep going back to it. Baron Buring begged and particularly charged me to make it plain that this matter concerns him only. That is, your insolence in sending him that copy, and the postscript to it, in which you write that you are ready to answer for it when and how he pleases. But that, I imagine, is quite clear without explanation. I understand, I hear. You do not even offer an apology, but persist in asserting that you are ready to answer for it when and how he pleases. But that would be getting off too cheaply, and therefore I now, in view of the turn which you obstinately will give to your explanation, feel myself justified on my side in telling you the truth without ceremony. That is, I have come to the conclusion that it is utterly impossible for Baron Buring to meet you on an equal footing. Such a decision is no doubt advantageous for your friend, Baron Buring, and I must confess you have not surprised me in the least. I was expecting it. I note in parenthesis, it was quite evident to me from the first word and the first glance that Verslov was trying to lead up to this outburst, that he was intentionally teasing and provoking this irascible baron, and was trying to put him out of patience. The baron bristled all over. "I have heard that you are able to be witty, but being witty is very different from being clever." "An extremely profound observation, Colonel." "I did not ask for your approbation," cried the baron. "I did not come to bandy words with you. Be so good as to listen. Baron Buring was in doubt how to act when he received your letter, because it was suggestive of a madhouse, and of course means might be taken to suppress you. However, owing to certain special considerations, your case was treated with indulgence, and inquiries were made about you. It turns out that though you have belonged to good society, and did at one time serve in the Guards, you have been excluded from society, and your reputation is dubious. Yet in spite of that, I've come here to ascertain the facts personally. And now, to make things worse, you don't scruple to play with words, and inform me yourself that you are liable to nervous attacks. It's enough. Baron Buring's position and reputation are such that he cannot stoop to be mixed up in such an affair. In short, I am authorized, sir, to inform you that if a repetition or anything similar to your recent action should follow hereafter, measures will promptly be found to bring you to your senses, very quickly and very thoroughly, I can assure you. We are not living in the jungle, but in a well-ordered state." "You are so certain of that, my good baron?" "Confound you!" cried the baron, suddenly getting up. "You tempt me to show you at once that I am not your good baron." "Ach, I must warn you once again," said Versalof, and he too stood up, "that my wife and daughter are not far off, and so I must ask you not to speak so loud, for your shouts may reach their ears." "Your wife, the devil! I am sitting here talking to you solely in order to get to the bottom of this disgusting business," the baron continued, as wrathfully as before, not dropping his voice in the least. "Enough!" he roared furiously. "You are not only excluded from the society of decent people, but you're a maniac, a regular raving maniac, and such you've been proved to be. You do not deserve indulgence, and I can tell you that this very day measures will be taken in regard to you, and you will be placed where they will know how to restore you to sanity, and will remove you from the town." He marched with rapid strides out of the room. Versalof did not accompany him to the door. He stood gazing at me absent-mindedly, as though he did not see me. All at once he smiled, tossed back his hair, and taking his hat, he too made for the door. I clutched at his hand. "Ach, yes, you are here too. You heard?" he said, stopping short before me. "How could you do it? How could you distort, disgrace with such treachery?" He looked at me intently. His smile broadened and broadened till it passed into actual laughter. "Why, I've been disgraced before her, before her. They laughed at me before her eyes. And he pushed me away," I cried, beside myself. "Really? Ah, poor boy, I am sorry for you. So they laughed at you, did they? You are laughing yourself. You are laughing at me. It amuses you." He quickly pulled his hand away, put on his hat, and laughing aloud, went out of the flat. What was the use of running after him? I understood, and I had lost everything in one instant. All at once I saw my mother. She had come downstairs and was timidly looking about her. "Has he gone away?" I put my arms around her without a word, and she held me tight in hers. "Mother, my own, surely you can't stay. Let us go at once. I will shelter you. I will work for you like a slave, for you and for Liza. Leave them all, and let us go away. Let us be alone. Mother, do you remember how you came to me at Touchard's, and I would not recognize you?" "I remember, my own. I have been bad to you all your life. You were my own child, and I was a stranger to you." "That was his fault, mother. It was all his fault. He has never loved us." "Yes, yes, he did love us. Let us go, mother. How could I go away from him? Do you suppose he is happy?" "Where's Liza?" "She's lying down. She felt ill when she came in." "I'm frightened. Why are they so angry with him? What will they do to him now? Where's he gone? What was that officer threatening?" "Nothing will happen to him, mother. Nothing does happen to him, or ever can happen to him. He's that sort of man. Here's Tatiana Pavlovna. Ask her, if you don't believe me. Here she is." Tatiana Pavlovna came quickly into the room. "Good bye, mother. I will come to you directly, and when I come I shall ask you the same thing again." I ran away. I could not bear to see any one, let alone Tatiana Pavlovna. Even mother distressed me. I wanted to be alone, alone. 5. But before I had crossed the street I felt that I could hardly walk, and I jostled aimlessly, heedlessly against the passers-by, feeling listless and adrift. But what could I do with myself? What use am I to any one? And what use is anything to me now? Mechanically I trudged to Prince Sergei's, though I was not thinking of him at all. He was not at home. I told Pyotr, his man, that I would wait in his study, as I had done many times before. His study was a large one, a very high room, cumbered up with furniture. I crept into the darkest corner, sat down on the sofa, and, putting my elbows on the table, rested my head in my hands. Yes, that was the question. What was of any use to me now? If I was able to formulate that question then, I was totally unable to answer it. But I could not myself answer the question or think about it rationally. I have mentioned already that towards the end of those days I was overwhelmed by the rush of events. I sat now, and everything was whirling round like chaos in my mind. Yes, I had failed to see all that was in him, and did not understand him at all, was the thought that glimmered dimly in my mind at moments. He laughed in my face just now. That was not at me. It was all Buring then, not me. The day before yesterday he knew everything, and he was gloomy. He pounced on my stupid confession in the restaurant, and distorted it, regardless of the truth. But what did he care for the truth? He did not believe a syllable of what he wrote to her. All he wanted was to insult her senselessly, without knowing what for. He was looking out for a pretext, and I gave him the pretext. He behaved like a mad dog. Does he want to kill Buring now? What for? His heart knows what for, and I know nothing of what's in his heart. No, I don't know even now. Can it be that he loves her with such passion, or does he hate her to such a pitch of passion? I don't know, but does he know himself? Why did I tell mother that nothing could happen to him? What did I mean to say by that? Have I lost him, or haven't I? She saw how I was pushed away. Did she laugh too, or not? I should have laughed. They were beating a spy. A spy. What does it mean? Suddenly flashed on my mind. What does it mean that in that loathsome letter he puts in that the document has not been burnt, but is in existence? He is not killing Buring, but is sitting at this moment, no doubt, in the restaurant listening to Lucia. And perhaps after Lucia he will go and kill Buring. Buring pushed me away, almost struck me. Did he strike me? And Buring disdains to fight even Verslov. So would he be likely to fight with me? Perhaps I ought to kill him tomorrow with a revolver, waiting for him in the street. I let that thought flit through my mind quite mechanically, without being brought to a pause by it. At moments I seemed to dream that the door would open all at once, that Katerina Nikolaevna would come in, would give me her hand, and we should both burst out laughing. Oh, my student, my dear one, I had a vision of this, or rather an intense longing for it, as soon as it got dark. It was not long ago I had been standing before her, saying good-bye to her, and she had given me her hand and laughed. How could it have happened that in such a short time we were so completely separated? Simply to go to her and to explain everything this minute, simply, good heavens, how was it that an utterly new world had begun for me so suddenly? Yes, a new world, utterly new. And Liza and Prince Sergei, that was all old. Here I was now at Prince Sergei's, and mother, how could she go on living with him if it was like this? I can do anything, but she, what will be now? And the figures of Liza, Anna Andreevna, Stebelkov, Prince Sergei, Averdov, kept disconnectedly whirling round in my sick brain. But my thoughts became more and more formless and elusive. I was glad when I succeeded in thinking of something and clutching at it. I have my idea, I thought suddenly. But have I? Don't I repeat that from habit? My idea was the fruit of darkness and solitude. And is it possible to creep back into the old darkness? Oh, my God, I never burnt that letter. I actually forgot to burn it the day before yesterday. I will go back and burn it in a candle, of course, only I don't know if I'm thinking properly. It had long been dark, and Pyotr brought candles. He stood over me and asked whether I had had supper. I simply motioned him away. An hour later, however, he brought me some tea, and I greedily drank a large cupful. Then I asked what time it was. It was 8:30, and I felt no surprise to find I'd been sitting there 5 hours. "I've been in to you 3 times already," said Pyotr, "but I think you were asleep." I did not remember his coming in. I don't know why, but I felt all at once horribly scared to think I'd been asleep. I got up and walked about the room, that I might not go to sleep again. At last my head began to ache violently. At 10 o'clock Prince Sergei came in, and I was surprised that I had been waiting for him. I had completely forgotten him, completely. "You were here, and I've been round to you to fetch you," he said to me. His face looked gloomy and severe, and there was not a trace of a smile. There was a fixed idea in his eyes. "I've been doing my very utmost all day, and straining every nerve," he said with concentrated intensity. "Everything has failed, and nothing in the future but horror." Note well, he had not been to Prince Nikolai Ivanitch's. "I have seen Zibyelski. He is an impossible person. You see, to begin with, we must get the money. Then we shall see. And if we don't succeed with the money, then we shall see. I've made up my mind not to think about that. If only we get hold of the money to-day, to-morrow we shall see everything. The 3,000 you won is still untouched, every farthing of it. It's 3,000, all except 3 roubles. After paying back what I lent you, there's 340 roubles change for you. Take it, another 700 as well, to make up 1,000, and I will take the other 2,000. Then let us both go to Zertchikov. and try at opposite ends of the table to win 10,000. Perhaps we shall do something if we don't win it. Then this is the only way left, anyhow." He looked at me with a fateful smile. "Yes, yes," I cried suddenly, as though coming to life again. "Let us go. I was only waiting for you." I may remark that I had never once thought of roulette during those hours. "But the baseness, the degradation of the action?" Prince Sergei asked suddenly. "Our going to roulette? Why, that's everything," I cried. "Money's everything. Why, you and I are the only saints, while Buring has sold himself, Anna Andreevna's sold herself, and Versalov, have you heard that Versalov's a maniac, a maniac, a maniac?" "Are you quite well, Arkady Makarovitch? Your eyes are somehow strange." "You say that because you want to go without me, but I shall stick to you now. It's not for nothing I've been dreaming of play all night. Let us go, let us go," I kept exclaiming, as though I had found the solution to everything. "Well, let us go, though you're in a fever." And there he did not finish. His face looked heavy and terrible. We were just going out when he stopped in the doorway. "Do you know," he said suddenly, "that there is another way out of my trouble besides play?" "What way?" "A princely way." "What's that? What's that?" "You'll know what afterwards. Only let me tell you I'm not worthy of it, because I have delayed too long. Let us go. But you remember my words. We'll try the lackey's way. And do you suppose I don't know that I am, consciously of my own free will, behaving like a lackey?" 6. I flew to the roulette table as though in it were concentrated all hopes of my salvation, all means of escape. And yet, as I have mentioned already, I had not once thought of it before Prince Sergei's arrival. Moreover, I was going to gamble, not for myself, but for Prince Sergei, and with his money. I can't explain what was the attraction, but it was an irresistible attraction. Oh, never had those people, those faces, those croupiers with their monotonous shouts, all the details of the squalid gambling saloon seemed so revolting to me, so depressing, so coarse, and so melancholy as that evening. I remember well the sadness and misery that gripped my heart at times during those hours at the gambling table. But why didn't I go away? Why did I endure and, as it were, accept this fate, this sacrifice, this devotion? I will only say one thing. I can hardly say of myself that I was then in my right senses. Yet at the same time I had never played so prudently as that evening. I was silent and concentrated, attentive and extremely calculating. I was patient and niggardly, and at the same time resolute at critical moments. I established myself again at the zero end of the table, that is, between Zertchikov and Afrodov, who always sat on the former's right hand. The place was distasteful to me, but I had an overwhelming desire to stake on zero, and all the other places at that end were taken. We had been playing over an hour. At last, from my place, I saw Prince Sergei get up from his seat, and with a pale face move across to us and remain facing me the other side of the table. He had lost all he had, and watched my play in silence, though he probably did not follow it, and had ceased to think of play. At that moment I just began winning, and Zertchikov was counting me out what I had won. Suddenly, without a word, Afrodov, with the utmost effrontery, took one of my 100-ruble notes before my very eyes, and added it to the pile of money lying before him. I cried out, and caught hold of his hand. Then something quite unexpected happened to me. It was as though I had broken some chain that restrained me, as though all the affronts and insults of that day were concentrated in that moment, in the loss of that 100-ruble note. It was as though everything that had been accumulating and suppressed within me had only been waiting for that moment to break out. "He's a thief! He has just stolen my 100 rubles!" I exclaimed, looking round, beside myself. I won't describe the hubbub that followed. Such a scandal was a novelty there. At Zertchikov's people behaved with propriety, and his saloon was famous for it. But I did not know what I was doing. Zertchikov's voice was suddenly heard in the midst of the clamor and din. "But the money's not here, and it was lying here, 400 rubles." Another scene followed at once. The money in the bank had disappeared under Zertchikov's very nose. A roll of 400 rubles. Zertchikov pointed to the spot where the notes had only that minute been lying, and that spot turned out to be close to me, next to the spot where my money was lying, much closer to me than to Afrodov. "The thief is here. He has stolen it again. Search him," I cried, pointing to Afrodov. "This is what comes of letting in all sorts of people," thundered an impressive voice in the midst of the general uproar. "Persons have been admitted without introduction. Who brought him in? Who is he?" "A fellow called Dolgoruky. Prince Sokolsky brought him," cried someone. Listen, Prince, I yelled to him across the table in a frenzy. They think I'm a thief when I've just been robbed myself. Tell them about me. Tell them about me. And then there followed something worse than all that had happened that day, worse than anything that had happened in my life. Prince Sergei disowned me. I saw him shrug his shoulders and heard him, in answer to a stream of questions, pronounce sharply and distinctly, "I'm not responsible for anyone. Please leave me alone." Meanwhile, Afrodov stood in the middle of the crowd, loudly demanding that he should be searched. He kept turning out his own pockets, but his demands were met by shouts of, "No, no, we know the thief." 2 footmen were summoned, and they seized me by my arms from behind. "I won't let myself be searched. I won't allow it," I shouted, pulling myself away. But they dragged me into the next room. There, in the midst of the crowd, they searched me to the last fold of my garments. I screamed and struggled. "He must have thrown it away. You must look on the floor." Some one decided. "Where can we look on the floor now?" "Under the table. He must have somehow managed to throw it away. Of course there's no trace." I was let out, but I succeeded in stopping in the doorway, and with senseless ferocity I shouted, to be heard by the whole saloon, "Roulette is prohibited by the police. I shall inform against you all to-day." I was led downstairs, my hat and coat were put on me, and the door into the street was flung open before me. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9, Of a Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 9. The day had ended with a catastrophe. There remained the night, and this is what I remember of that night. I believe it was 1 o'clock when I found myself in the street. It was a clear, still, and frosty night. I was almost running, and in horrible haste, but not towards home. Why home? Can there be a home now? Home is where one lives. I shall wake up tomorrow to live. But is that possible now? Life is over. It is utterly impossible to live now, I thought. And as I wandered about the streets, not noticing where I was going, and indeed I don't know whether I meant to run anywhere in particular, I was very hot, and I was continually flinging open my heavy raccoon-lined coat. No sort of action can have any object for me now, was what I felt at that moment. And strange to say, it seemed to me that everything about me, even the air I breathed, was from another planet, as though I had suddenly found myself in the moon. Everything, the town, the passers-by, the pavement I was running on, all of these were not mine. This is the Palace Square, and here is St. Isaac's, floated across my mind. But now I have nothing to do with them. Everything had become suddenly remote. It had all suddenly become not mine. I have mother and Liza, but what are mother and Liza to me now? Everything is over. Everything is over at one blow, except one thing, that I am a thief forever. How can I prove that I'm not a thief? Is it possible now? Shall I go to America? What should I prove by that? Versalov will be the first to believe I stole it. My idea? What idea? What is my idea now? If I go on for 50 years, for 100 years, some one will always turn up to point at me and say, "He's a thief," he began. His idea, by stealing money at roulette. Was there resentment in my heart? I don't know. Perhaps there was. Strange to say, I always had, perhaps from my earliest childhood, one characteristic. If I were ill-treated, absolutely wronged and insulted to the last degree, I always showed at once an irresistible desire to submit passively to the insult, and even to accept more than my assailant wanted to inflict upon me, as though I would say, "All right, you have humiliated me, so I will humiliate myself even more. Look and enjoy it." Touchard beat me and tried to show I was a lackey and not the son of a senator, and so I promptly took up the role of a lackey. I not only handed him his clothes, but of my own accord I snatched up the brush and began brushing off every speck of dust, without any request or order from him, and ran after him brush in hand, in a glow of menial devotion, to remove some particle of dirt from his dress coat, so much that he would sometimes check me himself and say, "That's enough, Arkady, that's enough." He would come and take off his overcoat, and I would brush it, fold it carefully, and cover it with a check silk handkerchief. I knew that my schoolfellows used to laugh at me and despise me for it. I knew it perfectly well, but that was just what gratified me. Since they want me to be a lackey, well, I am a lackey then. If I'm to be a cad, well, I will be a cad. I could keep up a passive hatred and underground resentment in that way for years. Well, at Zertchikov's I had shouted to the whole room in an absolute frenzy. "I will inform against you all. Roulette is forbidden by the police." And I swear that in that case, too, there was something of the same sort. I was humiliated, searched, publicly proclaimed a thief, crushed. Well, then, I can tell you, you have guessed right. I am worse than a thief. I am an informer. Recalling it now, that is how I explain it. At the time I was incapable of analysis. I shouted that at the time unintentionally. I did not know indeed a second before that I should say it. It shouted itself. The characteristic was there already in my heart. There is no doubt that I had begun to be delirious while I was running in the streets, but I remember quite well that I knew what I was doing, and yet I can confidently assert that a whole cycle of ideas and conclusions were impossible for me at that time. I felt in myself, even at those moments, that some thoughts I was able to think, but others I was incapable of. In the same way, some of my decisions, though they were formed with perfect consciousness, were utterly devoid of logic. What is more, I remember very well that at some moments I could recognize fully the absurdity of some conclusion, and at the same time, with complete consciousness, proceed to act upon it. Yes, crime was hovering about me that night, and only by chance was not committed. I suddenly recalled Tatiana Pavlovna saying about Versalov, he'd better have gone at night to the Nikolaevsky railway and have laid his head on the rails. They'd have cut it off for him. For a moment that idea took possession of all my feelings, but I instantly drove it away with a pang at my heart. If I lay my head on the rails and die, they'll say tomorrow he did it because he stole the money. He did it from shame. No, for nothing in the world. And at that instant, I remember, I experienced a sudden flash of fearful anger. To clear my character is impossible, floated through my mind. To begin a new life is impossible too. And so I must submit, become a lackey, a dog, an insect, an informer, a real informer, while I secretly prepare myself, and one day suddenly blow it all up into the air, annihilate everything and every one, guilty and innocent alike, so that they will all know that this was the man they had all called a thief, and then kill myself. I don't remember how. I ran into a lane somewhere near Konodvardaysky Boulevard. For about 100 paces on both sides of this lane there were high stone walls enclosing backyards. Behind the wall on the left I saw a huge stack of wood, a long stack such as one sees in timber yards, and more than 7 feet higher than the wall. I stopped and began pondering. In my pocket I had wax matches in a little silver matchbox. I repeat, I realized quite distinctly at the time what I was thinking about and what I meant to do. And so I remember it even now. But why I meant to do it, I don't know. I don't know at all. I only know that I suddenly felt a great longing to do it. To climb over the wall is quite possible, I reflected. At that moment I caught sight of a gate in the wall not 2 paces away, probably barred up for months together. Standing on the projection below, and taking hold of the top of the gate, I could easily climb on to the wall, I reflected, and no one will notice me. There's no one about, everything's still, and there I can sit on the wall, and easily set fire to the wood stack. I can do it without getting down, for the wood almost touches the wall. The frost will make it burn all the better. I have only to take hold of a birch log with my hand. And indeed there is no need to reach a log at all. I can simply strip the bark off with my hand while I sit on the wall, set light to it with a match, and thrust it into the stack, and there will be a blaze. And I will jump down and walk away. There will be no need to run, for it won't be noticed for a long while. That was how I reasoned at the time, and all at once I made up my mind. I felt an extraordinary satisfaction and enjoyment, and I climbed up. I was very good at climbing. Gymnastics had been my speciality at school, but I had my overboots on, and it turned out to be a difficult task. I succeeded somehow in catching hold of one very slight projection above, and raised myself. I lifted my other hand to clutch the top of the wall, but at that instant I slipped and went flying backwards. I suppose I must have struck the ground with the back of my head, and must have lain for 2 or 3 minutes unconscious. When I came to myself, I mechanically wrapped my fur coat about me, feeling all at once unbearably cold, and scarcely conscious of what I was doing. I crept into the corner of the gateway, and sat crouching and huddled up in the recess between the gate and the wall. My ideas were in confusion, and most likely I soon fell into a doze. I remember now, as it were in a dream, that there suddenly sounded in my ears the deep heavy clang of a bell, and I began listening to it with pleasure. 2. The bell rang steadily and distinctly, once every 2 or 3 seconds. It was not an alarm bell, however, but a pleasant and melodious chime, and I suddenly recognized that it was a familiar chime, that it was the bell of St. Nicolai's, the red church opposite Tuchards, the old-fashioned Moscow church, which I remembered so well, built in the reign of Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich, full of tracery, and with many domes and columns. That Easter was only just over, and the newborn little green leaves were trembling on the meagre birches in Tuchard's front garden. The brilliant evening sun was pouring its slanting rays into our classroom, and in my little room on the left, where a year before Tuchard had put me apart that I might not mix with counts and senators' children, there was sitting a visitor. Yes, I, who had no relations, and suddenly got a visitor for the first time since I had been at Tuchard's. I recognized this visitor as soon as she came in. It was mother, though I had not seen her once since she had taken me to the village church, and the dove had flown across the cupola. We were sitting alone together, and I watched her strangely. Many years afterwards I learned that, being left by Versalov, who had suddenly gone abroad, she had come on her own account to Moscow, paying for the journey out of her small means, and almost by stealth, without the knowledge of the people who had been commissioned to look after her, and she had done this solely to see me. It was strange, too, that when she came in and talked to Tuchard, she did not say one word to me of being my mother. She sat beside me, and I remember I wondered at her talking so little. She had a parcel with her, and she undid it. In it there turned out to be 6 oranges, several gingerbread cakes, and 2 ordinary loaves of French bread. I was offended at the sight of the bread, and with a constrained air I announced that our food was excellent, and that they gave us a whole French loaf for our tea every day. "Never mind, darling. In my foolishness I thought maybe they don't feed them properly at school. Don't be vexed, my own. And Antonina Vassilievna, Tuchard's wife, will be offended. My schoolfellows will laugh at me too. Won't you have them? Perhaps you'll eat them up. Please don't." And I did not even touch her presents. The oranges and gingerbread cakes lay on the little table before me, while I sat with my eyes cast down, but with a great air of dignity. Who knows? Perhaps I had a great desire to let her see that her visit made me feel ashamed to meet my schoolfellows, to let her have at least a glimpse, that she might understand, as though to say, "See, you are disgracing me, and you don't understand what you are doing." Oh, by that time I was running after Tuchard with a brush to flick off every speck of dust. I was picturing to myself, too, what taunts I should have to endure as soon as she was gone, from my schoolfellows, and perhaps from Tuchard himself, and there was not the least friendly feeling for her in my heart. I only looked sideways at her dark-coloured old dress, at her rather coarse, almost working-class hands, at her quite coarse shoes, and her terribly thin face. There were already furrows on her forehead, though Antonina Vassilievna did say that evening after she had gone, "Your mamma must have been very pretty." So we sat, and suddenly Agafya came in with a cup of coffee on a tray. It was just after dinner, and at that time Tushar always drank a cup of coffee in his drawing room. But mother thanked her and did not take the cup. As I learned afterwards, she never drank coffee in those days, as it brought on palpitations of the heart. The fact was that Tushar inwardly considered her visit and his permitting me to see her an act of great condescension on his part, so that the cup of coffee sent her was, comparatively speaking, a signal proof of humanity, which did the utmost credit to his civilization, feelings, and European ideas, and, as though on purpose, mother refused it. I was summoned to Tushar, and he told me to take all my lesson books and exercise books to show my mother, that she may see what you have succeeded in attaining in my establishment. At that point Antonina Vassilyevna, pursing up her lips, minced out to me in a jeering and insulting way, "Your mamma does not seem to like our coffee." I collected my exercise books and carried them to my waiting mother, passing through the crowd of counts and senators' children in the classroom, who were staring at mother and me, and it actually pleased me to carry out Tushar's behests with literal exactitude. "Here are my lessons in French grammar. Here are my dictation exercises. Here are the conjugations of the auxiliary verbs avoir and être. Here is the geography descriptions of the principal towns of Europe and all parts of the world," and so on. For half an hour or more I went on explaining in a monotonous little voice, keeping my eyes sedately cast down. I knew that my mother knew nothing of these learned subjects, could not perhaps even write, but in this too I was pleased with my part. But I did not succeed in wearying her. She listened all the time without interrupting me, with extraordinary and even reverent attention, so that at last I got tired of it myself and left off. Her expression was sad, however, and there was something pitiful in her face. She got up to go at last. Tushar suddenly walked in, and with an air of foolish importance asked her whether she was satisfied with her son's progress. Mother began muttering incoherent thanks. Antonina Vassilyevna came up too. Mother began begging them both not to abandon the orphan, who was as good as an orphan now, but to treat him with kindness. And with tears in her eyes she bowed to them both, each separately, and to each with a deep bow, exactly as simple people bow down when they ask a favour of the gentry. The Tushars had not expected this, and Antonina Vassilyevna was evidently softened, and revised her opinion about the cup of coffee. Tushar humanely responded with even greater dignity that he made no distinction between the children, that here all were his children, and he was their father, that I was almost on an equal footing with the sons of senators and counts, and that she ought to appreciate that, and so on, and so on. Mother only bowed down, but was much embarrassed. At last she turned to me, and with tears shining in her eyes, said, "Good bye, darling." She kissed me, that is, I allowed myself to be kissed. She evidently wanted to go on kissing, embracing, and hugging me, but either she herself felt ashamed before company, or felt hurt by something else, or guessed that I was ashamed of her, for she hurriedly went out, bowing once more to the Tushards. I stood still. "Mais suivez donc votre mère," said Antonina Vassilyevna. "Il n'a pas de cœur, cet enfant." Tushar responded by shrugging his shoulders, which meant, of course, "It's not without reason that I treat him as a lackey." I obediently followed my mother. We went out on to the steps. I knew that they were all looking at me out of the window. Mother turned towards the church and crossed herself 3 times. Her lips were trembling. The deep bell chimed musically and regularly from the belfry. She turned to me and could not restrain herself. She laid both hands on my head and began crying over it. "Mother, stop! I'm ashamed. They can see from the window." She broke out hurriedly. "Well, God be with you. The heavenly angels keep you. Holy Mother, Saint Nicolay, my God," she repeated, speaking rapidly, and making as many signs of the cross over me as she possibly could. My darling, stay, my darling." She hurriedly put her hand in her pocket and drew out a handkerchief, a blue checked handkerchief with a tightly fastened knot at the corner, and began untying the knot. But it would not come untied. "Well, never mind. Take it with the handkerchief. It's clean. It may be of use, perhaps. There are 4 fourpenny bits in it. Perhaps you'll need the money. Forgive me, darling. I have not got any more just now. Forgive me, darling." I took the handkerchief. I wanted to observe that we were allowed very liberal diet by Monsieur Touchard and Antonina Vassilievna, and were not in need of anything. But I restrained myself and took the handkerchief. Once more she made the sign of the cross over me. Once more she whispered a prayer, and suddenly bowed to me exactly as she had done to the Touchards upstairs. A prolonged low bow. I shall never forget it. Then I shuddered. I don't know why. What had she meant by that bow? Was she confessing the wrong she had done me, as I fancied once long afterwards? I don't know. But at the time it made me more ashamed than ever that they were looking out of window, and that Lambert would most likely begin beating me. At last she went away. The apples and oranges had been devoured by the sons of counts and senators, and the 4 fourpenny bits were promptly taken from me by Lambert and spent at the confectioner's on tarts and chocolates, of which I was not offered a taste. Fully 6 months had passed, and it was a wet and windy October. I had quite forgotten about mother. Oh, by then hate, a blind hatred of everything, had crept into my heart, and was its sustenance, though I still brushed Touchard as before. But I hated him with all my might, and every day hated him more and more. It was then that in the melancholy dusk of one evening I began rummaging for something in my little box, and suddenly in the corner I saw her blue cotton handkerchief. It had been lying there ever since I had thrust it away. I took it out, and even looked at it with some interest. The corner of the handkerchief still retained the creases made by the knot, and even the round impress of the money was distinctly visible. I put the handkerchief in again, however, and pushed the box back. It was the eve of a holiday, and the bells were ringing for the all-night service. The pupils had all gone to their homes after dinner, but this time Lambert had stayed for Sunday. I don't know why he hadn't been fetched. Though he used still to beat me as before, he used to talk to me a great deal, and often needed me. We talked the whole evening about Lepage's pistols, which neither of us had seen, and Circassian swords, and how they cut, how splendid it would be to establish a band of brigands. And finally Lambert passed to the familiar obscene subjects, which were his favourite topics, and though I wondered at myself, I remember I liked listening. Suddenly I felt it unbearable, and I told him I had a headache. At 10 o'clock we went to bed. I turned away with my head under the quilt, and took the blue handkerchief from under my pillow. I had for some reason fetched it from the box an hour before, and as soon as our beds were made, I put it under the pillow. I put it to my face, and suddenly began kissing it. "Mother, mother," I whispered, and my whole chest contracted as though in a vice. I closed my eyes, and saw her face with the quivering lips when she crossed herself facing the church, and afterwards made the sign of the cross over me. And I said to her, "I'm ashamed. They are looking at us. Mother, darling, mother, were you really with me once? Mother, darling, where are you now, my faraway visitor? Do you remember your poor boy whom you came to see? Show yourself to me just this once. Come to me, if only in a dream, just that I may tell you how I love you, may hug you and kiss your blue eyes, and tell you that I'm not ashamed of you now, and tell you that I loved you even then, and that my heart was aching then, though I simply sat like a lackey. You will never know, mother, how I loved you then. Mother, where are you now? Do you hear me? Mother, mother, do you remember the dove in the country?" "Confound him, what's the matter with him?" Lambert grumbled from his bed. "Stop it, I'll give it you. You won't let me sleep." He jumped out of bed at last, ran to me, and began pulling off the bedclothes, but I kept tight hold of the quilt which I had wrapped round my head. "You are blubbering. What are you blubbering about, you fool? I'll give it you." And he thumped me. He thumped me hard on my back, on my side, hurting me more and more. And I suddenly opened my eyes. It was bright daylight, and the snow on the wall was glistening with hoar frost. I was sitting huddled up, almost frozen and almost numb in my fur coat, and someone was standing over me, waking me up, abusing me loudly, and kicking me in the ribs with his right foot. I raised myself and looked. I saw a man wearing a splendid bear-lined coat and a sable cap. He had black eyes, foppish, pitch-black whiskers, a hooked nose, white teeth grinning at me, a face white and red like a mask. He bent down over me very close, and a frosty vapor came from his lips at each breath. "Frozen, the drunken fool! You'll freeze like a dog! Get up, get up!" "Lambert," I cried, "who ever are you?" "Dolgoruky." "Who the devil's Dolgoruky?" "Simply Dolgoruky, Tushar, the one you stuck a fork into in the restaurant." "Ha!" he cried, with a slow smile of recollection. Could he possibly have forgotten me? "Ha! So it's you, it's you!" He lifted me up and put me on my legs. I could hardly stand, could hardly walk. He led me, supporting me with his arm. He looked into my eyes as though considering and recalling and listening to me intently, and I babbled on continuously without pause, and I was delighted, so delighted to be talking, and so delighted, too, that it was Lambert. Whether for some reason I looked on him as my salvation, or whether I pounced on him at that moment because I took him for someone of another world, I don't know. I did not consider it then, but I pounced on him without considering. What I said then I don't remember at all, and I doubt whether any of it was coherent. I doubt whether I even pronounced a word clearly, but he listened very attentively. He took the first sledge we came upon, and within a few minutes I was sitting in his room in the warmth. 3. Every man, whoever he may be, must certainly preserve a recollection of something which has happened to him, upon which he looks, or is inclined to look, as something fantastic, exceptional, outside the common order of things, almost miraculous, whether it be a dream, a meeting, a divination, a presentiment, or anything of that kind. I am to this day inclined to look upon this meeting with Lambert as something almost supernatural, judging, that is, from the circumstances and consequences of that meeting. It all happened, from one point of view, however, perfectly naturally. He was simply returning from one of his nocturnal pursuits, the nature of it will be explained later on, half drunk, and stopping at the gate for a moment, caught sight of me. He had only been in Petersburg a few days. The room in which I found myself was small and furnished in an unsophisticated style, a typical example of the ordinary Petersburg furnished lodgings of the middling sort. Lambert himself, however, was very well and expensively dressed. On the floor there lay two trunks, only half unpacked. A corner of the room was shut off by a screen which concealed the bed. "Alphonsine!" cried Lambert. "Présent!" responded from behind the screen a cracked female voice with a Parisian accent, and 2 minutes later Mademoiselle Alphonsine emerged, just out of bed, hurriedly dressed in a loose wrapper, a queer creature, tall and as lean as a rake, a brunette with a long waist and a long face, with dancing eyes and sunken cheeks, who looked terribly the worse for wear. "Make haste," he spoke to her in French. I translate. "They must have got a samovar. Hot water quick, red wine and sugar. A glass here. Look sharp. He's frozen. It's a friend of mine. He's been sleeping the night in the snow." "Malheureux!" she exclaimed with a theatrical air, clasping her hands. "Now then," he shouted, holding up his fingers, and speaking exactly as though to a dog. She at once desisted, and ran to carry out his orders. He examined me and felt me over, tried my pulse, touched my forehead and my temple. "It's strange," he muttered, "that you did not freeze. However, you were entirely covered with your fur coat, head and all, so that you were sitting in a sort of nest of fur." A glass of something hot arrived. I sipped it greedily, and it revived me at once. I began babbling again. I was half lying on the sofa in a corner, and was talking all the time. I talked even as I sipped. But what I said again I scarcely remember. Moments and even whole intervals of time I've completely forgotten. I repeat, whether he understood anything of what I said, I don't know. But one thing I distinctly gathered afterwards, and that was that he succeeded in understanding me sufficiently to deduce that he must not take his meeting with me lightly. I will explain later in its proper place how he came to make this calculation. I was not only extremely lively, but at moments, I believe, cheerful. I remember the sun suddenly flooding the room with light when the blinds were drawn up, and the crackling stove which some one was lighting, who and how I forget. I remember, too, the tiny black lap dog which Mademoiselle Alphonsine held in her arms, coquettishly pressing it to her heart. This lap dog attracted me so much that I left off talking and twice stretched out towards it, but Lambert waved his hand, and Alphonsine, with her lap dog, instantly vanished behind the screen. He was very silent himself. He sat facing me, and bending close down to me, listened without moving. At times he smiled, a broad, slow smile, showing his teeth and screwing up his eyes as though reflecting intensely and trying to guess something. I have a clear recollection only of the fact that when I told him about the document, I could not express myself intelligibly and tell the story consecutively, and from his face I quite saw that he could not understand me, but that he would very much have liked to understand, so much so that he even ventured to stop me with a question, which was risky, as at the slightest interruption I broke off and forgot what I was talking of. How long we sat and talked like this I don't know and cannot even imagine. He suddenly got up and called to Alphonsine. "He needs rest. He may have to have the doctor. Do everything he asks. That is, vous comprenez, ma fille. Vous avez l'argent." "No. Here," and he drew out a 10 rouble note. He began whispering with her. "Vous comprenez, vous comprenez," he repeated to her, holding up his finger menacingly to her, and frowning sternly. I saw that she was dreadfully afraid of him. "I'll come back, and you had better go to sleep," he said, smiling to me, and took his cap. "Mais vous n'avez pas dormi du tout, Maurice." Alphonsine began pathetically. "Taisez-vous, je dormirai après," and he went out. "Sauvé," she murmured, pathetically pointing after him. "Monsieur, monsieur," she began declaiming at once, taking up an attitude in the middle of the room. "Jamais homme ne fut si cruel, si Bismarck que cet être qui regarde une femme comme une saleté de hasard, une femme, qu'est-ce que c'est dans notre époque? Tu la voilà le dernier mot de l'Académie française." I stared at her open-eyed. I saw everything double. I had a vision of two Alphonsines. I suddenly noticed that she was crying. I started, and realized that she had been talking to me for a long time, and that I must have been asleep or unconscious. "Hélas! De quoi m'aurait servi de la découvrir plus tôt?" she exclaimed. "Et n'aurais-je pas autant gagné à tenir ma honte cachée toute ma vie? Peut-être n'est-il pas honnête à une demoiselle de s'expliquer si librement devant monsieur. Mais enfin, je vous avoue que s'il m'était permis de vouloir quelque chose, oh, ce serait de lui plonger au cœur mon couteau, mais en détournant les yeux, de peur que son regard exécrable ne fît trembler mon bras et ne glaçât mon courage. Il a assassiné ce pape russe, monsieur. Il lui arracha sa barre russe pour la vendre à un artiste en chevaux au pont de Maréchaux, tout près de la maison de monsieur Andrieux. Au nouveauté, article de Paris, linge, chemise, vous savez, n'est-ce pas? Oh, monsieur, quand l'amitié rassemble à table épouse, enfants, sœurs, amis, quand on vive à la Grèce, enflamme au cœur, je veux le demande, monsieur, est-il bonheur préférable à celui dont tu jouis? Mais il rit, monsieur, se montre exécrable et inconcevable, et si ce n'était pas par l'entremise de monsieur Andrieux, jamais, oh jamais je ne serais, mais quoi, monsieur, qu'avez-vous, monsieur? She rushed up to me. I believe I had an attack of shivering, perhaps a fainting fit. I cannot express what a painful and miserable impression this half-crazy creature made upon me. She imagined, perhaps, that she had been commanded to entertain me. At any rate, she did not leave my side for one instant. She had perhaps at one time or another been on the stage. She declaimed in a terrible way, pirouetted, talked incessantly, while I had long been silent. All I could understand from her story was that she had been closely connected with la maison de Monsieur Andrieux, haute nouveauté, article de Paris, etc., and perhaps was one of the family of la maison de Monsieur Andrieux, but she had somehow been torn forever from Monsieur Andrieux par ce monstre furieux et inconcevable, and that was the point of the tragedy. She sobbed, but I fancied that this was all part of the performance, and that she was not really crying at all. Sometimes I fancied that she would suddenly drop to pieces like a skeleton. She articulated her words in a jangling, broken voice. The word préférable, for instance, she pronounced préférable, and on the syllable a positively bad, like a sheep. Coming to myself on one occasion, I found her executing a pirouette in the middle of the room, but she was not actually dancing. The pirouette had some connection with her story, and she was simply impersonating some figure in it. Suddenly she rushed and opened a little old out-of-tune piano that was in the room, and began strumming on it and singing. I believe that for 10 minutes or more I lost consciousness completely. I fell asleep, but the lapdog yelped, and I waked up again. For a moment consciousness returned completely, and suddenly flooded my mind with light. I jumped up in horror. Lambert, I am at Lambert's, I thought, and snatching up my hat, I rushed to my fur coat. "Où allez-vous, monsieur?" cried the vigilant Alphonsine. "I want to get out. I want to go away. Let me out. Don't keep me." "Oui, monsieur," Alphonsine assented vigorously, and she rushed to open the door into the corridor herself. "Mais ce n'est pas loin, monsieur. C'est pas loin du tout. Ça ne vaut pas la peine de mettre votre chouba. C'est ici près, monsieur." She shouted for the benefit of the whole corridor. Running out of the room, I turned to the right. "Par ici, monsieur, c'est par ici," she shouted at the top of her voice, clutching at my coat with her long bony fingers, and with the other hand pointing to the left of the corridor, where I did not at all want to go. I broke away and ran to the outer door opening on to the stairs. "Il s'en va! Il s'en va!" Alphonsine ran after me, shouting in her cracked voice. "Mais il me tuera, monsieur! Il me tuera!" But I was already on the stairs, and though she ran after me downstairs, I succeeded in opening the front door, dashing out into the street, and jumping into the first sledge I met. I gave the driver my mother's address. 4. But the clear consciousness that had flickered up for one moment was soon dimmed. I still have a faint recollection of the drive, and being taken up to my mother's, but there I sank almost at once into complete unconsciousness. Next day, as they told me afterwards, and indeed I remember it myself, I had a moment of lucidity again. I found myself in Versalov's room, and on his sofa. I remember around me the faces of Versalov, my mother, Liza. I remember particularly Versalov speaking to me about Zertchikov and about Prince Sergei, and showing me some letter to soothe me. They told me afterwards that I kept asking with horror about someone called Lambert, and kept hearing the barking of some lapdog. But the faint light of consciousness was soon quenched again. By the evening of the second day I was completely prostrate with brain fever, but I will anticipate events and explain what had happened. When I had run out in the street from Zertchikov's that evening, and when calm had been restored there, Zertchikov, who had returned to the table, proclaimed aloud that a regrettable mistake had been made. The missing money, 400 roubles, had been found in a pile of other money, and the bank account turned out to be quite correct. Then Prince Sergei, who had remained in the room, went up to Zertchikov and insisted that he should make a public declaration of my innocence, and should moreover send me an apology in the form of a letter. Zertchikov on his side accepted this suggestion as a very proper one, and promised in the presence of all to send me next day a letter of explanation and apology. Prince Sergei gave him Versalov's address, and Versalov did in fact receive next day a letter addressed to me in Zertchikov's hand, and more than 1,300 roubles belonging to me, which I had left on the roulette table. And so the affair with Zertchikov ended. This joyful news did much to hasten my recovery when I regained consciousness. When Prince Sergei returned from the gambling saloon that night, he wrote 2 letters, one to me and the other to his old regiment, in which he had behaved so scandalously to Cornet Stepanov. He dispatched both letters next morning. After that, he wrote a report for the authorities, and with that report in his hand, he went early in the morning to the officer in command of his regiment and announced to him that he, a common criminal who had taken part in the forging of the ex-railway shares, surrendered to justice and asked to be tried. Therewith he handed him the report in which all this was set out in writing. He was arrested. Here is the letter he wrote to me that night, word for word. Precious Arkady Mikhailovich, having tried the lackey's way of escape, I have lost the right to comfort my soul a little with the thought that I was able in the end to dare to do what was just and fine. I have sinned against my fatherland and against my family, and for this I, the last of my family, am punishing myself. I don't know how I could have caught at the bare idea of self-preservation, and for a time have dreamed of buying them off with money. I should have still remained to all eternity a criminal in my conscience. Even if those people had given back the notes that compromised me, they would never have been induced to let me alone as long as I lived. What remained? To live with them, to be on a level with them all my life. That was the fate awaiting me. I could not accept it, and have at last found in myself strength enough, or perhaps only despair enough, to act as I am acting now. I have written a letter to my old regiment, to my fellow officers, clearing Stepanov's character. This is not and cannot be an atonement. It is only the last will and testament of a man who will be dead tomorrow. That is how one must look at it. Forgive me for turning away from you in the gambling saloon. It was because at the moment I was not sure of you. Now that I am a dead man, I can make this confession from the other world. Poor Liza, she knows nothing of this decision. Let her not curse me, but judge of it herself. I cannot defend myself, and cannot even find the words to explain anything to her. I must tell you too, Arkady Mikhailovich, that when she came to me yesterday morning for the last time, I confessed that I had deceived her, and owned that I had been to Anna Andreevna with the intention of making her an offer. I could not, seeing her love, keep this upon my conscience in face of my last determination, and I told her. She forgave me, she forgave everything, but I could not believe her. It is not forgiveness. In her place I could not forgive. Remember me a little, your unhappy friend, the last Prince Sokolsky. I lay unconscious for exactly 9 days. End of Part 2, Chapter 9.